far apart today.
Global infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the Nintenbyte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the Nintenbyte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, GameBird. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, Nintenbyte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Brian. Oh baby.
I'm ThunderStash.
I'm GameBird Classic.
Nintenbyte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast Season 3 episode 22, 23 actually. Michael Jordan's number, don't forget. How we doing, everybody? We got a killer show for you today. A bunch of banger topics. Can't wait to because you guys see the headline topic. That's one, but we got some other good ones here, including our impressions on Legend ZA so far. So that might be an interesting one. That seems to be a feisty conversation online the last week. So we'll see how feisty it gets tonight. Maybe we get some all-out argument brawls going on, WWE style.
For real.
Right, get the elbow ready. I don't know you guys. I'm doing the stunner. I'm doing the Stone Cold kick and stun. Anyways, let's go around. Introduce everyone first. We got a couple guests here. How about let's go? You know what? Both of our guests haven't been on in a while. Now that I think about it, it's like you two vanished from my life. I don't even know who you are anymore.
Nice to meet you again, Nate. No,
It's great to be back.
Let's go with man. How you doing? Let the people know who you are because they might have forgot. I don't know.
I'm good. I've just been busy with life and the YouTube channel, all that kind of stuff. No, yeah, I'm FVLAM. I'm a Nintendo variety creator. Do video essay opinion pieces and reviews, short form wise, and yeah, I always love to talk about Nintendo and stuff. So yeah, and Pokemon might be back. That's all I'm gonna say to prelude everything. Pokemon might be back. I know.
Don't kill him, chat. Please. All right, then we got Sunbro Nation.
yeah, thanks for having me back, guys. It's been a while. I've still been keeping up with the show every now and then. I do tune into the podcast, so as I get time. But yeah, I'm excited to be back with you guys. There's a lot to catch up on. I think maybe I've been here once since the launch of Switch 2, so we got plenty to dive into and plenty to talk about. And fortunately, the topics seem like right on point because it's exactly what I've been kind of feeling like talking about recently. Pokemon Legends ZA, the thoughts on it, but then also, funnily enough, how that's one topic. You know, it dovetails into this discourse we've been seeing online since the Switch 2. So, yeah, and it's going to be fun because it's like I think in long form like this, when we all get to kind of share actual opinions in depth. There's nuance to everything with this. You know, it's gonna
Hell
be
yeah.
it's gonna be fun to break down some of the details with you guys. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's great. I'm going to be honest. One of the topics that we picked up, and the crew can back us up, we talked about it like 5 days ago. I'm like, hey, Sunbro's on. Maybe it's time we talk about this thing that we haven't been talked about at all. Like, it feels like the right person to have on the show to have this conversation. Awesome. Then we got Eric Mohr.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I'm here.
It's their sock puppet.
Yeah.
Then the GameBird Classic.
The bird.
I like shorts. Let's battle.
Anyone?
What's up, everybody? Super stoked to be here. Man, it feels like it's weird. You missed one episode. It feels like you haven't been on the podcast in months.
Right.
It's so weird that it's only been 1 week. Super glad to be back. I was on a cruise, guys. It was a family vacation.
Nice.
So, yeah, the bird is back.
Those photos were fantastic. Jealous.
Hell yeah.
You
Yeah,
bastard.
first time on a cruise. I've never done it before. Same for the kids. They all had a blast. They were all like, you know, we didn't get Wi-Fi for all the phones. It's like super
It's
expensive.
expensive as hell, yeah.
So you pay by the day and stuff like that. So the kids were like, dude, this cruise sucks, you know, until they got there. And then they had like an absolute blast. And, you know, they had like teen clubs and they made friends. And
Yeah.
the wife and I got to go off and
That's
do
awesome.
things. But enough about that. I'm ready to spread my wings. Everybody in the audience, please spread your wings and fly the Nintendo skies with us tonight.
Hell yeah. Then we got ThunderStash Gaming.
Yeah, what's up? Happy to be here. Busy as always. Lots of game reviews. Working on a lot. Trying to post a lot. Trying to meet these embargo deadlines. It's just nonstop, guys. But I'm really
busy
excited
season.
for
Busy
and
season.
the Suns, of course, start today. Very shortly here. And I'll tell you guys, I just posted a tweet about it in case you don't know. This is now my 34th season of Suns basketball with never, and I kid you not, I swear on a holy stack of Bibles, never missed a game in 34 years.
Damn.
Wow.
That's impressive.
So this is a monumental day, but I also don't miss work. And I consider, even though I have fun, I consider this work. So right behind me is a 75-inch TV with this.
Oh, hell
It's
yeah.
on.
There you go.
Yeah, my TV's behind me, so
Yeah, right.
that's a monitor for me, the Bucks game. Right there.
As soon as it comes on.
I'd rather
then I
have
froze
the
up.
you know what? I gotta get a 75-inch that folds down from my ceiling here for moments like this. Just because I'd be
sick.
looking right at the camera while I'm watching the game.
Move your projector screen over and just
The projector screen over. Yeah, there we go.
Better yet, get one of those Elgato teleprompter things and just put it on your camera lens, and that way you can literally be watching the game, but
That's
just locked
awesome.
in dead eye contact with the
That's
audience the whole
funny.
time.
The audience
Bro,
will
I'm
do
looking
too.
at it right
Brian is
now.
really locked in. He's locked in today. I'm like, you damn right I am.
I'm looking at it right now. I have the prompter up.
You do have the prompter. What's your opinion on that? Do you like the screen, the quality of it, like as far as the image? If you wanted to watch
Yeah.
a game, would you be open to it, or would it be like not even good enough quality as far as like, you know, something like that?
Yeah. So yeah, it is good enough. I've had it since they went up like for pre-orders. The first prompter.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago. But it's been great. Yes, I have watched Suns games on it. I did last year during the podcast.
Nice.
However, the only problem that I find with it, which is why I'm not using it today, is that I like to be able to at least hear the audio a little bit in the background.
Oh,
And
sure.
I don't want to share it like and try to do anything weird because
Makes
then
sense.
then OBS isn't going to start, working correctly before you know it, everything malfunctions. So
Yeah, I'm
what?
afraid to
just
hit the
gonna-
volume on mine. It might come through to all you guys.
Exactly. No, that I've legit done that before. I'm like, oh my God, I hope they don't hear that. So
I mean,
yeah.
there's only one way to find out. Hold on, let me unmute this. See if you guys hear it. Did you hear it?
No.
Oh,
wow.
shit. Well, I can have audio.
We're back.
Perfect. All right. It's in the back.
Oh well, your audio just got
No,
crunched
now it
because
messed
of
up. Yeah.
That's
And I also want to be able to hear you
All right,
guys.
I won't do
You know
it.
what I
I
mean?
won't
Like
That
I
was
want to be
crazy.
actively participating,
Yeah. Yeah.
You,
Damn it.
which is why I
you
don't do
went
it.
into like telephone mode. It was awesome. That's
Okay,
what they
so
have
yeah, don't put it on.
quality
The application we're using does not like me having that on. Got it. All right. That being said, I'm Nintendo Prime, guys. What's up? You guys should know what's going on at this point. If you don't, I post daily news videos. Yeah, it is what it is. Let's get into the topic roulette. Let's let me see here. I'm gonna do a little eeny, meeny, miny, mo here.
Draw a random number.
Oh, GameBird. See you, buddy.
Oh
Pick the first
snap!
topic.
Let's see what we got. I'll do let's do topic number 4. Virtual console. May it come back? Might ye come back? If
My ye old friend come back. Okay. Eric Mohr.
Let's just, I mean, obviously I should probably just, take the Pokemon's impressions because, that's just who I am and take the easy ones.
Now, the order I was going to go in means I'm next.
Yeah.
Do I leave Stash without a choice? I leave him without a choice. You know what? I'll keep tradition. I'll go last. Stash. Maybe next week. Maybe next week I'll screw around.
All right. So which one did you take, Eric? Did you go Pokemon?
Yeah.
Okay, Pokemon. Yeah.
Let's see.
I feel like I should start doing like because we have such a long show, shiny hunting on the show. Is that rude? I should just like hunt shinies.
No, not at all. That's
Okay.
like
If
that's
you
like
play
half of it.
productive.
You
Unless
can, and you
get
can put it in like your
talking.
little corner of your camera, so
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
Like,
Or if we're
oh,
like
yeah.
2 hours in and I'm like, hey, Bird, you gonna chime in at any point here, buddy?
Hold on, I just spent the last half hour fighting this guy. Wait, what?
I will take topic 3.
You take top of 3? Okay.
Yes.
I figured that of the 2, that would be the one that you would take. All right, cool. That leaves me, for those who don't know, topic 3, guys, is video game industry journalists shrinking stuff. What the hell's going on? Why? And I don't know how we could fix it or some shit. I have no idea. You know, we'll talk about it when it's time. And then that leaves me with
You're missing
The big one.
look, guys.
The main one.
headline- I get the headline topic, the last topic we're covering, and it's misinformation and Nintendo negativity.
That's a big one.
I literally should not have put professional Nintendo shield.
It's okay. You got the enjoyer here. It's okay. It counteracts.
Terrible look, but whatever.
So, according to this topic, then with the misinformation and Nintendo negativity, we chose this last. So that means it's first, right? That's misinformation.
Yeah. All right. Birdman. What are we talking about, man?
All right, let's talk about some virtual console, guys. Essentially, virtual concert. Jesus, it's been a week. Virtual console, after many years of having dead trademark, was recently picked up again by Nintendo of America. A similar thing happened with Virtual Boy last year, and we all know how that turned out. We're getting Virtual Boy on NSO as well as the hardware. Of course, not all trademark pickups are renewals that lead to things. Sometimes they're just renewals. However, let's assume that sure, Virtual Console is coming back. How would you bring it back? Price points, features, and just for fun, do you guys believe that it's coming back? Let's start with FVLAM.
Yeah. So I think my overall opinion is this is probably just a renewal of like just to keep the IP and the branding within Nintendo, right? I don't actually see this coming to fruition just because of the existence of Nintendo Switch Online virtual consoles. But if you were to bring it back, I think the best way would be to be re-releasing more recent games with it. So things on like maybe that were on the Wii U that aren't, you don't want to you don't have to make a remaster of it or a direct port. It would just be, you just emulate it or bring it straight over, right? Things on the Wii U, maybe you have the 3D, finally you do like 3DS or DS or something in that realm of just like, it's for the newer things, and you have to pay for like each individual game, and it's not necessarily, hey, we're planning to make a a platform, hosted app like they have with the current, devices for every single game within the franchise. I think that's the best way you can bring it back. I think another way you could also go about it is doing it in kind of the Nintendo Selects. That's what it was called back in the day, back in the Wii. I think you could do it in a Nintendo Selects fashion where you have these, where, people are complaining about the price points of stuff, and maybe you bring back them in a virtual console way on the Switch, and you give them, and you purposely say, okay, these are $40, $30, $50 games instead of the, the 60, 70, gives you that, okay, here's the bottom of the line price point versus the top of the line of our new games. So, I think that's just the best two ways I would see bringing it back. I don't know how else you would really do it. I mean, I'm open to hear like any other kind of ways, but I think that's where, if it's going to happen, that would be how they do it. But I ultimately think this might be a nothing burger, unfortunately.
What about as far as like price points and stuff? Do you think it would, like, what would you're obviously predicting it would be more recent retro titles?
Yeah.
What do you think you would price that at?
I would hope,
if I remember, it was like what, like between like $3 and $10 on virtual console.
Yeah. So virtual console, like back in the day, was like stupid cheap, like per individual game as well. I mean, I think if you were to compare like, okay, all the games you probably bought on virtual console, if you bought every single game that is on each of these NSO services, right? I think you're probably going to spend more on virtual console in the long run than you are with that. But you do own the games, and that's a big point of conversation right now, is virtual consoles own it. You get to own that game again versus the other side of the coin, which is the subscription-based service. And once you don't pay that month, you've lost access to that whole library, right? So I see the benefits of virtual console in that regard. I think it's a great system that should be brought back in some capacity. I don't see how you bring it back in a modern age, especially when they have the subscription model that, is probably going to be their biggest success. They're yapping over there. I see them yapping about something. They're telling secrets.
Good point, FVLAM. Yeah, whisper as you may. Watch.
Yeah, I know.
Run
They're
away.
Saying, "Oh no, I have all the virtual console games. It was only $100." That's probably something about sports. No. Yeah, that's. I feel like that would be cool. I think that it just needs to be cheaper, and I think that would help fight that public narrative that they currently, this kind of ties into the topic of the negativity surrounding Nintendo and misinformation, right? I think it would help fight that wave of energy coming towards them right now in PR, by maybe having some of these old options that are just kind of like air quotes bottom of the barrel pickups that you could grab.
Anyways, sure. Yeah. Good points. Sunbro Nation, what are we thinking on this one? Do we believe it? How would we like to see it incorporated? And how do you think Nintendo would incorporate it if it is true?
Yeah, well, pre-Virtual Boy NSO announcement, I would have said, no, there's no chance Nintendo's going to bring it back. But they're literally bringing it, they're going to sell a $100 piece of plastic Virtual Boy in 2026 and require that, by the way, to play Virtual Boy games, or the $20 Labo, or 25, whatever it is. So nothing, you can never say never with Nintendo, and they might bring back Virtual Console, but excuse me, FVLAM, you bring up some good points, but I do actually think that it would be more as opposed to it being a Nintendo Classics or more recent games. I think the only way I could see them bringing it back in full force is I think Nintendo would have it as an option to purchase all the games that are in NSO, and they would use it as a way to advertise NSO. So, for example, if you don't have Nintendo Switch Online and you go into your game selection screen, it would say $4.99 for this NES game, one-time purchase, and you own it, and you don't have to subscribe.
I see.
Or it's included with NSO, and then you got 20 for the year, and you get all these games. And so I think it would be more like an advertising tool, because I couldn't remember when you guys were talking about the price. I couldn't remember what they were actually charging, and some of them were cheap. And I think the $199 stuff, I think, is more from like the Wii era, Like,
Yeah.
at least according to this fandom page, like almost every NES game was like $4.99. Almost every SNES game was $7.99. Almost every N64 game was $9.99. I mean,
Yeah.
dude,
Those are all accurate prices.
okay, so I feel like if anything, this would be one of the biggest selling points of NSO, because while I do like the idea of owning it in my digital library, I also bought a lot of those virtual console games that now I'm like, well, they're on the Wii and Wii U. I'm not carrying them forward. And so when I look at the library of content that's available on NSO, I think that would be a good best of both worlds. Because if you do have somebody who's like, I don't want to subscribe to NSO, but I know I want to be able to replay Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask for $9.99 each multiple times on my Switch or Switch 2, then you have branching paths and a choice for consumers. And to give Sony some credit, that's technically what they do with their digital classic games right now, I believe, as well. Like most of the PS2 ones that come into the service as part of the higher tiers, you can actually buy them one-off. So I think options is better. But if Nintendo did it in a way where they like used it to advertise NSO, I think that makes the most sense. And then I just wonder, I don't think it'll ever replace NSO, but as in addition to might be the way that they would go about it. But I'm still very low on the expectations of it actually happening.
Point.
I think that's a great point. It instantly made me think of, for anyone who uses like a smart TV for like your streaming apps and stuff, you search a movie, it'll show you the streaming apps that it's available on, but it will also show like the rent or buy price.
Yeah. There you go.
You'll see all of that right there. And that's kind of like the way you're describing it. My mind kind of went to was like, oh, purchase it for this much or play it for free on NSO.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a great point. Mr. Mohr.
Yeah.
What are you thinking, my man?
I don't know how I top Sunbro's thoughts. I mean, it's just, that makes the most sense. I was kind of thinking, they would maybe bring it back as a new tier of NSO where it's just like you pay even more and then somehow you get the privilege of buying games. Hooray.
Sure. That would be crazy.
That would be very Nintendo to do. But yeah, I mean, go ahead.
Do you think it would be? Do you think this would be? Because I know FVLAM, was talking about. He feels like if they did go about it in the traditional sense, how we saw it before, it would be a little bit more modern retro games, like the Wii era, 3DS era, maybe. Do you think it would include that? Do you think it would be more kind of the retro stuff like we've been getting? Obviously there's so many games that aren't on NSO from third party. I know we've gotten a lot of the big first party stuff, but there is still a massive amount of retro games that could fill out a virtual console for sure.
No, absolutely. And that's actually a really good idea. You kind of spark something with my thought process here. With it being another tier in NSO, but it's your NSO right now currently is all like really games that Nintendo wants there, where if the virtual console could be, third parties can go, hey, I want to put this on the virtual console, it's not tied to one of the consoles that they already have now, but it's any of them that any of the third parties just wants to put it on, that Nintendo was never going to put on their own part of it. I think that would be kind of a cool idea.
For sure.
Whether this will happen or not, it's
give a percentage, 50-50, 60-40,
probably
50-50.
Probably 50-50. It's one of those things that Nintendo could have just re-up the trademark to just re-up the trademark so nobody else can grab it. That type of thing. I could always see Nintendo doing that.
Yeah, I mean, companies do that all the time. So definitely possible. Let's go over to Primal Rage. Unleash your fury, my friend.
Before I do, Sunbro, can you give me a quick recap of what you said while I was gone?
Yeah, I think if it comes back, and I'm low on the likelihood, if I had to do a percentage, it's 20% likelihood that it will happen to 80% that it won't. But I would think that it would be used as more of a way to kind of advertise NSO, but also give players an option. So if you go through the NSO apps and you get to see Mario 64, it's available for purchase standalone as $9.99 as part of your virtual console library, or it's included with NSO expansion pack. So like you have the option, basically, is how that's the only way I could see Nintendo maybe bringing it back in this NSO subscription era.
Okay. So I think that first off, just on the likelihood of it happening, I'm going to go with like a 40% chance that it could happen. I think it's something that, you know, Nintendo has probably at least had a conversation about potentially extra ways of making revenue. You know, because they have the player data. They know how many people are playing the NSO stuff. And they know probably in conversations with a lot of the third parties that some of them just won't bring it over because they don't make any money, right? So, or not much slice of that pie because NSO is so cheap. And, you know, if they crank the price of NSO, people aren't going to pay it. So I think that they look at it as a way that maybe we can get a bigger library available to people, but you have to buy it. Now, so that's why I think they've at least had a conversation. Whether or not that leads to it coming back, I don't know. I think it would be its own separate thing. So just like before, it'd just be its own separate application, just like NSO. You can open it up. It'll be down in the main menu area. And you can buy, you can access your library. It'll just join your library, or you can see your whole library when you get in there. And I think it's going to be a lot of the retro, of course, some of the same games that we already have at NSO, but also if they launch it, it's going to also launch not just with games they already have on NSO, but it's going to have a big library of games that aren't on NSO, and it'll start to make sense why they're not. And what Nintendo will do, because one thing they don't want to do is lose subscriptions. Because if people are only subscribed to access the games, but they'd rather purchase them, sure, Nintendo probably makes more money overall, but then if they're buying third-party games, they make less. What they'll do then is say, hey, if you're an NSO, let's say, expansion pass subscriber, you get a 5% discount on the virtual console games if you want to buy to own.
True.
This is something, by the way, that happens with Game Pass. You can buy those games on Game Pass, but if you're a Game Pass subscriber, you get a discount.
Used to.
Well, used to, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You're going to tell me
because I had it on my list. I double checked and saw that they don't do it anymore.
They've ruined Game Pass. Used to be Game Pass used to be great.
Yeah.
You gotta give
great again.
You gotta give Xbox some credit for just double punching everything down all at once. They didn't even wait a year across just to raise the price on everything across the board, including Game Pass and developer kits. Apparently, it's insane,
dude. I thought for sure they would wait till their next generation before. Just take the loss. They can't get the console off shelves.
Right.
Take the loss.
But here's my thing. I don't think there is a next generation.
They're saying there is.
Yeah, they're continuing to say, but I think you're going to see it be the ROG Ally. It's going to be other manufacturers producing an Xbox that is a premium device, but it's going to be a PC for your TV. Like that's really where
if you look at the way they word it, who's the gal that runs it?
Sarah Bond.
Yes.
If you look at the way she worded her last quote, it's very clear to me. It's crystal clear evident that the way she worded it was the out, because it is not a console. If you look at it, like if we pulled it up right now, you could probably agree that this is the out. They're not going console. I continue to believe they're not.
Yeah.
But you cannot rock the boat with the shareholders. They're already in a bad spot. I've lost all faith in them as a console manufacturer.
Yeah.
I don't have faith in their leadership right now at all.
Yeah.
Like whatsoever. So that's where I'm at with that.
They're going to push cloud, xCloud, and they probably should, because I'm sure that sounds crazy to people, but the fact is they've got the biggest head start on cloud gaming over anyone else. They've been working on it longer. They've got the R&D, the experience. I know we're not at like the 6 and 7G that's probably needed for cloud. It's not like mainstream, you know?
Yeah.
It's not mainstream across the globe, but I feel like that's probably what they should just focus on, xCloud.
Yeah, I feel like you can't really get into the cloud gaming market until internet speeds and internet infrastructure catches up, respectfully. Like, I think you'll have plenty of people who can still do it, and there's some delay, but like, at least with the vast majority of Americans, I would say, like, the average speed is not up to snuff to even watch streaming videos, much less stream a Xbox game, like, you know what I mean? Like, and that's just like a little political, but like, it's just, I just don't see that in the near future until real world infrastructure catches up to the technology.
For sure.
Yeah.
As the resident villain, I disagree with all of you and do think there will be a console. That being said,
oh, I thought you were saying about the internet. I was like,
no.
No,
Yeah. No. That's
It'll
a
be a
fact.
PC console.
I disagree, but that is okay because this isn't an Xbox show. We should keep it
That's
moving.
true.
We have a lot to talk
That's
about
fair.
today.
Anywho,
That's why I'm
Hey,
like,
you wore green. You wore green.
this is true.
so
You may have brought this upon yourself, Nate. to
grass
be
is
fair.
green,
This is
weed is green.
self-inflicted.
Who brought up Game Pass again too? Was that Prime over there? I'm pretty sure. Seems like it's trying to turn it into an Xbox show to me.
Look, the best we're gonna get.
As an
Just get
example,
Spencer on already. Damn.
because that's a good idea. I think Nintendo should do it if Virtual Console comes back.
I was
Wasn't
gonna
meant
say that
to be
too.
a giant conversation. It was just meant to be Game Pass had a cool thing. It don't exist anymore. Nintendo should borrow that cool thing. Anyways,
Xbox
Stash, go,
shell.
man. Go, man.
Go ahead,
I'm good.
Stash.
Okay. I will just say the best they're gonna do is they're going to release a PC disguised as a console.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Guarantee it.
100%. Yeah.
money
If it
on
has multiple storefronts, it that's more or less what it's going to be.
Yep.
And it's going to run Windows.
PC wrapped up as a console to look like one, but it's 100% a PC. Have fun with Windows. All right. Here's my thoughts. Okay, so I think there's an opportunity to make money for Nintendo, obviously, and for these other third parties, and for some of these tough ones to get. Because obviously there's a lot of games that don't make it to NSO because they're tough to get.
Yeah.
Some sort of licensing. Like all the games we want are never going to come there. However, there is a better opportunity for them to appear on NSO, or not NSO, but on Virtual Console. So I think they can coexist. I think they actually should. I loved Virtual Console. Yeah, I still have my OG Wii. I still have games on there like Castlevania, The Adventure Rebirth, and Contra Rebirth that are still only there. They've never been released anywhere else. And that's bullshit. So we need to have a way to play these games. Sunbro, you mentioned it. I had it in my notes too. They have games on PlayStation Premium. I have it, and you can buy them. So these are their classic games, like PS1 games, PS2. And you can buy them through that service. And even if you don't have it, you can buy it. I believe it's a slightly lower price to buy the classic games. But like I mentioned it to you guys, who was that? Time Splitters. Mentioned this maybe a few months ago. We were talking about Time Splitters and about the idea of it coming to GameCube. And I was like, I doubt that would happen. And like, no, I actually think it will, because it was just re-released on PS2 or on PS5 through the PS2. So why wouldn't it come to GameCube NSO? And
we've lost him.
Oh, no.
To build on his point.
Again, why wouldn't we be able to buy it? That's how I look at that.
Back.
It would benefit
Sorry,
Nintendo. It would benefit the consumer. And it would benefit third parties. So that is a win-win-win situation, right? All good. And again, like you look at Game Pass, Nate, you mentioned it. Just because Xbox sunsetted that doesn't mean Nintendo can't take that idea and run with it. Because I thought that was a great idea. Now with Gamecast, it's a little different because like people enroll in that service to get every new game.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And this would be with classic games, right?
Yeah.
So it is a little different, but I still think there's like opportunity there to explore that issue. Now here's one thing I look at. Okay, I just pulled up a few things while you guys were talking. Pricing. All right, this is what I loved about the Wii Virtual Console. Ogre Battle 64, $9.99 on VC. You go to price charting, it's $130 loose. Sin and Punishment, never released in the United States. However, there was a lot of coverage on it in the US, And I always thought, damn, it would be really cool to play that game, but it's never coming here. They released it. I look at something like Paper Mario. At the time when that came out on Virtual Console, it was going for like $90, $100. Another one I look at, Earthbound, loose right now, $335. Okay, they had it for $7.99. This is why Virtual Console is great. Now, here's the thing, though. If I go buy it on eBay, Nintendo doesn't make shit. If I go buy Ogre Battle, Square Enix doesn't make shit. However, if it's on that service, they get a cut now. So again, everybody wins. Everyone's happy. This is why you should do it. That's the logic.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you guys have all made great points. I completely agree with what ThunderStash just laid out. I made a video on my channel when it was like brand new. I don't know. It was like a year, 2 years into the life of Switch, about how I think Nintendo should bring back the Virtual Console. And I think that both NSO and Virtual Console could coexist, and not bringing it back is leaving money on the table. I do believe that having those retro games available to purchase actually is more incentive for people to play the games. I can speak for myself. Like when I hop into Virtual Console, or sorry, NSO, sometimes I look at the selection and I can't really decide what I want to play. And then I'll pop back out and jump into something else. Whereas if I don't know, let's just say, I mean, Stash just brought up Sin and Punishment. If Sin and Punishment popped up on the store for $10 and I go in the store and I'm like, I want to play Sin and Punishment, and I buy it, I'm going to play it. I'm not just going to buy it and just leave it on my screen. So I do think it'll lead to more engagement and could draw more people into NSO ultimately. That being said, as far as the likelihood, I'm kind of 50-50 on this one. I think these things can coexist. I think there's a way that they can blend them together really nicely. Stash kind of pointed it out. Sunbro kind of pointed it out. Those make sense. At the same time, listen, guys, I was gone for a week. So you guys want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. What if we're looking at this all wrong, people? What if they're not actually talking about Virtual Console as we remember, but instead a Virtual Console as in virtual reality, a brand new project that they have, some sort of peripheral? What if they're like, Virtual Console's back, just not the way you all remember it? Just thought I'd throw that out there, because we already mentioned today, Nintendo's wild. They do whatever they want. They released cardboard and sold it to us. So like nothing's off the table with this company. I would not be surprised if it was a play on words and kind of a throwback to something that existed one time, but is actually a little bit more literal than what a lot of us are thinking. What do you guys think about that? I know that's wild. And then secondly, what I love so much, the Wii Virtual Console is one of the greatest things. I played so much and discovered retro games that I never grew up with, that I never would have ever thought of touching. There was a game, I don't know if anyone ever played this game or has heard of it. It was called Dungeon Explorers. And I used to play local co-op with 3 buddies in college on the Wii Virtual Console for hours. I was obsessed. You pick like different classes. It was literally a dungeon crawler with all like 8-bit pixel art. There was like a rogue and a wizard, and I forget all the classes, but I haven't seen a way to play that since. So bring back Dungeon Explorers. But I don't know. I thought I'd mention like the chance of this not being what we think it is, just because I think there's an interesting discussion. I mean, probably much less likely than actually getting some modern version of Virtual Console. But still, there's a lot of people who have toyed with the idea of Nintendo coming out with some sort of virtual hardware or peripheral that works better than what Labo was able to produce. What do you guys think of that? Crazy, I know, it's nuts.
Yeah, I mean, I like that idea. It's cool. I think with the accessories and them pushing, the VR esque stuff with Virtual Boy and whatnot, and having that peripheral available. Maybe that is something that they push on it, is original virtual VR games. I don't know.
That would be the
virtual
perfect
console.
It would be the perfect name for Nintendo's like play on words in history for their like VR headset. I don't know that they will do a VR headset. Like I kind of feel like it's becoming one of those things that it was like the 3D screens and stuff, to be honest. You know how there was like a path where we saw like maybe that was going to go mainstream and take over. And then at the end of the day, people were like, we're not really ready to dive into all that. I think it's going to go more in the direction of just AR glasses that overlay with regular life and the whole closed off up to your eyeballs. I don't think the masses are going to adopt that. But that doesn't mean Nintendo won't do it and call it Virtual Console, which I would love that name, GameBird. That's a good idea for how else they could use it.
Yeah, it was just a thought, thinking about like the possibility of this and be like, oh wow, what if this was just a play on words? What if they're actually planning something a little bit more nuts than what our minds would automatically go to?
I like it. I'll comment on that. So I will say this, that I have PSVR 2. I have the Quest. I play video games, you guys know, on everything. And
ThunderStash plays video games. It's just shit.
If there's one thing I wanted, right, it was for Nintendo to do VR. They're the one company I care about most to do VR because of all the companies, I want to live in those worlds, right? I want to go see the Mushroom Kingdom in VR. I want to see
Hyrule. They have
Hyrule.
the best IP for it too.
They did.
Like just think about stuff that already exists. Luigi's Mansion. Think about that in VR, like sucking up ghosts,
it's endless.
Motion controls, Pokemon Snap,
Wave Race.
Seriously, Wave Race. Yeah.
Flying games are huge in VR. Pilot Wings, baby, bring it back.
Bring back Link's crossbow training.
There's so many things they could do, and they already know how to handle the control aspect of it. So now it's just the viewing, right? And it is interesting that you bring it up because if you think about it, Virtual Boy is such a odd thing to bring back, and I love it, and I'll be pre-ordering it as soon as it goes up. But what if they are easing us into virtual reality? Because it is just such an odd thing. I mean, if you're going to bring out an attachment that costs that much money, you might as well bring out the DS. You might as well bring out that second screen, which, again, I still think they are. Maybe they're just doing things in the same timeline. However, it is interesting that they're the one company, again, I want to see do it. They're the one I care about the most. We'll see.
I'll just say that I don't think it's going to happen. But it made me think of something else. And I don't know why what you said made me think of this. What if we're thinking about Virtual Console all wrong? What if Virtual Console isn't actually virtual? It's game key cards at a store. And that's how Nintendo uses game key cards. Retail space is getting sucked up, right? Xbox is exiting. There's more shelf space. That's the BC section now. Bunch of key cards for classic games.
That's my least favorite idea so far.
Yeah.
For what Virtual Console
actually,
could
you know
be.
what? It's not for me. Hold up. If you could get a game key card though of a classic game, like Mario 3 on NES, and you get it in an actual box that goes on your shelf.
No, it better be
badass. However,
it better be a cartridge though, not a key cartridge.
Yeah,
It'd be
the whole
twice the
point of
price,
a key
though, too.
card is a space saver. It's not. It's to save. It's for the big.
Yeah.
It's for the massive games that can't fit on the 32 or however big those cards are. Like that's the whole point of key cards.
Yeah, considering one of our topics that we have later, I know that if they did that, it would just be negativity around it like crazy. Everyone would be pissed off.
Oh yeah.
And I'm just sitting here. My whole thing was the only defense I would have for it is I hate it. It shouldn't be that way. But would be, well, look, we didn't have any Virtual Console before, so isn't it better than nothing?
Mm-hmm.
It is.
I mean, do I want to carry around, 50 classic game carts I have to keep swapping in to play my $10 game? No, I don't. But,
Mm-hmm.
And if you're trying to appease the collectors,
I can resell it.
I don't think that'll work either because the collectors just seem very bent about all of this, and like they very much will not give in. They're very stubborn about it. It's kind of odd. I mean, I
We're gonna
collect
be left
video
behind.
games, but like,
There's
hey, bro,
gonna be
life goes
certain-
on, man.
There's going to
Yeah.
be certain game key card games that are going to shoot up in value in the collector's market because nobody bought them.
Yep.
There's like so few of them out there of a certain game. I guarantee there's going to be like massive collector's value on some of them.
There's going to
There
be
is.
people who strictly have like collections of just keycard games. Like that'll be a thing. But I think what's crazy about a lot of this discussion is like and Sunbro, you mentioned like before, you would have never thought virtual, or I think it was you, Sunbro, who said you would have never thought Virtual Boy would have been a thing.
Right.
But
Yeah.
but guys, that means that like Power Glove is back on the table. Like,
yeah.
it's totally back on the table.
And,
guys.
and Super
I'm just
Scope
saying,
and everything else. Yeah.
it's
Rob the robot. Let's go.
True.
I can
They
totally
would
see
make
them
that.
bringing Rob back.
Yeah,
I could
can see
totally see them doing it for some, I don't know. Some
There's
special
Rob
event.
games. There's literally games that you need Rob to play.
that.
I could see that for like the NES, like 50th or the Famicom 50th anniversary or
Mhm.
something. Rob comes back.
Now, dude, they do Rob over the Power Glove for that. No, got a Power Glove, man. Classic.
Dude.
It sucks, but it doesn't matter.
It-
People buy it because it's badass.
Dude, it's the coolest piece of shit ever. Like, ever.
I'm
I
thinking,
love the aesthetic of that thing so much.
You still have it?
No, I don't. I
You
don't
love
have
the-
it.
you love the aesthetic of it because it's totally 80s.
It's
Totally.
so 80s.
I still have it. I still have my power pad too, and it still works.
Power pad.
You got the
It's
power
like a
pad and the
LDR.
power glove still.
Yeah, the
Power
Power Pad's the
Pad's
thing you
all
run
right.
on, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, it's like the DDR.
Yeah, I used it for track and field. Track and field.
Yep.
That was what I had that too as a kid.
Yep.
Dude, the glove hurt too. At least it hurt me. Like it was kind of painful to wear.
it's not comfy. Yeah, no, I'm thinking Nintendo just should go lean into the Rob thing and just do the big AI giant company. I'll buy a household assistant robot that is Rob. You know what I mean? So if they can just get behind that and figure it out, I'll do that before a Tesla bot or anything else. So
Next
go.
Alexa.
Yeah.
I would too. I'd be on board with that. I would totally buy Rob.
Yeah.
Totally. That's always my
and it
cart.
can optionally play video games with you, but it also can do like everything else around your house. Makes
Dude,
sense.
you just said the greatest thing ever. I love it. I love it. Replacing Alexa. Hey Robert, what's the weather
Hey,
today?
Rob. I can
Only-
see that. That could actually be something. Hey Rob, what's the latest Nintendo there? Play Mario 3D World music on my Nintendo Music app. Like that. Honestly, I could see that. They're already
Yep.
doing that. Already doing something. I mean, the flower doesn't listen to you, but like the flower thing that
Yeah.
they're coming out with is kind of like a
Ha-
version of that.
Has someone made a? I'm sure this has to be a thing. I gotta hop on like Etsy. Has someone made like a Power Glove oven mitt? It's got to be
Don't.
one, right?
Oh, yeah, somebody
if it's
should've.
not, you need to be
Because
on it right
I'm gonna
now.
get one.
I
yeah.
know. Yeah, I just thought about that. Like, dude, I need to order one tonight if that's a thing.
I host the holidays, man. So that'd be perfect.
Yeah.
Stash, you'll love this one. If they sell the Rob the next Alexa thing, but they have like a skin for Johnny Five.
I got you, buddy.
Ooh, That
Hey.
that would be the other robot I would be willing to buy.
Right?
That
Hey,
and
it doesn't fit
Screech's
GameBird.
robot from
Dude.
Saved by the Bell.
Yeah.
Bed Bath and Beyond sells a Power Glove oven mitt.
I
Yeah,
thought
yeah.
Bed Bath and Beyond went out of business. Am I crazy?
How much is it?
Oh wait. Oh, it's out of stock. I just clicked.
Okay,
So
okay,
maybe
good,
they're out of
good, good,
stock.
good.
Yeah.
Hey, this is why I'm broke.com has it in stock right now, $15. I put it in the
Damn.
Not sponsored.
Send the link
literally.
in private
No.
chat.
Yeah,
So
I did put it in
that-
private chat.
Oh, perfect. Hell yeah.
That's a good place to go to get stuff that's out of stock. Again,
I
this is
never
why
touch-
I'm broke. I'm buying the dumbest shit.
I mean, there is that.
That's legit.
I never grab biscuits without it. Anyways,
All right.
what's the next topic, folks?
Yeah, let's get to the next time. Eric, what the hell are we talking about?
Pokemon. There's this
Oh yeah.
possibly a new game that came out. I don't know.
Yeah,
I've-
there
I've-
is.
I've started playing it. Fairly simple. What do we think of it so far? If you played it, what do we like? what we don't like, and why.
I got it. This is why I'm here. This is why I'm on the show today.
He picked today to come on. He wanted this episode.
Yeah. So whether you may or may not know, I've been very critical of the Pokemon games in the past over the era of the Switch, right? Or it's Switch and Switch 2 at this point. I think Sword and Shield and Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee are very lackluster. I think that Scarlet and Violet should not exist as video games, and I think Legends Arceus is a great step in the right direction, right? This game, while the graphics are lackluster, they aren't game-breaking by any means, and they're not even, I don't even say that they're even distractingly bad. Like they're just not impressive. That's the as far as that goes down. Otherwise, this game fucking rocks. This game rocks, dude. Oh, what's he doing over there? He keeps distracting me. He's like watching basketball or something. Oh, he's got a Diet Pepsi. Anyways, so
he's making me a soda bitch. He's over here like,
he's got the secret code. God, rip it. Come on. No, but these games, like, so they bring all the good parts of Arceus back. So the like live no battle catching is back. The writing and story is better than Arceus at this point, that was like one of the strongest points of Arceus, right? The character customization in this game is so awesome and fun. I mean, it's probably the most in-depth and detailed as it's been in any Pokemon game ever. I've seen so many people, including myself, post things on like Twitter and like showing off how their Pokemon and they're all these different fits. I have yet to see a fit combination kind of duplicated. Like that's how in depth and in detail it goes. But the biggest and best thing about this game so far is the battling, and it's now real-time battle mechanics. So it's kind of like a lot of people have heard they've compared it to Xenoblade, like how combat works there, where there's still like a certain set of moves, and when you use a move, it recharges and it takes some time. But this game does it great. It's fantastic. The beginning of it is a bit of a slog. You give like a 2 to 3 hour tutorial. I know it's awful, but once you get out of that, it's addicting because the battling, the way it works is you're on a timer. Anytime night falls, you're put on a timer. I don't know how long that is in real world, but you are basically going into each of these battle zones and you're battling as many people as you can. And you're like resource managing with like, okay, what Pokemon do I need to put out to sneak attack this? And there's these cards in the battle areas that give you like quests. And it's like, okay, do this specific thing and you get more points and you get more money. And it's like trying to min-max everything so that you're doing like the minimum amount of effort and the minimum amount of turns, and you're getting the most out of every single like move that you do and every single battle that you make. And it's really, really fun. And it has all these multipliers and everything. Anyways, I have yet to have gotten bored of this game. I haven't beaten it yet, but I think I'm close to beating it. I'm going to finish the game on stream this Saturday. But I'm like one rank away from rank A, which is the last one. So I think I'm about to finish the main story. Yeah. The city doesn't get boring to explore. I know that was a big point of contention, that the map is small and the cities, whatever. As the game goes on, there's these wild areas, right? That's where you like catch the Pokemon, but the Pokemon aren't restricted to just the wild areas. You can find them anywhere in the city, and there's like a bajillion side quests and characters that you can find throughout the city that like give you little tasks to do and all that jazz. And the wild areas continue to expand. It's a story point. I won't say why. I don't want to spoil anything of the story. But they continue to expand throughout the city. So the city changes every night. And every night, the battle zone also shifts around the city and changes where it's at in the city. Dang, I bored Prime out of my Pokemon talk. But yeah, that's ZA. I am, again, very, very critical of these games. And this one does it for me, man. This one's a good one. It gives me hope that future Pokemon games are going to go in the right direction. They took more time with this one. And I hope that they see the positive reception to this certain aspects of this game and they take that moving forward. So, but anyways, that's my TLDR review of this game. And yeah, it's fun as hell. And I have it pulled up on my other monitor too, if y'all wanted to see the battle mechanics, because this shit rocks. It's really good. I'm waiting for Prime. Where did he go?
Can I hop in
Yeah,
next?
hop in.
Let's
Hop
jump
in. Yeah,
over to
please.
Sunbro.
Yeah.
Yes, hop in.
So I got a lot to say about this too. Now, granted, FVLAM, I'm not as far as you are. I'm about 8 hours in ish, and so I'm still. I mean, by the time I did side quests and some of the wild zones where I'm at, I'm still early on the ranking up system. But
yeah.
Okay, so first off, this is going to be kind of a fun one to dive into, I think, from the negativity standpoint, because FVLAM, you're very positive on it across the board. If you've been looking at the internet's discourse around it,
I know.
you would think
I've made some videos. I got some comments.
You would think it's the biggest burning dumpster fire of a game that has ever graced a $60 or $70 price point.
And I'm like,
however,
hate for Scarlet and Violet. Anyway,
well, I know I'm with you. Okay, so because that's the thing is like I'll take I'm not a fan of the textures. It's very obvious that the buildings are completely flat and that there were shortcuts taken to 100%. Get this city looking done and playable. And maybe it's not playable for some, but if you cross compare it with Scarlet and Violet and how shitty those ran from a frame rate perspective. I mean, I would take flat textures and now granted, I'm playing on the Switch too, but rock solid 60 FPS with a smooth 4K resolution any day over a more detailed world, maybe, but it can't run it. You know what I mean? But I do get the criticism there, and I can objectively see that, if you just looked at this in the modern gaming landscape, there's some valid critiques that Game Freak,
I agree.
The city kind of all looks the same. The textures look way too simplistic, and if the graphics are going to be a sticking point for you and why you enjoy a game in 2025, you are going to have that as a problem. But my theory is most of the rage and backlash towards this game are people who haven't actually gotten into it and played the battle system, because that's what this game is trying to sell you. And it's pretty obvious to me that this is way more battle focused than any other Pokemon game has been. Like the whole thing's built around that. At least that's my experience so far. And there is some elements of Arceus I miss, because I do like the bigger open map. I know it's like the city feels dense and it feels like there's a ton to do. But the one thing that I have found myself like critical of so far is the wild zones, at least 8 hours in or whatever. They all feel the same, but laid out slightly differently. And there's not enough variety of environment. And now that was my concern the whole time I was watching the trailers. I was like, I don't know if I'm going to like the entire game unfolding in the city. And to be fair, I don't know if that changes late game or if you get like a snowy environment or a desert environment. Probably not is my expectation, but I'd be happy to be proved wrong about that.
I will bite my tongue.
Okay, thank you. I don't know. I mean, like I said, to be fair, I don't know. So there is some stuff that, and then there's also some small complaints, because like I said, I want to get some of the complaints out of the way first, but I'm actually largely with you on a lot of, because this game's doing a lot right also. But there's some moments. Okay, so the day-night cycle, I like it, but then I hate how you can literally be mid catching a Pokemon that you just damaged to nothing and you threw your Pokeball and it is a forced hard break. Like, okay, now it's the next day, so let's recap everything that happened at night and we're just going to cut you off. Like, that would have been cool if it was a seamless transition that happened in the background. Oh, day is now night, and then you get like that in a pop-up menu to the side, but it doesn't straight up interrupt the gameplay. I don't like how they fragmented it off like that. So there's some things like that, and with the overall just it mainly taking place in the city and the wild zones kind of being my biggest complaint for how I catch Pokemon the majority of the time. They are everywhere in the city, but I don't just like it all happening in the city. That said, where you have the depth and the fun and this is a new Pokemon experience, it is in the real-time battles, because I cannot remember the last time. Well, I mean, Legends Arceus was the closest thing to it. I did like the smoothness of the battle transition and the live Pokemon catching and all of that, but this has taken that to another level by a lot. I mean, having every attack that you start to, like, I started to put my attacks on specific buttons, so that way I kind of knew, like, okay, like my Y button is always going to be like my number one most powerful attack out of the gate, and then my B button is going to be a quick attack to follow up and stuff. You will start to like get a different kind of strategy going in this game that in real time you don't get all the time in the world to think about, am I using the right weakness against this Pokemon, or am I throwing out a Pokemon that's weak against this type that I'm fighting? Like, it feels way more engaging than battle has ever felt in a Pokemon game before. And it 100% feels like the right direction and the natural evolution of the series for me. So I want to see I want to see this battle system in the mainline games. It may not happen yet, but this is a great, huge first step towards that. And it's really fun. And there's a lot to do. And it's so much fun to like have your Pokemon go attack something on the side, but then like Z target, catch, lock on, and throw another, like literally catch a Pokemon in real time, but then you're still battling this other one. And then once that one gets knocked out, you catch it next. Then you're dodge rolling out of the way of an alpha Pokemon that's trying to attack you. Like, this is the real anime happening in real time. And there's a lot that this game's doing right. So I get the critical stuff online, but I honestly think a lot of it are people who have not played the game yet. Agreed. Because if you do play the game, if you play the game and you get past the opening tutorial, which, as FVLAM said, is like literally 3 freaking hours. If you get past that, though, this game becomes really fun. And I'd be surprised if many people weren't just way more positive on it if they actually gave it a fair shake.
Yeah. But I think the biggest barriers to entry with this game is the price. Just that $70 price tag is definitely something that hurts. And I also think that what was my other point? I'm so sorry. I had it and I lost it. I mean, I agree with you. Everything on all the critiques are valid is the thing. Like, they're valid, but the immense amount of hate online towards people for enjoying this is absolutely absurd. And I think it stems from our like later topic that we have coming up, where there's just been like negative Nintendo grifting that's been happening. And I think this is a subsect of that, both from people being scorned from Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and also whatever this giant campaign almost against Nintendo has been recently. Prime, I want to show some gameplay of the battling system. If you want to let me share my screen, it's okay if not, though. I've tried to pick an area that's like not.
No, go for it, man.
Yeah, my screen share. I think you got to like approve it or whatever.
Oh no, Eric's got it. Okay,
there you go. Perfect. All right, so I'm just gonna. So the battling system is, so you go to an area at night. The top left, the map has a timer. You can't really see it. It's that red ring around the map. There's these cards on the ground. You can pick it up and it's like, okay, land a poison type move, right? So if you pick a Pokemon that has a poison type move, like my Victory Bell here, I would get points towards that, and it builds towards like my rank card thing that I have. And then there's also the medals, which are basically converted into money. So you can be winning upwards of like, $50,000 per night. The more trainers you beat each night, the more money it multiplies how much money you're going to get at the end of it. And it's really cool. Another cool mechanic of this battle system is you can sneak up on people and get a first hit and just one hit KO.
Or your follow-up attack. Like, if, for instance, if you used your strong one on a sneak attack, it's already fully charged. So you get a second go at it the minute you're in battle, which is really cool.
And so it's this, it creates the system that is incentivizing you to battle as many people as possible, which for me personally, the past, like, I think in almost all Pokemon games, I almost tried to actively avoid battles that were not necessary.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I did the same thing.
And this is the first time I'm like, oh, I want to find every motherfucker in this area, and I want to kick their ass right now. Like, it's like, that's the best part about it. And you can dodge, and and you can even get hit by the other person's moves, and it can like hurt you like as a person. There's my character that I have the really cool hairstyle and everything else. That's the other part about it. Love your outfit. Thank you. Hang on, we gotta hit a little pose. Hang on one second. Hit a little. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, serious with my Garchomp. Anyways, that's it. I just wanted to kind of showcase that you can like really basically like run around this entire area, like run through the rooftops or scaffolding here that you can run up through. I don't want to show too much just for trying to not spoil folks, but that's the vibes here. It's super fun, and you can just keep reloading the area and respawning trainers and going and going and going. It's pretty sick.
Badass. Sunbro, you got any more thoughts?
No, I think I hit the main ones. I'm having fun with this game, and despite the online negativity around it, and I think some of it's warranted, I think a lot of people are just gonna only look at the negativity of the game and not ever give it a chance and not realize they're passing up on probably the Pokemon game that, from a lot of aspects, not all of them, people have been asking for, which is a dramatic redesign of battle encounters with Pokemon, and it's really fun.
Sweet. GameBird.
Yeah. Listen, this game's awesome. I'm having a blast with it so far. I did make a video on it, and Prime actually streamed my video the other night. I got to watch some of it. It was around dinner time for me, so I got to watch some of it. I did check the reactions, and I think people got a false impression of my early impressions of the game, because I wanted to keep it balanced. Listen, this game's a ton of fun. I'm having a blast playing it. It's been hard for me to put it down at night before bed. So I've been like staying up late on work nights because I want to do a little bit more, or maybe I want to see if I could get a shiny of a Pokemon that I like. That's a really good sign. That being said, I do have some critiques with the game, and my goal in my video was to talk about the things that I like so far, and the things, and this is granted maybe a little bit over 10 hours in, about 11, maybe 12 hours. I play very slow. I kind of try and see everything and do every side quest before I move on to the next story beat. So that's how I've been playing. So the way I did it is I'm like, well, I'm going to draw comparisons to Legends Arceus, because this is a Legends game. It's a spinoff. Yeah. It's not a main gen game. This is a spinoff series. So I'm going to compare it to that game. I will say my early impressions of this game are a lot stronger than my early impressions of Scarlet and Violet for many reasons. But I did a back and forth, pro, con. I gave even pros, even cons. And then I gave a con for both Legends games that made me sad. But I know people thought like, oh, it sounds like you didn't like the game. You just like the combat system. So I'll reiterate here those points. I have a couple extras to make. And I'll do it the same format because it was a lot of fun to kind of do pro, con. The first pro, you guys both already mentioned it right off the bat. The star of the show is the combat. It rocks. It's so much fun. It not perfect. I have had some issues where on a rooftop, like my Pokemon like falls down off the edge, and I've had that happen too, which can be a little frustrating at times. But despite that minor occurrence that happens every once in a blue moon, it's just fun. It's active, reacting. I love how, because this one's not turn-based, when the trainer switches their Pokemon, in the mainline games, you get they're going to be summoning this Pokemon. Would you like to summon a new Pokemon? And so you get to kind of react to what's happening. They just toss it out on the battlefield, and you're like, oh crap, I got the wrong typing, and you've got to swap on the fly and despawning your Pokemon to avoid attacks. It's just really cool. It has a nice fluid momentum that keeps the battles fast paced. And like FVLAM said, it's made it to where like there are times where I kind of wish I could avoid certain battles in previous entries, where it's like I'm battling as much as I can. I'm trying to battle as many trainers as I can before it becomes daytime. That's a good sign, in my opinion. Negative, and this is probably the biggest negative for me. The world design, it's just not as interesting as Arceus. Obviously Arceus, it's this whole new world, sky's the limit. You're traveling the oceans, the mountains, the seas. It gives you that true sense of discovery and adventure and wanting to know what's behind every nook and cranny, even beyond discovering Pokemon. And you just don't have that here. And I know a lot of people are saying like, oh, it's because like, why'd they choose to have it in just one location, just the city? And I don't think that's the issue. I think that's a killer concept. I love that concept. The problem is what that requires is effort that Game Freak doesn't really put into their games or funding, as far as like all the NPCs being on like a daily schedule. like the city feeling alive. Maybe every quadrant of the city feels like a different biome. Maybe as the city is getting built up, it's become like way more technologically advanced and just dramatic changes to the city as you progress. The Pokemon zones, the catch zones, the wild zones in the game, they don't cut it for me. If they had unique biomes, I think that would go a long way. I think the fact that they're just the city, but it's a walled off area. So when they add new ones, as they've been adding, as I've been playing through, I'm like, okay, it's cool. There's a new zone, but like this part of the city already existed. Like nothing's changed other than there's a wall around this park now, and there are Pokemon here. So I feel like if they really dove into making the city feel alive and having unique quadrants and certain districts that are themed after whatever the district. I know the old Lumios wasn't like that, but guys, it's the future, So I think the world was a mess. Positive, and I don't want to talk too long. The momentum, the gameplay, the moment-to-moment gameplay. I love the carrot on the stick type of like checklisty gameplay of this game with the research missions and the side quests and the ranking stuff. Like there's just so much stuff that even in a small session, I feel like I'm always making progress towards something, not just my Pokedex or evolving my Pokemons. And I love that. I love that I could drop in for 15 minutes and feel like I made progress towards something. There's a lot of goals, and it just keeps the gameplay a lot more fast paced than Arceus, which was it was a much slower paced out game. In some areas, it felt kind of sparse beyond just the Pokemon catching. So I really love that. Another positive, the performance, the game, it's the best running modern Pokemon game, period.
By a lot, especially if you're playing on the Switch too. Yeah.
It's so, and I know it's a silly thing to say, but playing a Game Freak game on Switch 2. I don't know how the Switch. I'm playing on Switch 2, guys, so I don't know how the Switch 1 performs.
Yeah, so I played it on Switch 1. It's definitely noticeable, especially in comparison to Switch 2. But it's not bad. It's still better than Scarlet and Violet. It's still I would say it runs about the same as like Sword and Shield. It's at 30 frames. It has a little bit more pop-in issue. Something that I noticed is like some of the things in the distance pop in a lot sooner. A lot, like you have to be a lot closer to them is what I'm trying to say. And the textures, as crazy as it sounds, do get more bland on the Switch version.
Yeah, and so that brings me to my con. And my con, so performance, fantastic. They crushed it, at least on Switch 2.
Yeah.
I've never there is no 3D Pokemon that's as buttery and creamy experience as this one is. So love to see that. Con, I'm not going to say graphics. I'm going to say what I've said on this podcast throughout the year. It's the art style, folks. Pokemon's art style is bland, uninspired, and boring to me. Yes, I think it's an art style problem. I just think I would love to see, and I think Arceus was a step in the right direction. I think it went for something a little painterly, and I would have loved to see them like lean way harder into that, or something more stylized, whether it's cell shaded, whether they went for like making it look kind of like the OG concept art, that kind of I don't know, like just something to like the world of Pokemon is so whimsical and magical, and the art style for me doesn't convey that, and I would love to see that. I would love to see something that doesn't just look so stale. I don't know. That's just my opinion. I feel like it's a stale art style. I actually think the best art style of the 3D Pokemons is Let's Go, to be honest.
I agree with that.
I think that with Let's Go. I like the style on that.
Mm-hmm. I think the characters in this game are probably, in terms of art style, are probably the strongest they've ever been. But I see your point in terms of the world itself. Yes, I agree with that. It's tough.
The characters in the world almost blend together. I feel like it's like, I don't know. I do agree that like obviously the characters are way more animated this time around, and I think that helps a lot. But I don't know.
Go ahead.
I would love to see them just inject more creativity. I'd love to see a Pokemon game that looks nothing like visually anything. It doesn't have to be realism. I don't need fur on my Pikachu. I don't need scales on my Charmander. You know what I mean? I don't want realism in Pokemon. I want it to be, dude, even if it looked like a Ni no Kuni game or something like that. Oh man, that's beautiful. So art style negative. Another positive, the mega battles. They're awesome. They're like, the mega battles are so fun. To have something that feels like actual boss fights in a Pokemon game. Hell yes. I'm gonna fly through the rest because I feel like I've been talking forever. These two all bundled together. Voice acting is, for whatever reason, never noticeable in the previous games. I don't know if it's because the characters are more animated this time around, but it's really jarring in this one. At least in the opening cinematic, I thought my game was kind of like bugging. I was like, oh, is my game bugging? I'm like, oh no, of course, there's no talking here. And tied together with that, the sound design, the city, I wish you heard conversations and chatter in the background and cars honking, and it sounds like a city. Again, for that immersion, just like the sound design, I wish could be better. Last positive, and this one might be divisive. I love the catching mechanics in this game. Loved it. And I love that you can battle a Pokemon and knock them out and get one chance to catch them. And it doesn't make them go away. Dude, there's nothing more frustrating. And I get it with like the high level Pokemon, people want a challenge. But when you're in early game and you just like you accidentally kill a Pokemon in a like early part of the game with a low spawn rate, you're like, really? And then you walk around for like an hour just to find that Abra again, Yeah. So obnoxious. So that was a huge win for me. I hope that's something that goes into the main line. And then this last negative so far, and again, I'm still early in the game. And this one, I know Prime had some issue with, and I've got some counter arguments to whatever he pulls out of his ass for this one if he wants to come at me for it. This is a complaint against both Arceus and ZA. And I know people might disagree in the comment section. This is my personal preference, so this is just me. The lack of gyms in both games for me is a big miss. Arceus, I feel like the thought of incorporating into that setting the creation of the very first gyms and stuff just sounds so cool, and breaking up the pace and having those monumental battles against memorable characters, I just think would have been really, really awesome. When ZA got announced, I was like, heck yes, we're gonna get gyms now. It's in the city. What do gyms even look like in the future? What's the gym experience gonna be this much far ahead?
I think it's Globo Gym, right? That's right, what gyms look like in the future.
Right. So, and I know people are going to say, well, you don't need gyms because the core mechanic of the game is ranking from Z to A. But and I love that mechanic. But, and again, I'm early, so I don't know what changes. I mean, I've flown through the bottom ranks, and I don't know. I feel like they could have incorporated gyms into this game in a really clever or creative way. And even off the top of my head, thinking about, I just did the time skip, so that's where I'm at in this. Or not?
Okay, that makes more sense. I fear that opinion will change as you play more. That's all. Okay,
and that's fair. These are just early impressions. So
there are some very colorful characters that are very gym leader-esque that you have to eventually.
Fair enough. Yeah, because I've been like battling like taxi drivers and cooks.
Yeah, no, which is
right. So
I mean, that is the early ranks. They're not serious.
Yeah, exactly.
For sure. But real quick, I just want to finish this point real quick. I would have loved to see them do something where like gyms exist, like the future of gyms exist in this game, but they have precursor ranks. You're not allowed to enter the gym unless you've hit a certain rank or something like that. I think would have been really cool. But I also think it's a good way to weave in new story elements and also break up the pace. Even though I love the fast paced nature of it, gyms are just staples for me. And like I heard Prime say last night, because I know Prime came at me. I'm going to call you out on this one. You were like, what's the big deal with gyms, everybody? And you were saying that we've had gyms in the like 99 out of 100 Pokemon games. So what's the big deal? To that I say, Yes, while that is true, I still love that staple. And when we didn't get traditional dungeons in Breath of the Wild, I felt like, man, I would love it if this game had traditional dungeons. When I love the Persona series. If we got a new Persona game that didn't have the social elements, one of my favorite staples of the series, I'd probably still love the game and have a blast, but I'd still wish, even though the previous entries all have the social stuff, I'd probably be like, I would have liked them to bring back the social stuff. So sometimes there's core staples in a series that you just love. And for me, gyms are one of those things that I love. And I would love to see them evolve the puzzle mechanics leading up to the gym boss. Figuring out some of those, like Sabrina's gym and stuff back on the Game Boy days was like, that's so memorable. So I don't know.
Yeah. One quick, like a super quick one. The writing in this game, it is hilarious. Like the deeper and deeper you get into this game, there are some genuine moments where I was like, oh, that's awesome. Like, it's so fun. Like, and also just the way the characters talk to each other it's very like matter of fact and very like, this is very Gen Z coded. Like, I don't know. I don't know how else to explain it other than like, it just felt like, it felt like somebody my age or even younger wrote this dialogue or like translated this dialogue or whatever. This rocks. This is cool. Anyways, that's my other like positive I wanted to throw in there. I found really cool experience.
I have one last point just to wrap up this or tie the bow on this one is that with all those positives and critiques or maybe some negatives, I'm having so much fun. Like I said, it's been really hard for me to put this down. I'm early on. I got not only did FVLAM just say some of that stuff changes later game. I've had comments on my video let me know like, oh, I think you're going to be happy with some of the stuff that you see that changes as you get further. Some of my things that are negatives might just like completely flip and be positives. My experience is better than Scarlet and Violet so far. I'm really having fun. It's not perfect, but I really love this Legends series that they've created. My hope for this series going forward is that they use this to experiment with Pokemon. I feel like no Legends games should feel like the last. As much as I would have loved to see them build on Arceus and fill it out with gyms and voice acting and more towns and populate it, like we're gonna have the mainline stuff for that. They've already gone the open world for the mainline. Experiment and then listen to the people. Take what works. Take the cool battle system, take the exploration of the first Legends games and inject that into the mainline, the new gens, and create the best of both worlds for us. So who's to say where I'll land on this one? This could be like a 7 out of 10 for me, could be a 9 out of 10 for me. I won't know till I get there. Right now, all I can say is despite my critiques, I'm having so much fun. And the moment I get off this podcast, I'll be booting the game up. So I hope everyone out there who's playing, I hope you guys are having fun too. And special prayers from the GameBird. I hope you all receive the shiny of your dreams.
True.
Yeah. Well, I was originally going to go Stash next, but to be fair, I kind of have to let Prime go next so he can defend his honor.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sorry. Was someone talking the last 20 minutes?
Damn.
I was on mute. The only reason I even know I'm supposed to go is because Eric is technically sitting right next to me. I'm busy with the bucket of victory here. So what are we talking about again? Oh, right. Hey, there's a ticker. It reminds me. Legends EA. Fuck gyms. So
real and based.
Okay, so wait, 2 people on this podcast hate gyms.
I don't hate gyms. I just don't. I'm okay with them not being in the game. Like it's not a deal breaker for me. It's not a deal breaker.
Exactly. Well, earlier at the gym. Yeah.
Guys, come on now. I never said it was a deal breaker. I just said I miss gyms and I wish gyms were in the game.
I'm okay with if 2 out of the last
were gyms in the last Pokemon game?
And Scarlet and Violet, yes.
I was asking GameBird.
Oh my bad.
Yeah,
sorry.
Absolutely.
It's only been one game.
Yeah,
I give a shit.
But again, like I said, I missed traditional dungeons. It was only one game.
You were wrong then too.
Okay, fair enough. Tell that to
No, I disagree.
you
Traditional
divine beast
dungeons,
shill.
yeah, traditional dungeons were missing from Breath of the Wild, and they'll never not be missing. We just
you.
accept that it's still also an awesome game without them, but
Yeah.
they will forever be missing. And I can see the gym argument personally, but I'm also not missing them yet, so I'm a little indifferent on that.
Sure.
I'm going to say
Yeah.
something about gyms.
No one asked you. I'm just kidding.
Well, actually, you
Please
did.
come back to the show. I'm just kidding.
So, look, I'll get to my thoughts on ZA in a moment, but I just want to say about gyms. First off, I'm not like the biggest Pokemon guy. Okay.
Sure.
Everyone knows this. It is what it is. Fell out of love with the series after Gen 2, basically. But I loved Legends Arceus. Loved it a lot. That dude, I can give two shits about gyms in that game, man. That game was about world. That was all about building a world. And it's funny too, like when we talk about gyms, correct me if I'm wrong, because again, I'm not a Pokemon expert. Isn't it one gym per town, per city? So like, how would that even work with gyms in this game when it's only one city anyways?
Yeah, the gym there is in this city there was the fourth gym leader. I forget his name.
Easy.
But he is a little electric gym leader, but it was only
Towns, precincts, streets.
one. Yeah.
I run
Oh,
these
you could
streets.
Yeah, you could break it up by district,
I
right?
run these streets.
Maybe right though. You could do it like that.
Well, that's not a gym then. That's just gangs, and you're just
So
trying
you
to
could have
put
a
the gangs
gym
down.
that runs the streets,
Yeah, that's a gang. They call it a gang stash.
but you could call it that in this game, no problem.
But then
This isn't as big as of a hurdle as you think it is what I'm saying.
What guys, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm confused. I want to make sure I'm not giving bad information on the podcast. Someone in my chat keeps saying over and over again to stop saying it's a spin-off, that it's a mainline game. Did I miss something?
Legends games
mainline?
are
Yeah,
Legends games are mainline games, yes.
Yes.
So is this
They
Gen
tie,
10?
they constantly
No.
no, they don't define a new generation. A new generation is like brand new Pokemon come to the forefront. But these games do tie in and directly reference and are influenced by the main series. Excuse me, the main games that had come before it. But the Legends games are main series games. They are just the more experimental games that are
Think of it
running
like
in parallel.
Black and White, and then Black and White 2.
Is
Those are both mainline. One
So
follows the other.
is this like a I'm genuinely curious. Is this like a Game Freak confirming, or is it just because it's within the same
They say
canon?
that when they first introduced
Okay.
Arceus, they said this is a new mainline series
Got it.
that we
Okay.
are running in parallel to the classic turn-based whatevers. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's not the Gen 10.
Yeah,
No.
typically if it's a spin-off, it's the fact also it's in-house Game Freak, right? So
Right.
most of the spin-offs aren't done. They're only either partnered with Game Freak and they only do like half of the work, or it's completely outsourced to like Creatures Inc.
Got
or a
it.
different company.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool deal.
So, like, spin-off
Everyone, I
the-
apologize for saying spin-off games. I stand corrected. I didn't know. I honestly
No,
didn't
it's
know.
okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you for calling it a spin-off. It's very different from what we've seen. So
Okay,
But yeah.
so back to me. The
Back to
only
you.
one that matters right now is called upon, and everyone's just interrupted me. I do that. The amount of times I've interrupted people, I have this coming. Okay, it's cool if I can't even talk this whole topic. Because again, I'm not a Pokemon guy. So setting the gym stuff aside, we can have that debate a different day. I just don't feel like it's worth talking about it now, because I also feel like to have the gym conversation where like he's missing it in ZA, I feel like we have to beat the game before we really realize.
yeah,
You know, like I think it's not worth having the conversation yet on that. We can have it with Legends Arceus, but that's like not the conversation today. So
yeah,
for Legends EA, I'm not that far into the game for starters. I actually think me and Eric are probably at the same point in the game, are very close. I might be slightly ahead of him.
I think you're slightly ahead of him.
Yeah, slightly ahead of him. Because I just haven't had a lot of time to play, which is totally fine. It's pretty typical of me. I don't have a ton of time to play. And again, I'm not a Pokemon guy, so I'm not going out of my way to make time to play, right? I will do that for games like Zelda or something like that. I'm not going to do that for Pokemon because I'm not huge into Pokemon, but I've live streamed it a little bit. Had some fun with that. I'll just say that Yeah, graphically it sucks. I mean, there's not really if anyone thinks the game looks gorgeous, then you only play Pokemon games. I'm not
No,
even
that's fair.
not even
It's
kidding.
fair too. It's not. Nobody should be arguing with that statement.
Yeah, it's not even a joke. For some reason, there's like this confusion online that I'm like defending the art style. No, I think the art style is a little dated, and I think that the graphics are terrible. That said, graphics aren't why I play games. Now, for some people, graphics are some of the most important reasons they play games. So to that end, I say I understand. If you really care about visuals, because visuals to you immerse you in the world and create a sense of cohesion and connection, I get it. Pokemon's probably never been the series for you, especially the last 8 years since it went to 3D. It's never been visually impressive, in my estimation, from the moment it came to Switch. Whether it was Let's Go, whether it was Sword and Shield, Arceus, Scarlet and Violet, and now ZA. None of these games are visually impressive. And I know a lot of people feel like, okay, well, there's no excuse for it because $150 billion franchise. What the hell are we doing? And I don't even disagree with you. You're not wrong. This is one of the biggest IPs in the world. They should make it look better. However, that's not why I play games. So gameplay to me has always trumped visuals. And this is actually true across all of gaming. Regardless of how much discourse you see online, the most popular games in the world aren't that great looking. Roblox, Fortnite, Minecraft. These are not like visually impressive games. And yes, some of the visuals have got better over time. I know Fortnite looks better today than it did back in the day. I know Minecraft, they've updated it and looks better. Doesn't matter. The point is, people are still playing it on things like Switch 1 where it can't look like that. And they don't care. I know this. I have kids that play on Switch 1 and they don't care. They don't care that it looks better on my Switch 2 or that it looks better on the Xbox or the PC. They just don't care. That's not why they play. They're not playing for visuals. So that's the big thing to remember, because I've always called Pokemon, regardless of me being a 39-year-old man playing Pokemon, kids first RPG. It's always been that way for me. It's what it was for me when I was a kid. And as I've dabbled in Pokemon over the years, even as I fell out of love with it, it still always felt like, well, I fell out of love with it because I played better RPGs than Pokemon. And that's because those RPGs grew up with me. Final Fantasy grew up with me. You know, these RPGs have grown up with me and become more mature in terms of their battle mechanics, their storytelling, and everything in between. Pokemon never did. Pokemon has just been kind of, I don't want to say the same. They've obviously made tweaks and did different things and the Mega Evolutions, all this other stuff. I'm not an expert on Pokemon. But the point is, it always felt very simplistic. I know it can get really hardcore with the multiplayer scene. I've never given a shit about that. I played it for the RPG aspect, which is the single player aspect. And from the single player aspect, it's been a kid's first RPG, pretty much to me anyways, my entire life. So when I approach it from that perspective, you realize, well, the visuals then don't really matter that much because kids don't give a shit about it either. So what do I think about the rest of the game? Like, can I have fun with a game that looks like shit? Well, let me tell you, I enjoy Fortnite. So yes, I can enjoy games that look like shit. And I was playing it on Switch 1 at like 18 FPS. And doing pretty well because they kept partnering me with like people that were playing it on phones. And while it runs better on the phone and looks better on the phone, you're using touch controls. Come on, buddy. I'll kick your ass with 18 FPS with twin sticks. That said, no, for real though, I've really enjoyed the battle system. That's really the big thing that stands out is the battle mechanics. It's kind of like with, Arceus, where it was the catching mechanics that really stood out. And then they kind of built this, raw world around it, and even had the thing where you were like building up the town. I enjoyed all of that. It's actually my favorite Pokemon game. I'm no longer a Gen 1er, guys. Arceus is my favorite Pokemon game. I didn't even think that was possible. And ironically, it has no gyms. That said, when we're talking about ZA, the battle system's been fantastic. And so far, the storytelling has actually been pretty solid. Definitely a step up from what I'm used to with Pokemon. Still not like fantastic or great. This isn't Xenoblade. Hell, this isn't even Zelda. But it's a step up from what I'm used to with Pokemon games, where there's not really much to the story. It's, hey, we tell you the big goal at the very beginning. That's pretty much it. That's the story. Yeah, there's some little side quests and stuff in between sometimes, especially in Scarlet and Violet. They put a lot of side quests and they have multiple main story things you could do, but still wasn't that like complicated or like that interesting to me. Although for some of you, it probably was. So Legends EA, the story feels really good to me. There's other things that really bug me though, and this is less about the graphics. The NPC animations. This is a city. I've been to many a city. People don't just stand there.
Yeah, a lot of them are very stagnant. Yeah.
Which, by the way, sure, that's what it was like in the top-down games. You know, that's fine. 2D environment. Game Boy, limited ability to do things. This is a 3D game running at 60 FPS. I think 4K on Switch too. I'm not quite sure on the resolution. I haven't checked, but
it's upscaled, but it is 4K. Yeah,
it looks really clean. On my TV.
4K 60. It's awesome. Yeah.
So like that means, at least on Switch 2 and on Switch 1, I've heard it's pretty like a very rock solid 30, 1080p 30. So I'm like, that's good. So it's running very smoothly on Switch as well, just not at 60 FPS. That to me means there's headroom to do more. Well, okay, if you're going to do the flat texture buildings and you're going to do all the things that just don't look good visually, why not have the NPCs actually feel like they are alive? They might as well just be blocks from Minecraft that I walk up and randomly talk to. Because outside of battles, they basically don't exist as people. That's like my number one complaint about the game. Isn't the graphics, it's how dead the NPCs feel. Even more dead than Scarlet and Violet, which is weird to me. But the NPCs in Scarlet and Violet, a lot of them moved. They were talking to people. They did things. I'm in just a city, and these people aren't moving. I literally saw it in the opening scene when you get off the train. You guys remember, we're watching me live stream. I stopped for a second, and I said, okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people standing in the exact same way with no motion and no life. Did I get to a city, or did I just walk into the morgue? And that's what it was. Literally my first interaction with NPCs.
Even worse, it was the city morgue.
City morgue. Yeah. So that's been my number one complaint so far. Is like it just doesn't feel like a city. And I'm not saying that as I get deeper in, like it won't open up and there won't be more stuff to do. Like I'm hearing, you guys talking about, there's all this stuff to do once you get past the tutorial and the certain part of the tutorial being as long as it is. Come on, guys. Come on.
What rank are you, Prime, by the way?
No, don't even ask me my rank.
Oh, okay. So you're still pretty
I'm not Z. I'll tell you that. I'm not Z.
Well, it gives a good gauge both for listeners
I'm not very
and for us here.
I've only seen 2 wild zones, so that should let you know. I've only have one night.
So you're like,
why would you be
super early?
I am super early. So I'm not going to say the world isn't alive and that there's stuff to do, because there probably is. I don't actually doubt that there's probably a lot of stuff to do. Especially when I was watching your gameplay there for a moment that you were streaming earlier for FVLAM. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looked like there was a lot of stuff going on. That's good. I'm happy about that. But the NPCs were still stoic. They still weren't really alive.
I agree.
And so for me, and I guess people can relate this to graphics, is people do this like the world building isn't there. It just kind of feels like a fan-made game that just nailed it with the battle mechanics so far. Like, we have the coolest battle system ever, and we didn't do anything else. And it's weird. I'll also say I've experienced one cutscene so far that felt very weird. And it felt weird because it's the first time I played a Pokemon game where it actually felt like there probably should be voice acting.
Yep.
It's like they made the cutscene for voice acting. They even surprisingly animated it really well, considering how unanimated the NPCs are.
Yeah.
But then it just doesn't have it. It's weird.
It's awkward. It's a little awkward in the game, but for whatever reason, I don't know why. It was that first, the opening cutscene for me that was like, something. It almost felt like the game, because it's a quiet nighttime scene, and you see the 2 characters talking at the beginning. And it's like something's wrong. What happened? What happened in my game?
Yep. Also,
They should at least do the banjo sound effects.
another thing I noticed,
Yeah, at least the
Sound
grunts or
effects would go a long way, honestly.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
they weren't ready for voice acting, just doing those simple sound effects and not make it totally
doing what
radio
they
silent.
did in Donkey Kong Bonanza besides Pauline. Everyone else is like, ooh, yeah,
Mhm.
fine. At least it shows some light. So that's a thing. And then the only other thing, and maybe this improves later, I don't know. You guys can tell me, or if Vlam could definitely tell me. Another thing that doesn't make it feel like a city is I don't hear any city sounds.
Yeah,
Oh, that
cars
doesn't-
honking.
No, that doesn't change. That's still.
Yeah. No city sounds. Where are the cars driving around? Why are all the cabs just sitting on the side?
To be
Not
fair,
moving?
it is Paris. It's a walkable city, but I'm just kidding. No, I agree with you. There should be more. There should be more more ambient sounds that give life to the game. I'm with you. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that doesn't improve later on.
Yeah.
I agree.
There should be a rollerblading tournament in the city.
Yeah, they do need to bring like in the original games you actually rollerbladed around. That's like a thing instead of the bike you have rollerblades. So they should have brought that back.
Yeah,
I do think
they should have also brought back Wave Race as well.
I want to chime in
Neither
real
here nor there.
quick on some of Prime's points because you make a lot of valid points, but I think like it is like Game Freak is kind of this studio, and it's not giving them a pass, but it feels like they're developing a handheld game for a home console, essentially. Like they've always this feels like a way more up-resed, better version of a world you would create on a 3DS, if that makes sense. Doesn't mean the graphics look as bad as that, because I'm talking like, but it does still feel like they're developing for like a handheld console first, but we're playing this on 4K TVs right now. And I mean, I'm just saying, I think if that is kind of where they're aiming, like it seems like they continued the handheld series into hybrid, and they always kind of felt like just better versions of the handheld games. Like what people I think are wanting is their Breath of the Wild breakout moment, giant new experience. I think the battle system gets close to creating a kind of excitement of that in ZA, but when it comes to the world and how things actually work and interact, it's still got all of the same Game Freak limitations we've been dealing with for most of the franchise in the modern era.
I just recorded a video about this that I plan to have out this weekend because I think there's a lot of confusion on how Pokemon Company International, Nintendo, and Game Freak all interact and how they make these games, right? Because there was a recent leak of a lot of like Pokemon Game Freak information, their timeline for the next 5 years, all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
But some of the budget information was also leaked. And which
was way off, right? I mean, the initial figures. Yeah. The budget that was initially released, it was Necro Felipe that came out later and talked about reading through further parts of those were like initial starting budgets. Like he actually gave an example, like Scarlet and Violet ballooned to like 5 times what it started out with its initial.
Oh, really? I didn't.
Yeah, pitch deck type of thing. Yeah, there's some follow up to it because I know what initially blew up and got covered because I covered that and right whenever it happened. But then there was like the next day, like I made like a correction to that part because those budgets, a lot of them are 4 or 5x what the first numbers were that came out, which are still low to be fair, but I don't think that they're not as low as what they looked like on the surface.
Well, the numbers I saw were like the couple, like some I saw as low as like 14 mil, and then I saw some up to like 20 something mil. Is that the low end?
Those are the low end. Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. Okay, well that helps me.
We're talking 60, 80,
that on my video.
Yeah, 60, 80, 100 million in that range on some of them is what it sounded like it ended up being.
And that's still like a relatively
very cheap,
low number for the type of games and the kind of sales they make, which I mean they don't make their money off of the games, they make their money off of the merchandise, the cards, the everything else, right? But the thing that bites Game Freak in the ass that most people don't recognize is that the Pokemon Company International and them in that machine of like, okay, we have to have the next region out Gen 10 by this date because we need to sell the next, TV show, the next plushies, the next whatever's, right? This is all a giant machine that can't be slow. We can't put this on stop, right? And it ends up making these insane production cycles of like, they have to basically make a Pokemon game in 2 years.
Right.
And so it's not, again, this isn't to give Game Freak a pass, but even with a very large budget, 2 years is not a long time to make a video game. Like, you have most gaming studios taking half a decade to make big AAA titles, much less, So just to take all that with a grain of salt when you see a Game Freak game, it's like, okay, is it really Game Freak or is it more the Pokemon Company International or is it the whole system at large? But yeah, anyways, just a little education there for you guys, because I feel like a lot of people are immediately blaming Nintendo, and Nintendo actually has like no part in the Pokemon process at all, other than that they have a little bit of ownership in it. That's it. They don't like define timelines. They don't give like extra money and resources, at least that we know of publicly. They all that kind of stuff.
And to be fair, and we are talking about this in comparison to other games that we maybe get one entry in the franchise every 6 or 7 years.
Yeah.
And that is not the case with the Pokemon Company. It's legitimately quite the opposite, 2 to 3 years apart. And we got DLC Scarlet and Violet, a couple years, the end of a couple years ago? Is it, or was it last year? No, it was
like a year after release of Scarlet and Violet. So yeah. So probably like 24.
Yeah. And if you believe those Game Freak leaks and everything, it seemed like this was originally going to be an end of 2024 game and got pushed to 2025.
Yeah.
And I remember making a video the middle part of last year talking about the fact that we haven't gotten any updates on Legends EA. Like, maybe it is like at least a little bit reassuring, and seeing that maybe they're going in the right direction to just take their extra time with the game instead of cranking them out on that stupid quick schedule.
Wait, the Scarlet Violet, you said it came out last year?
No. Scarlet, the DLC. When did the DLC?
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was it 2 years ago that the DLC wrapped up in or the beginning of?
Yeah, that sounds right.
We're either a year and a half out or 2 years out from the DLC, but I can't remember for sure.
Yeah. Anywho, sorry. That's all I have to say about Pokemon now at the point.
Okay.
We got to hear from the Stash guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you guys want me to go, I'll go.
Yeah.
I do. I really do.
Okay, I'll be quick. I have notes. Okay, so I have several reviews and embargoes lined up. Okay. Games I can't even talk about. Like, literally, they said do not talk about it on podcast. So very, very busy, because again, you guys know this as content creators, but I am a one-man show. So to be able to play all these games, beat them, write a review, record a review, edit a review, do all the other shit you got to do, it's a lot. I'm working like 16-hour days at least, maybe more. I'm barely sleeping. So I'm trying my best to get everything out. With that said, just as a matter of respect and professionalism, when I get a review code, that's what I play. I don't play what I want to play because that's the right thing to do as a business partner. Good or bad, whether the review is good, whether it's bad, you review the game first, because they gave you a review code and that's what's expected. There's a cost attached to that, right? So with that said, I have not played it. However, I will show you this. I do have my Pokemon Legends desk mat, and I have my plush from the Pokemon Center.
Nice.
That will not be opening, obviously.
Good call.
Yeah,
Sweet.
so I want to play it. My heart's there. However, I will say that I played the game 3 times at PAX, and that is important. And some of you might say, well, it's a demo. And I have to preface that demos are built to show you the selling point of the game. Okay, that's why demos exist. And so, yes, I did play the demo. I played it 3 times, so I got the selling point 3 times. The selling point is the battle system. Okay, and that's exactly what I said in my impressions. I think that's what we all said. Anyone who played it early, the biggest takeaway is the battle system, because you can actually move now. It's live action, which is excellent. So that's where I'm at on that. In that, look, I loved what I played, and I have a few other notes in that. Look, I don't care if anyone wants to quote this and talk shit. I could care less. I truly could not. I do not play Pokemon games for graphics. Now, I want to take this a step further, though, okay? I don't play any video game for graphics. I never have. I never will. The graphics are nice. It's a nice bonus. Now, look, I have a review template that I built for my reviews when I decided to review games, okay? Those are gameplay and controls, story and presentation, pacing and challenge, content, music, graphics, fun factor, replayability. Those all matter. Graphics don't outweigh any of that. Graphics is at the end. I still play The Legend of Zelda on regular Nintendo, okay?
Yeah.
I still play my regular Nintendo and love it. My Super Nintendo. Two of the biggest pieces of hardware that I am most hyped for this year outside of Switch 2, it's not the Xbox handheld. Okay, it's the Analog 3D, and it's the M64 by Mod Retro. It's the 4K Nintendo 64s. I'm really excited about that, to be able to play N64 games on the full screen, not letterbox, and to make sure there's no input lag, even though I have the proper equipment to completely reduce the input lag. I have the RetroTink 5X. So point is that I just want it to be cleaned up a little bit so it actually looks clear. It's like turning on a Nintendo Wii on a 4K TV. It is very blurry, and there's no adjustment to my glasses that can fix that. That's all I would want, okay, is cleaner text, little things like that. Things that a HD texture pack fixes, that kind of stuff. So that's where I'm at with this whole Pokemon debate on graphics. And I just don't know why this debate continues outside of getting clicks. I believe that's all it's for. I do believe that the people complaining do not play video games.
Yeah.
Or they're not playing this game. I really do. The majority have not played the game. And look, this isn't just Pokemon. Yes, Pokemon's hyper when it comes to that because it has a huge following. If you put in hashtag Pokemon on a post, you see how many millions there are versus something else. And that's why they do it, for the clicks, for the algorithm. Okay? Like, it's obvious. You know what I mean? Same thing with Mario. Why do you think everyone talks shit about Nintendo? Nintendo has the most fans. They have the highest hashtags on everything. The algorithm's the highest. Like, this is all common sense stuff, though, that I don't even need to look up.
Sure.
Okay, like, I know this stuff, and I don't look at analytics, and you know this. But again, this should be common sense. So the reason Nintendo gets all this hate and pushback, which again we'll get into in the next topic, but Pokemon leans right into it. Like, you can't talk about that without talking about this other topic. So I think it's all a bunch of bullshit. I always have. I've seen this for years, for decades. Bro, I played the first Pokemon. I bought it when it came out. I've played since. Nate, like you said, it's all about the graphics and or not about the graphics, but the gameplay. It's all about the gameplay. And I said this too earlier, like all those things that I review games
Someone
on.
clip that.
Well, that explains why he doesn't like it. It's all about the graphics for him.
Someone please clip that,
But it's like,
please.
there's so many more things to a video game, right?
Yeah, that's
and
why
not
I
only
was
that,
saying.
but we didn't even talk about art style, GameBird, and about the difference between how important art style is. Because, like, you look at Wind Waker, aged like a fine wine because of that art style.
Yeah, to me, Wind Waker, no joke, the original, the GameCube version, is to this day one of the best looking games I've ever seen. It literally still looks like a Saturday morning cartoon.
Yes.
That's why I was so strong to emphasize, like, there's not a graphics problem. I just think the art style of Pokemon, modern Pokemon's bland. And I think just changing that just giving it a little more personality, people would stop complaining about the graphics, because it's not the graphics. But yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
Graphics
and
are low.
I thought it looked great playing it at PAX. It's smooth. Again, we've talked about this a lot too when it comes to choosing performance mode, right? Versus a graphics mode or fidelity. I'm always going to choose performance. Why? Because performance affects gameplay and it can improve it.
Yep.
So again, like, this is nothing new though. And if people can't understand that logic, oh well. I'm not here to sell you on me. And I don't care if you don't like what I have to say. I never will. Like, that is honestly, that's how I operate. You know what I mean? So like, I see a lot of people that are like a little nervous to say certain things. I've seen that on YouTube. Like, you guys, you're fine. Screw these people. You'll never meet them. You don't know them. There's chronic complainers everywhere on the internet. I coined that phrase like 20 years ago. It's so relevant today. Chronic complainers. I talked about it all the time in the workplace. Do we want people like that working here? Do they help the business? No. It's the same thing, except we're on the internet now and we have to see it every day. You don't even have to work where I work with that same employee who's a chronic complainer. Now they get to voice their opinion every day on the internet. This is why, though, I spend little time on social media. I reply to my YouTube comments. I do some stuff on Twitter. I check the news mainly. Otherwise, I'm not engaging with anybody. Unless they're cool and I get to know them, which I do have subscribers like that. And you guys, obviously. Mm-hmm. That's my point. You get so much of that shit with Pokemon. Yeah. And really, they should just focus on what? What's the one thing they should focus on? Catching them all.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Keep it simple, silly.
Yep. That's right. The KISS method.
Mm-hmm. Damn straight.
Okay.
I'll wrap up real quick. Just to give my points. One of my biggest gripes so far is like, I'll be sneaking up on somebody and go to attack and tell my Pokemon to attack. All of a sudden the trainer turns around and then I'm like not fully into the attack mode yet. All of a sudden they have the advantage. Like, but how? There's no way that they should have the advantage. I'm sitting here.
Real life.
Right? It's like they should still be like, oh my god, you're here. Wait, type of thing. It's just it's happened to me a few times where I've sent out my Pokemon to attack with at first, and all of a sudden they turn around and it's like, no, all of a sudden they got the advantage. Like, why? This is dumb. One thing with gyms, I think it would have been kind of cool to work that kind of gym-esque thing into like your ranking going into the different ranks. Now it just feels like you're battling some random person. It's like, okay, who is this and why does it matter that I'm battling this specific person to go to the next rank type of thing? It just feels a little arbitrary.
It's very like, I love pasta, let's battle.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But that being said, I mean,
that might be a line in the game for the record.
It could, yeah, it totally could be.
Right. That being said, I'm not the biggest Pokemon fan either, but I am having fun. So, it's one of those that I'll probably keep playing. So it's doing its job so far. And that's all I got to say about that.
Cool.
Hell yeah.
Ready to move on?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, speaking of hating things.
Yeah, good transition.
Misinformation and Nintendo negativity. Let me go ahead and switch up the banner here so we have the right topic showing. All right. So, read off what I wrote here. Since the Switch 2 had its first direct in April, the console and the games on it, even Nintendo themselves, have been surrounded in misinformation and negativity. Some possibly justified, others just incorrect altogether. A recent example was a quote from Miyamoto, where it basically boiled down to him saying, games don't last, but movies do. Paraphrasing, of course. The point was it spread like wildfire, but it turns out, no, that's not what he actually said. This is one of many pieces of misinformation that have been happening online. $90 games aren't a thing. Nintendo is apparently going to brick everyone's consoles, except that's not a new policy, and they don't actually brick your systems.
And they're not the only one to do it, too.
Yeah, well, of course. But that's, again, when you bring up a point like that, Eric, that's not really relevant to talking about Nintendo.
No, I know.
It's relevant to, they didn't bitch about it for other companies.
No, I know.
But they're bitching about it for it. That's
Yep. No, I know.
part of the conversation.
That was my point.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Beyond this, of course, is the negativity. It's everywhere. It's in every comment section, all over social media. If you use the internet a certain way, you are being told that Nintendo and Switch 2 are greedy, the system itself sucks, and no one's really buying it but shills, which, by the way, professional Nintendo shill over here. If you are enjoying anything to do with Switch 2, you're just a shill. It's impossible to enjoy it otherwise. The games all suck, everything is overpriced, and Nintendo's ruining the gaming industry. Obviously, the conversation is a bit more nuanced than that. So, what are your thoughts on all of this? Why do we think it's happening to the degree that it is? Do we think there's any truth to any of the criticisms, negativity, all that? And do we think this sentiment is going to go away someday? I'm going to toss it over to Sunbro because I know he's on the clock here. He's got about a half hour left. So a topic specifically I wanted to bring up because he was going to be on. So Sunbro, go, buddy.
Yeah, I got a lot of thoughts on this one because I actually think it's multifaceted. I don't think it's just one. So first of all, to paint as much as I personally am enjoying the Switch 2 generation thoroughly so far. Okay, so let me say that before I dive into all this other stuff. That said, I think I see at least some of the reason, or maybe it's my speculation for the reason why there is as much of a wildfire train of hate that rolls at Nintendo's doorstep every single day, and we feel it as content creators. We probably see it in the like to dislike ratios in our videos when we're generally more positive about something that the rest of the internet is very negative towards. And these negativity videos are gaining not just a little bit of steam, but significant traction. And it does feel like the masses of the internet have more or less put their backlash towards Nintendo to a level where it would make you think that this company, if you were just living in this internet bubble that we exist in on YouTube, it would look like from the outside looking in that this company is like made all the worst mistakes and are doomed to fail this generation, or that we're going to be on some kind of repeat train of maybe talking about, a little bit more than the Wii U and console sales. Well, first of all, part of that is the fact that we are in an internet bubble, but there's no doubt that the internet bubble that we are in is very negative towards Nintendo right now. So part of the reason I think that is because it's really a broader issue going on in probably about anybody's cost of living period. And this did come out at $50 higher of a price point than I think a lot of people were expecting it to be. I think $400 was the price that initially people were expecting. Then you had Mario Kart World, and that was an $80 MSRP game. And somehow, because of the, I think, Insider Gaming article that translated the UK price of physical, it got pushed out there that it's going to be 80 digital and 90 physical, and Nintendo's charging $90 for their games. Okay, then people start reading through terms and conditions of Nintendo's policies with what they can do with the console. If you mod it, you take it online and stuff like that, which is really not different than anything they've had in their terms and conditions or what other console manufacturers have in their terms and conditions to begin with. But that's another double down. Meanwhile, you have a Pal World lawsuit, which, to be fair, no good look around that. Nintendo just coming after a game developer for using a somewhat similar catching mechanic or whatever the exact infringement was. Well, then that gained steam into, there was some other weird patent that they had that people thought that now they've patented the ability to summon Pokemon or summon a character in. And that turned out not to be accurate at all, or even what Nintendo was fighting their patent on or patenting, period. So there's this misinformation thing, but then there's this frustration of how expensive everything is getting. And my suspicion is there's a lot of people who maybe wanted to check out the Switch 2, but they're seeing some of the price points. They have some hesitation around, should I spend that much on a console if everything else is so expensive right now? And there's a lot of just general frustration towards things going up. And Microsoft's seeing it right now with Game Pass and the console prices that they've pushed up. But here's where I think we're headed long term, and then we'll break down some of the nitty gritty. But I think Nintendo right now is facing the waves kind of at the forefront of all of this price and companies doing shitty practices, legally or whatever the case. They're kind of at the forefront of all this. And then we forget that Sony and Microsoft, when their consoles came out and even the PS5 Pro got announced and it was so expensive, so many people just passed up it. With these other companies, they get that initial wave and then the market kind of settles. And we're seeing it right now with Xbox double price increasing. Sony went up 50 also. Pretty soon that $450 price point is going to look like what the $300 Switch did. And all of this going on also while Nintendo has a huge portion of their fan base that, let's just say it, are hardcore Mario and they're waiting for the next 3D Mario, or hardcore Zelda and they want the next exclusive 3D Zelda, or hardcore Animal Crossing or hardcore Smash Bros. And some Nintendo fans are literally going to wait to get into this console generation until that game is there for them. And I think whenever all this stuff is happening, that's like my speculation for the reason why we're seeing the numbers we are online with some of the hate towards Nintendo. People who took the plunge, however, and this is what's interesting because I see it in all these videos, and I don't watch many of them because I get many of the negativity train videos where you can just tell it's like Miyamoto smiling evil and, like devil eyes. Like you can tell pretty quick that it's not a nuanced discussion. It's just, we want to paint this corporation as the ultimate evil bad guy. And that's where the conversation's going. But almost everybody in the comments is talking about how they gave up on Nintendo years ago. Nobody that is actually angry is like, I have a Switch 2 and I'm playing these games that are coming out and I hate this company. Nobody's saying that. People are saying like, I can't believe what Nintendo did this generation. They screwed up everything, but they haven't actually given a chance to the new generation that they've kicked off. And if they did, they would see a lot of the discourse online that has blown up into these massive topics. When you peel behind the layers, they are not really as controversial as you would have them appear to be in your head. And there's some decisions that I will not defend at all. I personally, as a lifelong physical collector, I hate the game key card. But I also know that that's not Nintendo. It is Nintendo, to be clear. But that's them having like this bridge where they're extending an olive branch to third-party devs for this generation where we're falling off of a cliff with physical games anyway. And I'm ready for the next PlayStation and Xbox to maybe not support them. And hopefully PlayStation does, but I could also see them only supporting their disk drive for backwards compatibility. Like, I get that's where we're headed. The game key card I do not like for this generation. So I have my own critiques of this generation, but my idea is there's such a small percentage of people that bought a Switch 2 and are actually interacting and or have that mindset of this is a terrible generation for Nintendo, because it very much seems to be the people who are on the fence and are frustrated with price points and frustrated with some of the decisions they've seen and misinformation they've seen presented to them online. So that's my initial 2 cents on it, but you guys, chime in with whatever you guys think, and I'd love to keep it going back and forth.
Okay. Let's throw it over to our other guest, FVLAM.
Yeah, so you hit the nail on the head. I think the biggest starter of this all is that, one, in the real world, there's a growing economic stress on most people in the world at this moment, especially in America, right? Two, I think I do think Nintendo fumbled when they launched the Switch in terms of their lack of transparency on the price and not quelling the misinformation that spiraled from that initial release. They didn't say anything in the direct. You didn't see it on Twitter. You didn't see it anywhere until they put it on their website. What was it, like an hour or so after that initial direct or something like that? And it was just baffling to me. I was like, why, if it's a Switch 2 direct, I feel like the price is just such a really important point And I feel like that's something you just kind of have to say those things with your chest. And because even at the end of the day, if that price increase is going to upset people, at least being transparent about it and saying, this is what it's going to be, instead of like putting it on the website quietly after the fact. I think that really did a lot of damage. I think it did a lot of PR damage that I don't think that they're, maybe they are aware of, maybe they're not. I'm not sure. But the other piece of it is like, it feels like a grift campaign. Like genuinely, it feels like a grift that like people are just trying to either capitalize on this and they want to continue to spread this like this hate towards Nintendo, when arguably Nintendo is the one propping the industry up right now in some capacity other than indie developers. I feel like there's just, you hear every other day, last time I was on, we were talking about this with Rogers Base, there's layoffs at the big studios left, right, and center, and there's constant, the big companies just aren't keeping up, but I feel like Nintendo, when while it might be a little overpriced, I feel like 9 times out of 10 when you get a Nintendo game, the quality's there, that you're not getting stiffed. I don't know. That's just me. Like, I just feel like you pay for what you get. So,
and we have a release schedule where games are actually coming out pretty consistently.
Yeah. No, for real. Like with the PS5, respectfully, what the fuck am I playing on a PS5? Like, I'm playing Final Fantasy, maybe Ratchet and Clank, and
well, yeah,
that was over the course of the past fucking 10 years or ever how long.
Yeah,
like. That's 3 games.
On the exclusive side, Sony's dropped the ball, and a lot of that was their initiative to like, oh, we've got this 5-year plan to release 10 games of live service, which is the most like biggest fu to your consumers ever. But obviously, because it's Sony, it's not going to get as much hate, and people aren't going to cover it at the same length. I think part of this is like, I think part of it is that like Nintendo's been at the top over the last generation. I mean, just the Switch 1 sales in general. And I think that does put a big target, and people will hold it to an unrealistic standard. I mean, first off, it's the fastest selling Nintendo console right now. So anyone saying that the console's doomed right now, it's purely a grift. There's no fact. That's all bullshit, and it's all fake. Listen, if you want to have a conversation, if numbers come out that like it wildly underperformed during holiday, the most crucial time of year for console sales, then maybe there's room to have a discussion there. What's going on with Switch 2? Did it come anywhere near what most consoles sell during the holiday? Is the console in trouble? What can Nintendo like? There's a conversation there. Anything that you talk about the console being doomed right now is bullshit and made up, and it's just for clicks and attention. I mean, guys, there's a lot of mental illness out there. We live in a very disturbed world. There's a lot of mentally ill people out there. I mean, I talk a little bit about this in my Pokemon video that I dropped the other day. I actually quoted ThunderStash, and he kind of said this today. It's the saying, it's not that serious, guys. It's video games. It's literally video games. Yep. And you see half these videos, it's like so obviously a grift. Half these people, they don't even make their own thumbnails. It's AI generated thumbnails. Their scripts are AI generated. They're literally giving Chat GPT a topic and just write me a script that hates Switch 2 and says it's screwed and hates consumers. That's like what's happening. So all the people feeding into that, you're just throwing your money at Chat GPT videos. That's all you're doing. But listen, Nintendo's not a perfect company.
Exactly.
They are a company, and they're going to make decisions based on business and profit, like most companies do. They're going to make decisions that are favorable towards shareholders. And while there's plenty to critique about their messaging, I don't think we've gotten anything in regards to Mario Kart World that tells me, oh, this is why it was $80. So I totally hear the criticism there, that why is this game $80, but a game like Donkey Kong Bonanza is only $70. I'm not really sure personally, and I'm sure more content's coming to Mario Kart World, although I doubt for free. So there is stuff to critique. I think the console is at a very fair price personally, and I think people are gonna probably feel that more when we get PS6 and whatever comes next from Xbox. I mean that new ROG Ally X Series, Xbox Ally Series ROG X Series
Again,
1
botch
is
the naming again.
Yeah.
How'd
is
they botch it twice?
$1,000.
With
So,
the
yeah, it
Series
might
S
be-
and X and 1X and 1S bullshit?
Right.
What's what?
So it might be way more powerful, but it's also $1,000, and it's also a device that's actually going to require probably some troubleshooting depending on what you're downloading and playing. It's not a device that you just
hang on, GameBird. There's a low end one for $600. It doesn't come with a dock, but they sell it for $600. So just
that's
remember that.
There you go. There you go.
And that's the craziest part to me about all of this is that I think all of gaming has gone up in price, but Nintendo is still the budget option at the end of the day. Like genuinely, like they bitch and moan about it,
Well,
but they're the. and
That
you're
was
gonna
my
get-
point.
I don't know.
That Nintendo was at the forefront of this wave, but as they stood still, all the other companies
The rest
rose
of it.
once them.
They opened the
and
door
they once
for 'em.
again
Right.
are the budget. Like it's just they were first out there. You know,
right. And here's the thing. I think if let's just say that PlayStation 5 was at like 154 million right now. It's like right there with Switch. It's guaranteed to surpass it. I think people would be making these same videos about Sony. I do think crushing the market affects it, but I don't think Nintendo's a perfect company. I think there's tons of stuff to criticize all of these companies for. Nintendo's not excluded at all, dude. I was so tired of things from Nintendo being packaged with some sort of apology. I think they've made a lot of strides forward, but there's still a lot of stuff that leaves me scratching my head. Messaging was huge. They really dropped the ball with messaging. There's a lot of negative backlash that could have been avoided just by being straight up in that direct about pricing and not letting people just run away online with $90 games, which like literally doesn't exist. Really funny. And the other weird thing too is there's a lot of games that get DLC, but you don't see like floods of videos saying like this game cost $150. You'll see it when like Ubisoft does like Star Wars Outlaws, and it's like there's like 7 versions of the game and stuff, and it goes up to $200 for the full experience. Yeah, you'll see it then, but dude, it is so commonplace. I don't like when we get like day one DLC or day one announced DLC. I never like it, but it's so funny that like the amount of videos about that with Pokemon when it's so commonplace and you just don't hear it with other titles. And then I want to share something on screen real quick. We have this quote from Miyamoto that caused quite the stir. Nate, would you mind reading this quote for me? I'm pulling it up right now. Would you mind reading this for me? This has the whole internet up in arms, saying that Miyamoto's insensitive.
Really?
Oh yeah, I saw this too, dude. Unbelievable.
Mario was based on an Italian man I saw die in an accident on a construction site. I thought to myself, what if that man had been killed by a gorilla rather than negligence?
That rocks.
Yeah, and that's how the original Mario was created.
I almost wish that was true. Holy shit, that's so funny.
That'd be a killer origin story.
I just wanted to pull up that stupid fake people. God, I hope that doesn't explode. This is going to be on all the grift videos.
Clip us, put us viral.
Yeah.
Make us viral.
Oh, man. But no, it's such a nothing burger. Like the Miyamoto thing, it's so ridiculous. And poor Miyamoto, dude. Like the saddest, the guy who asked companies like way back when like microtransactions were a thing. If I remember correctly, he was like telling like companies, "Oh, please don't nickel and dime customers." And he's just like a happy guy who just cares about fun, the whole experience of fun, and and happiness. Like, dude, this poor man with all these AI thumbnails of him as like a demonic presence, as if he's the one who's like making the like, we're gonna charge this much. We're doing day one DLC for Pokemon, or I'm out of here. So
You know,
I don't know.
me and Mohr was in the thumbnail for this show. I should have made him demonic. My bad.
There you go.
Yeah,
Yeah, you gotta have that fake evil smile that's stretched out. You know, you know the one.
Yeah.
The last point I'll make is, again, I want to double down. There's a lot of mentally ill people out there.
How many times have I talked to you about that?
Oh yeah, dude.
It's serious.
It's
you know,
an
like it's
epidemic.
serious. I don't we don't make light of it, but
As I'm
it's
laughing,
important to be aware of it.
unfortunately.
It's
Yeah.
dead serious.
It's crazy. And like, despite the griefs that I do have with Nintendo's, at the end of the day, it is just video games. And in a lot of ways, in a generation of gaming where so much of the releases we see are about chasing that games of service, chasing those paid for battle passes in the cash shops right when you boot up the game. I really do feel like, and I hope it stays like this, for at least a while, at least a few more generations. I feel like Nintendo's kind of like the last beacon of hope for like complete single player experiences. Everything is about how do we keep people in our cash shops? How do we keep people forking over change? Yeah, you have a DLC that's coming out for Pokemon, but at least you're not being charged 10, 15, 20. I mean, some of these games are $20 every 3 months. Or you're being locked out of content, both story content. I mean, you have games like, and I'm a huge Diablo fan. You have games like Diablo now with like their season passes and their shops. Like their armor sets used to be so cool that you could get in game. Now it's like the ones that they launch in game, even in the new seasons, are generic as hell. And if you want something with cool particle effects and unique looks that make you stand out, it's only even in the battle pass, they're not even that good. You have to pay like $25 for one outfit in a cash shop. That's the world we're living in. Like even with Sony, man, no matter how many shutdown companies and failures, it's like they had a hit with Helldivers. Focus on that. Make that was your hit. That was your lightning in a bottle. Make it the best game you can. Why do we have more? Why are we have Marathon? And there's more than that. And I don't know. It's just so egregious. It's so anti what we want that at the very least we should celebrate positives when they happen. Nintendo's not, at least not yet, hasn't gone down that route. Who knows? I mean, if Mario Kart World launched and had seasons and battle passes that you pay for and a cash shop in the menu, and then that turned out to be the case for Smash Brothers and Animal Crossing, and then they're like, oh, well, we want to make the next Zelda game a games as service where everyone logs into a hub Hyrule town. And yeah, obviously there's a place for a cool online experience in games. I'm not saying there's not a place for that, but I don't know. I've rambled. You guys get the point.
Well, yeah, and I know everybody else needs to go too, but I was just going to say on that last point real quick, that is really one of the things that I think, while I never want to see a price increase across the board on games, especially whenever it never feels good to pay more for something. Like obviously the less the better. Metroid Prime Remastered was probably the best $40 I've spent in recent memory. That was a fantastic price game. I was happy to pay it for the amount of content, but one thing that I will say eases the blow of a price increase with Nintendo when they do it to $70 for standard games or they do it to $80 for one-off mega franchises like Mario Kart is the fact that they're one of the few companies that you can still bank on pretty much all their first-party published stuff is actually a complete game that is not it doesn't require for you to spend more to get the content you want out of it. We haven't seen them go that skin and live service route heavily, to be if at all. The one thing I will say that scares me a little bit, as much as I want to give them kudos on that, these Mario sports games are launching with bare bones stuff and then having like free content updates to finish I'm not a fan of that.
I'd much rather wait for the stuff just to be there and don't try to loop me into like replaying the game every 3 to 6 months with a new free update. Granted, those games don't have crazy DLC packs or anything like that, so it's not like they're really making that much more money. They're just drip feeding the content for some reason. But yeah, all that said, I still think if you do just apples to apples compare it with what's going on in the gaming industry, especially with live service stuff and skins and battle passes and seasons, it's just, we still can buy a $70 cartridge like Donkey Kong Bonanza, spend 50 hours, or I don't know, maybe I clocked in 40 hours on that game because I haven't bought the DLC for it. But you know, that was so, I enjoyed my time with that through and through. Got a great story, got great platforming, got just good fun. And then I can set it down and I can replay it and I can go 100% it later on. Like that's what I want from games. And I think Nintendo might be the last company that sticks to that traditional format for long term.
Yep.
Sadly.
Hopefully long term. I'm hoping,
long
knocking
term.
on wood.
Yeah.
Dude, I will, as much as I love Nintendo games, the day I boot up a Zelda and there's a cash shop and battle pass and seasons will be the day I shed tears and be like, what's happened? What's happened to this hobby I love so much? But anyways, that's my 2 cents. I know I ranted, but y'all people out there need help, dude.
The ones making the content, they need help. And then everybody else who's just sad about the prices. I get it. It's tough times, man.
Yeah. Prices.
I get it.
No, I agree. No, and guys, I'm just having fun. You don't actually need help. Do whatever you want. I don't care that much. It's just funny to see all that out there.
Prime, he looks like he's biting his tongue over there. Let him go.
Yeah.
Let him out. Let him loose.
No, I'm biting my tongue because if I say half the shit that GameBird just said, I am clipped
and shipped, baby.
Tomorrow. I will be putting the 70 videos tomorrow and be trending, but not for my own content.
Let's go viral.
ThunderStash.
Send it.
What do you think about this stuff, man?
Okay. I got a couple things. Like I kind of touched on it a little bit before, but all these people saw, in my opinion, how popular Nintendo was last gen, and they see that it's on its way to being the best-selling console of all time. And that nothing, in my opinion, and I believe this is what they believe, is going to change with their popularity trajectory of their IPs, thanks to the movies. Again, the Mario movie currently ranks as the third highest grossing animated film globally of all time, with 1.36 billion. They're not Disney. They're not Pixar. This is Nintendo. This is Nintendo's IP. And they just went into someone else's house and fucked everybody up. That's basically what happened. They went to someone else's house and whooped their ass. Because their house is not Hollywood. Take 1993, the Mario Brothers movie. I personally love it. We've all talked about this before. However, it took them how long, right, to come back to Hollywood, and they went in there and they took everyone's lunch. I think a lot of people see that. Opportunists, so to speak. And these opportunists want a piece of that pie. And many chose, first off, how many Nintendo content creators are there? I don't know the number, but it's a lot. Okay? It's a lot. It's a ton. It's more than the other two. So what do they say to themselves? Okay, well shit. It's already hard enough to get into YouTube gaming and last and actually become monetized and be somebody, right? So these people say, you know what? I will be the anti to all of these positive people, all these Nintendo people. I will go complete opposite and be the villain. And I will feed into all of the negativity. I'll create it. And then I'll let people come to my house, my YouTube channel, and feast on it. And this is exactly what they do. There's people like this in real life. Again, I've known people. I've had employees like this who literally thrive on negativity. And if there isn't any, they try to create it. AKA create drama that doesn't need to exist. Okay, this is what the internet is a lot of the times in a nutshell. I can go back to the phrase chronic complainers that I'll use probably till my deathbed. But again, there's people that feed on negativity, literally, and sadly, the internet is an echo chamber cesspool for it. That is what we see here. I don't believe in this horse shit. If somebody, again, GameBird, you mentioned it, that I always say it's just video games, man. And it is. So if someone actually feels all of this hate, right, and these strong feelings towards video games and towards Nintendo, I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. But if you really do feel that way, yes, I do think you have some mental health issues, like some serious ass ones that, you should try to get your life right. Honestly, like this is dead serious, not making light of anybody. And
100%, dude. As I said, I hate the shitty microtransactions and battle pass, like armor sets.
Who
that
likes
are $25-$30. But guess what? If you buy it, I could care less, dude. I'm not gonna go on and make a video.
Would you go up to someone at the grocery store and question what's in their cart?
Yeah.
No, for real. Thank
right,
you.
though,
It's like so gnarly, dude.
It's the same thing. Like, oh, you're buying organic. You can just buy this for less.
Yeah.
Well, okay, it's my money. Why do you care? Get out of my cart.
I'm not. If it's not actively harming you or anybody else, then like who gives a shit?
Yeah, that goes for a lot of things in life, right? Like you don't need to be poking your nose in other people's business, man.
Yeah,
people live, and the same thing goes for how you spend money, and it's absolutely wild. But I think at the end of the day, this is driven by, the almighty evil, and that's money. It's all driven by greed and money, and people wanting to make $1 off Nintendo by spewing hate about them because, you know what? There's too many people talking good about it. You always need a positive and negative. Sadly, though, in the internet space and in the space of YouTube, and I've been saying this for years, talked to a lot of people I know, but I've said that a lot of the world's going in the wrong direction rapidly, and there's no one standing there with a stop sign saying, stop, you're going the wrong way. Like, if we keep going this way, it's going to get worse, and we're never going to be able to dig ourselves out of this hole. We see a lot of it on display on the internet. Because if you don't leave your house and you only see so much in your local town, right? And you only maybe go to the gym and you go to work and you go to the grocery store, you don't see it that much. But on the internet, it's very magnified and you definitely see it. And I think, Nintendo's obviously become the target of that, right? And so when I see all this negative stuff, like, look, all of my shorts, I have shorts that go out on other social media. I use a scheduling tool, I have a program. I don't actually go on the website and upload my short or my reel. I don't do that. And I see all the comments come in and I see people say shit. And the thing is that if this was real life, they'd never say it to my face. So I don't care. And I could care less if you don't agree. That's fine, man. Live your life. Okay. To touch on the part about Miyamoto's quote. Look, I saw this quote and I want to tell you guys my immediate intuition, not even thinking, is this is complete bullshit. This quote's not real. 100%. Didn't even have to think about it because he would never say that. Look, this coming from someone who has been reading his interviews literally since the early 90s. I feel like I know the guy. I feel like I could sit down and talk with him and we would get along. I feel like I definitely understand how he operates. And he would never say that. And like, look, it was even funny too, because I read that. I'm like, this is bullshit. And I look at my Mario Galaxy review, my thumbnail. My thumbnail text literally says, greatness doesn't expire. And my title is, there's no expiration date on greatness. What I had just said is the complete opposite of what Miyamoto apparently said. And I'm like, there's no way he said that. Absolutely none. Because honestly, if you think about this quote, guys, remove Miyamoto from this mistranslated quote and say it's some random YouTuber who talks shit about Nintendo. Would you give it any time? Would you even look twice at it? Or would you just say that guy's a moron? But because it was Miyamoto, people stopped and thought about it. And that's why I was like, this is complete bullshit. This is not him. This is not what he said. He would never say that because it actually makes no sense whatsoever. Like, think about that quote. That quote makes no sense. And that's why I would not touch retweeting it, because I'm like, this is bullshit. He would never say that. Ever. Really? The guy who's literally the GOAT of video games. He's the GOAT. He's the MJ. He's the Brady. He always will be. It'll probably never be touched. Certainly not in our lifetime. I don't know if ever. He would never go out and say that Hollywood, essentially movies, is better and more timeless, because it's not. What are you talking about? So that's how I feel about that. GameBird, did I answer everything? Was that all of it?
Said, words
yeah,
would be good at the podcast.
Yeah,
I'll make sure.
Just jumping on some nachos, I think. So,
Okay.
Well, guys,
you know what? I got one more piece I do want to say. Here's one thing, and this is about pricing and whatnot. Look, again, that video I made for Mario Galaxy, I think I was crystal clear in the review. I think it's a good deal. And I compared it to a lot of things. And like, look, people don't have to compare. They don't have to look at finances the way I did. And it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter that, I worked with billions of dollars, right, in mortgage and managed people's money. It doesn't matter. People don't give a shit. Okay. They have their opinions. I have mine. They can choose to learn from it, or I can choose to learn from them, right? This is how the world works. So people are going to disagree, but as a fan of everything Nintendo does, okay, I need Nintendo to operate like a company that wants to make profits and put those profits back into research and development. And that's what they do. And that's what they've always done. They're the only innovators. Okay. Now, look, DualSense, Sony did a great job with that. However, yes, all of this technology for the most part was created by Nintendo and then copied over. The Rumble Pack, obviously. So many things, the HD Rumble. Then they put in the haptic feedback. Point is that Nintendo isn't taking all this money and then taking these insane salaries that we see here in the United States. They don't pay their employees an insane amount of money. They take that money that's made, those profits, and they put it into research and development. That's how you want Nintendo to operate, because if they stop operating that way, that's when their future becomes in jeopardy. That's the moment that I say, shoot, they're not playing to win anymore. That's not good, because we might not have Nintendo games anymore. So before people complain, they should try and look at the big picture here. And again, look, dude, again, I worked in finances. I know the world's debt to income ratio. I am well aware of what those numbers are. I know it very intimately, and it sucks. Okay. The fact that everything's going up in price, all this stuff, it all sucks. However, that isn't uncontrollable. You got to focus on what you can control in life, right? Biggest thing, always will be, is your attitude. If you have a shitty attitude towards everything, nothing's going to improve. So a lot of this stuff is very simple. It goes back to the basics. But again, people, they choose the easy way and they go online and complain, which really sucks, because we're not going to get anywhere as a society if we continue to do that. The end.
Good stuff. Hey, I got to get out of here, guys. I actually really agree with what you said, Stash. Like many points you hit on. And the only thing I want to say going out is just that I think this is one of those waves right now, because it's a thing, and it's very obvious that it's a thing.
but I promise you, this generation is going to mature. Well, some of the missing games are going to come out. People are going to get into the Switch 2 ecosystem that are on the fences right now, seeing all this negativity from the outside, and they're going to realize, holy shit, this is an awesome console that I can play a ton of games on, docked in 4K or on the go, and they're going to start having the fun, and the conversation will shift, in my opinion, ultimately, unless we see Nintendo make some legitimately terrible decisions. I think we're readied up for a pretty good generation. But
I agree with you on
that.
Thanks for having me back.
In.
Yeah, exactly. 5 months. That's a great point. Yeah, literally.
It's like crazy. Anyways, thank you, dude.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure having you on the show.
Yeah, great to be here.
You want to show yourself out where you can find you and everything?
Yeah.
Like
Sunbro Nation here on YouTube, and if you watch Nintendo Prime, or even, I mean, I do some game reviews that probably not as many as ThunderStash. GameBird, I watched part of your the vlog video for
cool.
Good stuff, dude. Legitimately
Thank
good
you.
stuff. So yeah. I enjoyed the way you put it all together, and it actually felt like I was on the trip. I wish love to be on the trip with you guys, maybe one day in the future. Hopefully next year I'll try to work stuff like that.
That'd be cool, man.
Yeah, definitely. So anyway, so I enjoy your guys' content. Very similar, topic based. You know what's happening in the Nintendo news sphere daily. It's essentially 6 uploads per week. If a big new game drops, I share my initial thoughts and impressions on those games. And the only other social media that I'm kind of somewhat active on in relation to my channel and everything is X, just because that's where all the gaming news is at. That's where everything drops the fastest. So you'll find me on there posting stuff from time to time. But yeah, thanks again, guys, for having me. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah.
We go, man.
Appreciate you, brother.
You guys have a great night. Take care. Thanks.
Later, man. Eric, what do you think about this stuff?
It sucks. It just really sucks. I mean, Stash said it comes down to money both ways. What's the fastest way I can make a dollar? Negative things spread like wildfire. So, let's put out something negative. You wonder how many of these people that actually say some of this stuff really actually mean what they say. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of them out there that do, but I'm guessing there's also some of them out there that are just throwing shit out there just because it'll make them money. And that's the part that's kind of dumb. I mean, I understand it. You do you got to make the money. To a certain extent, I get it, but it's just, I just hate how easy it is right now to just kind of create random shit that's just believable enough that, it, even though it's fake, it's like, come on, why do I have to sort through all this shit to try to decide if it's fake or not? Let's just get back to actually dealing with facts and things like that. I understand difference in opinions, things like that, but when people just make shit up and throw it out there into the universe just to stir the pot, it sucks.
Yeah. And
what's
people
the easiest way to engage
diligence?
Hey, what's the easiest way to engage Nintendo fans?
Mm-hmm. Oh, shit on Nintendo. It's 100%. Because then Nintendo
it's
fans
like
come
so
back
easy.
Yeah.
Because they're passionate, and I appreciate that.
Well, on these platforms, they promote, like, especially like Twitter, ever since they got taken over by the Elon, whatever, I'm not going to say the word. But it's like some of these platforms literally push like negative interactions because it generates more interaction and more whatever. It generates an emotional response. It's done literally by design. And it's fucked. It shouldn't be that way. The internet wasn't always that way, but we find ourselves in the state that we're in. So, but that's right. That's just my little
piece.
I was just gonna say a lot of that. Like, I don't even blame Twitter for it. It's all social media. It's
no, yeah. I was just using him as the
moment. I know, but I was saying the moment. What happened is, at some point over the last 10 years. All these websites got ran by algorithms. It's all automated.
Mm-hmm.
And they value the interactions. They want to keep you on the platform. They want to keep you engaged. They want to keep you talking. It just so happens, people talk a lot when they're mad.
Yep.
They don't talk a lot when they're happy. Because why would I don't need to talk. I'm happy.
It's just like when you go somewhere and you have a good experience, how many people do you tell? And then how many people do you tell when you have a bad experience? We all talked about this in the restaurant business when, you know, you give great service, they don't say anything, but the one time you get bad, they tell everybody. This is how the world quite literally works, sadly.
Yeah, I think the problem though is that, and I think it's obvious when you look at like certain people's content, is that people are very vocal when they're upset about something, but a lot of the people making this content wouldn't buy a Switch 2 if it was $200 and the games were still $60. There's a lot of people making content who are just on that bandwagon who've maybe never even played a single Pokemon game ever in their whole life, but are making anti-Pokemon game videos. So it's like even worse. It's like hearing that someone had a bad experience at a restaurant, and so going on Yelp and leaving a really bad review for it based on things you heard from somebody. I don't know. It's weird. And let's just say the restaurant is a food that you don't even like, or you've got a food allergy to, so you would never go there, even if you didn't hear bad things. Like that's what it feels like. And that's not to say like I do believe that there are people on here who are upset about some of Nintendo's decisions this gen. So I'm not saying that
rightfully so.
Making fair points or no one's rightfully upset about anything. I fully believe that there are, but I do think, and I think it's obvious. I think there's some people you could tell like, oh, this person wouldn't even play a Nintendo game if it was $40 or $30 and the Switch 2 was $200. Like they just don't like Nintendo. And so they're just doing content like that. There's people who exist like that for PlayStation and Xbox as well. It's just really loud on the Nintendo front because it's like the cool thing.
Yeah.
I think
PlayStation and Xbox are always sparring.
Yeah. Yeah. I think a lot of that has to do with a lot of people still, again, seeing Nintendo as the quote unquote kiddie console. And to see the kiddie console doing as well as it is, you know, it's like, I'm not a kid. I don't want to play that. That's not for me. You know, and I
don't understand that stigma. I feel like the only
stuff, you know, but go ahead, GameBird.
Just sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just don't understand that stigma that's stuck around because I feel like the only gen, or I guess gen and a half, that you kind of could make that argument was the Wii and Wii U when it aimed for bringing like parents and grandparents and making a much more casual mainstream system that anybody could play and enjoy. Outside of that, I don't understand the kiddie stigma.
It's a lot, I think, to do with a lot of people actually do care about graphics, and because they're not hyper realistic and more cartoonish in a lot of Nintendo's games, that's, you know, makes it feel like it's a cartoon, it's a kid's show, it's a kid's game, it's a even though some of them they've never, like you said, some of them never played the game.
Crazy,
you know, and
that's
they just
wild to me.
Right,
that's interesting.
It's just one of those things that they
tell that to all the babies watching shows like Invincible and stuff. All those children out there, you know what I mean?
No, and a lot of these people, you know, they get into their they get into their holes of I'm on the Xbox, I'm a PlayStation person, you know, and they don't want to be wrong, you know, about their choice of what platform they play on. And with somebody else doing quote unquote better than the choice that they made, they feel like it's wrong. They made a wrong choice, and people don't like being wrong, even though it's like you prefer what you prefer. Go play on your PlayStation. That's fine. You like the ultra realistic? That's great. That's the best place to do it. Go play there. You don't have to shit on everything else to do it.
Yes.
Dude, I'm simultaneously right now playing Pokemon ZA and Silent Hill F, which I'm loving. And it's like the best. And when I get the TV to myself, You know, I play Silent Hill F when the kids want to use the TV or the wife wants to use the TV. I've got my Switch too, and I'm chilling. They're watching TV. I'm catching Pokemon, hunting shinies. It's the best of both worlds, guys. It's video games. Have fun. Enjoy the games you like. If you don't like a game, don't play it. It's so wild. And I mentioned this in my Pokemon video. It's like, what happened to like the nuance of like even just how we look at games? Like everything's so black and white now. It's so crazy. It's like either a game's a masterpiece or it sucks ass. What happened to like, oh, it's a pretty good game. Yeah, it's fun, but I didn't love it. Or like a decent game. Do those exist anymore? It was fun, but it wasn't my cup of tea. Does that exist anymore? Where is that?
No, they don't.
Yeah, no.
They don't. We talked about this too.
It's crazy.
It's about that. Look, what does everybody care about? Do they care what IGN gave it? Do they care what GameSpot gave it? Do they care what Nintendo Life? No. They care what the Metacritic score is. And if it's not a certain score, it's not worth playing. I only have so much time and so much money. And I get all of this. Okay. But facts are facts. This is how most people are operating. Okay. Especially in the economy we're in, right? Especially time is money. It always will be. Sometimes people are having to work more now too to make ends meet. And so your leisure time is a lot less and you need to make it count. Right. And I get all this, like logically, this all makes sense. Totally get it. I understand why, everyone operates for the most part this way. However, it does suck because is that great? Is that a good thing? How many games are getting missed? How many games is no one ever going to play because these websites and whoever at this website decided to review the game didn't like it? Right? Like, what happens when an IGN gives a great game a 5 out of 10? What happens when IGN reviews Yooka-Laylee and gave it a 7 out of 10 and they reviewed the remaster and said it's better than that and they gave it a 6 out of 10? That's the definition of it. That's idiocracy. Like, go be in the sequel. You should have been in the movie. And whoever signed off on that review should too. The management as well. If you're the chief editor, what do you do? Like if I'm at IGN and someone tries to turn in this review and I look it over and say, hold on, did you do any research? Did you look to see what score we gave this? We gave it a 7 out of 10. And in your review, on your bottom line that everyone reads, like we all do, you said it's better than that game, but you gave it a lower score. You can't do that. That's completely illogical. You missed the assignment here. I need you to either fix this or I'm going to need to reassign it to someone else that uses logic.
Or I could say this, maybe you overinflated the score on the original game. You should go back and re-review that shit and score it the way that you think it deserves to be scored today.
Sure. But we're not going to do that.
I know, because opinions change over time. As you get more experience and play more games, you might now look back on something you previously reviewed and go, okay, maybe that wasn't as great as I initially thought.
But it's the care that's put into it, though.
The counter with that, though, Prime, is I do think that could make sense with like modern releases. But when you go back, if it's an older game that finally got a sequel like 15 years later, it's like the standards, industry standards.
It's hard.
Like that.
I'm talking more about like, hey, if
modern
you reviewed Last of Us Part 3 and now you're playing Part 4 and you say Part 4 is better, but you reviewed it like 2 points lower. It's like, well, okay, you can go back and rethink that Last of Us 3 review again and be like, well, okay, if it's worse and you think it's worse, replay it. Oh, is it worse or did your opinion hold? Maybe then you were wrong in the new review you made. You know what I mean? Like
my favorite is when you see like, let's say it's a new Dynasty Warriors game and you see the reviewer saying like the first paragraph, I've never really liked the Dynasty Warriors. It's like, well, then why the hell are you reviewing it?
This is what I'm talking about
like,
being
you're
the
walking
manager.
in with like
You're the editor in chief.
Before, by the
Why
way.
are you assigning these games to these reviewers. Like, why are you doing that? They don't like 3D platformers, or they don't like this genre. And then all of us in the world that love 3D platformers, we're like, oh, I can't wait to see what score it's going to get, right? And then you see it's 5 out of 10. Oh my God, what? How? But and they said it's better than the original, but it got a 5. This sucks. And then you find out, oh, this person hates 3D platformers.
I'll say this. I think there are some value for those reviews. I think if you're a major outlet, and you assign a game to someone who tells you openly they don't like these kind of games, so that's okay. That's the perspective we want from someone who doesn't like these kind of games. Want you to play it and see if maybe this one jives with you, because it could spread it to more people. I think there is value in those kind of reviews, but I think in cases like that, you shouldn't allow review scores. Just do a review, no score, because at that point, the value of the opinion is for those people that don't like these kind of games. What's this game like?
Will you like it? Like I reviewed Digimon, never played it. Made it clear in my thumbnail, I've never played it. Let's see if I actually like it. I was interested to see if I'd actually like it. Like, I think that is an interesting take, and that is a good way to present the review. However, it was not presented that way at all whatsoever. So be transparent about it. Be like, hey, I hate 3D platformers, right? Let's see if I like this game. And if that's the only review IGN wants to do, then do it. They used to do, back in the day, EGM used to do this. They do second thoughts, or they'd have a second opinion, right? Or be like Famitsu, do a panel. You got 4 people play it and review it. Now, if you have the manpower to do that, right? Woman power, that's what you do, right? You get 4 people to play it. However, that's not realistic. Japan, they kill it over there. I don't see us doing that here.
Okay. I have a lot of thoughts, and I'm going to get to them in a moment. We have some breaking news.
Oh, that's exciting.
We don't get it very often during the podcast, unless, sometimes there'll be like an NSO update or something. Okay, we're good with that. But this is from official Nintendo media. People are calling it a leak. It's not a leak because it's from official media. You can read the headline here. Metroid Prime 4 boss fight leaked.
Oh shit.
And it's in a 15-second ad. So we're about to see official media that's gonna show us a new boss in Metroid Prime 4. So take a look at it quick. Hold on. I'll mute it here. We'll mute it. We'll just take a look at what the fight looks like at some point in here. Okay. All right. Here's Metroid Prime. I haven't seen this yet, so this is my first time. Okay. Oh, there it is.
Oh, cool.
There you go.
Oh,
pretty cool. See it right there? That's the fight. Cool. So there you go. I'm glad it's not showing much. It's a teaser, right? The fight will be fun to experience firsthand. But I want to throw it out. We don't have to really talk about it much. This will obviously be a huge talking point tomorrow and all the news channels and everything, including my own. But I figured, hey, it's breaking. It's about Metroid Prime 4, which is like one of the biggest games still to come out. So figured I'd show people quick.
Nate, before you jump in with your thoughts, let me make one more point real quick.
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay. All right. It's one of those things that, is there shit that you can say bad about Nintendo that they've brought on themselves? Absolutely. The ones that are actually speaking the truth of being, hating the price point, that's absolutely valid. That's type of stuff backed up by actual facts. We're not debating that part of it. It's the ones that make up shit, throw it out in the world, and then there's no repercussion for it. That's the part that sucks the most, is that there's no repercussion for it. A lot of these guys just throw shit out there, and then guess what? The next time they come back, throw more shit out there. And it's like, there's just nothing it feels like you can do to, combat this to a certain extent, because it just keeps, nothing happens to them. So
that's a good point. That's a really good point, because like there are no consequences. You can make up shit, make a video. It could be a complete lie. That's your whole goal. Is to just like infuriate the other side and see how many people you can see that are emotionally unstable and lure them in. Like you're out there playing Sega bass fishing. And then before you know it, you're making money hand over fist because you didn't just get 1 or 2 fish, you got a ton.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? And now they're rolling in the dough based on literally shit they made up. And there's no one there to say, hey, you made up all of this. There is no fact here. And so now you're getting a 1-week ban from making videos. Or now this is there's no repercussions, like you said. There's nothing.
Mhm.
You know, like if you lied about somebody at work and made up all this shit, all this horrible stuff, and it hurt their career, would something happen? If it was provable? Yeah, sure.
Mhm.
But in the world of the internet, do whatever you want. It's a Wild West, sadly. It still is the Wild West. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's interesting as a content creator looking at it in that light. Because it does suck as someone who really believes in the truth, right?
Mhm.
It just won't go. I won't go in that direction.
But whose truth is it? Whose truth is the actual truth?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. On that note, I have to head out. It's about my time as well. Yeah.
Bye-bye for them.
Got yourself out.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so I'm doing video essay opinions and stuff like that. I stream every Saturday on my YouTube channel now. I'm on YouTube streaming. And this weekend I'm going to be finishing Pokemon Legends ZA. So if you want to see Pokemon Legends ZA content, I'll have it this weekend. Also this weekend, I'm going to drop a video about the Pokemon cycle and what I kind of alluded to here on the podcast earlier. Yeah, I've got videos coming out every other week, roughly. And yeah, that's me. If you like Nintendo and you like listen to video essays, that's what I'm about. So
FVLAM, can I ask you before you leave really quick? Can I ask you a quick question?
Please.
Are those Pokemon cards in the background?
These ones? Yeah, they're all rainbow rares.
I have a question for you. My youngest, he wants to get into Pokemon cards and he like collecting and like fill a couple of binders and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I can't find them anywhere. I know there's like a crazy thing with like scalping or Pokemon investors and stuff.
This is probably the worst time to get into it because Pokemon cards outperform the S&P 500 for the past 10 years.
That's so stupid.
By like 10
10
points. Like 10 points. It's fucking insane. Yeah, so
I'm just curious what to do because I'm not willing to pay like 3 times the cost.
Yeah, if you're ever gonna get market value, you just either have to get really lucky at like Target or something or like Walmart. Barnes and Noble is a good like sleeper hit. Usually people that stock
Mohr.
usually it stays in stock there. And then you're honestly just ordering when stuff goes live. Like follow the Pokemon company. They will announce like, okay, we have a new set coming out at this date, or just check the Pokemon. It's called Pokemon Center. That's their online storefront. Usually it's all out of stock, but if it comes back to stock, you can find it there as well. It's usually out of stock a lot though.
Cool.
Yeah,
I
but that's
appreciate
like
it's very disheartening doing like Google searches. And just, like,
it's tough.
looking what
And do not buy anything off of like do not buy any Pokemon cards online if it's not from the Pokemon Center themselves. Like don't even do like a Walmart redistributor, don't do Amazon, don't do any of that. There's very easy ways to like basically open the packs, reseal them, and sell it with no hits.
Thanks for letting me know. Yeah.
Yes. True. So if you're gonna get it, you got to get it in person. Card shops is okay. Sometimes you can find a local card shop that sells at or maybe just slightly above market value. That's usually another really good place to find it. Okay. So,
hey, what about Costco and Best Buy? I get texts from them and emails all the time when they have drops.
I don't know about Best Buy, but I do know about Costco. Costco sometimes though the scalpers are pretty.
I've seen the videos on.
They're pretty privy to that
media.
one. So I mean, some people have a better luck with Costco than others. I think it depends on like where you live and what's around you. I know the ones in my areas, they get destroyed. I live in a very big metropolitan. I live in the DC area. So like a lot of stuff is hard to find for me. I usually end up having to go to the local card shop. But yeah, find a local card shop that sells at a pretty decent rate. And then maybe like, I would say, check out Costco, see if they have it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Appreciate the knowledge, man. Yeah, I felt bad because I just can't find them anywhere. But
I know, right?
appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. All right, fellas, you have a great rest of your night. Thanks for having me on again. I'm excited to be on in a few weeks for Kirby Air Ride.
Hell
Bye. Have a good night, man.
See you.
Bye-bye. GameBird, I just thought of something that's off the wall here a little bit. Talk to Jake Randall. Have him talk to his store reps to see if they can find a Pokemon rep to give the insides of when they're going to drop.
Pokemon drops. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it.
Alrighty then. Back to the topic at hand. I haven't talked about it yet. I'm going to start first with somebody who dropped a 50 bomb earlier because they had an interesting comment on this whole situation. Benz 310 says, I couldn't buy things I wanted when I was small. Never complained. Of course, we're kids, right? Grew up, got a career. Now I buy the shit I want. Many millennials and boomers and Gen Z people wanted Mario in 4K or enhanced. They captured a market. Sony and Xbox couldn't. I think it's an interesting point. I think it's a very interesting point to make because, you know, when you're kids, we don't really care about a lot of this crap, like at all. We've talked about like before how kids don't care about graphics. Kids don't care about a lot of stuff because you just don't know. You don't know the cost of things. You don't understand the cost of things. And even if your parents tell you it's expensive, you don't really get any of this until you're older. And when you're older, it's your money. Do whatever the hell you want with it. You might be completely irresponsible with it and end up back on the street. But hey, it's your money. Do whatever the hell you want, right? Make your mistakes in life, or maybe it ends up not being a mistake. Bottom line is that this negativity with Nintendo, I feel like it's always existed. I'm going to start with that. I think I've been on the internet for a long time. I've been making Nintendo content for a long time. I tell you that the negativity around Nintendo's always been around. There used to be a website, it might still exist, nintendoisdoomed.com. It's a meme website because Nintendo's always doomed because people have been attacking Nintendo dating all the way back to the 90s. We know about this from the playground argument.
God, yes.
We know about this before the internet was really prevalent.
Please touch on the GameCube era.
Oh, jeez. The GameCube era was insane. The point is that, like, there's been this going back pretty much to the beginning. Maybe, I don't know if it was like really prevalent with the NES, but once SNES and Sega Genesis went at it, from that point forward, there's been obviously console wars that does fuel some of this. There's definitely console wars that fuel some of it. But then also just people wanting to justify their purchase by putting down everyone else. That's usually what console wars are about. By the way, I don't care if you were a Sega kid growing up. I hope you had a damn good time. There's a lot of good shit on Sega.
Lot.
Like, I'm not here to this. You know, it's like when people ask me my opinions on what is it? Like on piracy or whatever. Yeah, I don't pirate games. I don't really even emulate games. But if you do, more power to you. I don't give a shit. Do what you want. I ain't your parents. I got my own kids to worry about. Do whatever the hell you want, man. It's your life.
It's your life. It's your conscience. You do what you want, bro.
Yeah. If you think you're morally right to do it, who am I to tell you otherwise? Your morals are your morals. I'm not your mama to tell you that you're naughty.
You wouldn't stop anyone in the street and tell them, right?
Yeah. Who cares?
No different.
Like, you can care to a point, like, you know, you can care a little bit if like a developer comes out and says, hey, we got like an indie studio. Hey, we got to close down our studio. And that really sucks considering there's 2 million people pirating our game right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I feel bad for the developer in a case like that. But how many stories like that do we hear? We don't really hear a lot of stories like that. We hear stories about how they might impact some of them, but they're still around. They're still making games. So they're just not making as much money as maybe they could. But in the end, I don't care. And we're talking about Nintendo, one of the richest companies in Japan. Do I give a shit if you pirate games? Of course I don't. Would I do it? No.
Yeah. I would never promote it.
Yeah, I wouldn't promote it.
I don't promote it because I would morally
if you
do it. But if you do it, like, there's nothing I can do to stop you from doing it.
Yeah. So what's the
and
point
I'm not
of me
the police.
Yeah. What's the point of me yelling at you or shaming you or name calling you? I think what's interesting, I think what bothers me the most about this negativity and stuff, I'm not going as far as the whole mental illness thing and everything that you guys went into. And I'm sure that plays a role. There's mental illness on the shill side too. I'm going to tell you that right now. I know.
Absolutely.
I'm a professional Nintendo shill.
Yeah.
I'm not right in the head. So
listen,
over,
the truth
brother.
is, listen, the truth is, I was being lighthearted. I'm having fun with it, but the truth is, I think we're all a little mentally ill. You, me, everyone here in the audience tonight.
I wasn't in therapy for 15 years because there was nothing wrong, right? But and I think I might have realized I might be a little OCD about the way people use words. I think I just realized that today. Really bothers me when people misuse words like objective when what you're talking about is not objective. And I shouldn't give a shit, but it really bothers me when people misuse words. I've been noticing it's not just that; it's a lot of words I keep correcting people on, and I'm like, why am I doing this? They're not going to give a fuck. It's a waste of my time to keep correcting people on this shit. But I think it's my OCD that is specific with that. Maybe I have it in other parts of my life and I never realized it, but I definitely know that I'm realizing it with words. And I didn't even think it was a thing. Then I asked my therapist, and they're like, oh yeah, that's a thing.
I saw it a lot with disc profiles.
I definitely have that. I definitely have that problem with words being used incorrectly. But whatever. I used to say, oh, you're just illiterate. You're not really illiterate. It's cultural. People try to change the definitions of things, try to apply it to things it doesn't do, and I hate it. It's like how the word gay went from being happy to homosexual. That would have bothered me back in the day when that started changing, because gay has a definition. It means happy. Why the fuck are we using it to describe a homosexual? It's completely. Are you saying you got to be a homosexual to be happy? Is that what we're talking about? What the fuck's happening?
The only weird pet peeves I have with that sort of stuff is when people use the wrong theirs, yours, or like that. Always just use the right one.
That's just people. When people use the wrong one, that's just people just not knowing or caring enough.
Possessive location.
Yeah, I'm not as bothered about that because I realize that that's just people not paying attention in school or just not caring or being lazy or it's autocorrect. I don't really care about that. I know what they mean. If they use the wrong there, I know what there you should be using. I get what you mean. It's okay. But when they use words that literally you're doing the opposite of the definition of that word, it just bothers I know what you mean.
You mean figuratively? No.
You mean figuratively. You mean subjectively. You mean in your opinion. No, you don't mean objectively, because objectively is just facts. Facts don't care about feelings.
Yeah, well, I'm literally dying right now.
Do about how you feel has to do about facts. You can't say it's that. As an example, Pokemon Legends EA is objectively a bad game. No, it's not, because if you look up how we perceive things to be bad, it's actually perception. Something being bad is perception based.
This goes back to what I was saying earlier about how did things become so black and white? Where's the dude?
Nuance.
Everything in life is gray. Life is gray. Doesn't matter if it's at home and the political stuff. There's stuff that benefits some people, stuff that doesn't benefit other people. There's going to be things that you find funny, things that other people don't find funny. It's so weird, or kind of funny, or
someone's
sort of
doing
funny.
it in my chat right now. This is what I mean by I should let it. I should let go of my OCD with words. Because there's this guy in the chat, Pluto, who said it's objectively bad compared to other games. No, it's subjectively bad, because that's your opinion that it's bad compared to other games. Someone else might think it's great compared to other games. That's the thing. That's an opinion. That's not a fact. It's not factually bad. Things can't be factually bad or good. Believe it or not, look up the definitions of good or bad. Literally, things can't factually be that. It's all perception based.
Yeah, subjective opinion. The term. We did subjective reviews at Islands every quarter, where I have to go around and give the whole restaurant top to bottom. It takes about 12 hours. You have other managers come in. You do it the whole day, and you have to fill out a subjective review top to bottom and be honest about it. Because if you're not, somebody else is going to come over the top from corporate. It's a subjective review. It's based on how I view the restaurant, right?
Yeah, and it's so funny because he's going to the extreme now in the chat. Last time I wanted to address this. So what about ET versus Ocarina of Time? Yeah, I think Ocarina of Time's a better game. That's my opinion. There could be someone who loves ET.
But that's subjectively.
I don't think it's a good game, and I can give you all the reasons I think it's a bad game.
ET the movie versus Zelda the game.
It's talking about the game.
Atari.
The Atari game that most people think is really bad.
Oh yeah.
Despite most people thinking it's bad, there is a likelihood that someone out there, it was their favorite game that they ever played. Like that is more than possible.
Yeah.
So.
And the thing about that is we could talk about the things that we don't like about it, but there's no objectiveness with that. It's based on your perception. I think Return to Zork is amazing. Most people are not going to think it's amazing. I think Zelda 2 is one of the best Zelda games ever made. Most people don't agree with me.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay. Even if everyone's in agreement that something's bad or everyone's in agreement that something's good, let's say everyone in the world thinks ET is a bad game. It's still what we think. It's not objectively that way. It's our subjective popular stance that it is that way. Anyways, this is my problem. See, I'm OCD about words. I'm not even talking about the damn topic. So getting back to this, I guess it's semi-related. I feel like a lot of this discourse, some of it is definitely rooted in real frustration. You guys talked about it before, financial situations as an example. We came off of COVID and a lot of people aren't doing well financially. My parents aren't doing well right now. I'll use personal example. They're not doing well. To the point that I might be saving their house. So it's an interesting situation watching the world struggle sometimes with the finances and the way the prices are skyrocketing, and all of this stuff. Not just in the US. I've heard some stuff from other countries, but I don't pay enough attention to that to really get into it. But things are getting expensive. They just are. And so when you see Nintendo releasing a platform that's more expensive than ever before, yeah, that's a shocker to people. Now, maybe if it was $400, only $50 higher, maybe it wouldn't have been as much of a shocker. When you go to the store and at least at launch, seemingly the only thing available day one was like $500 system. You have to buy it with the bundle because they didn't have as many of the non-bundle ones. It creates this perception.
This console price conversation, I'm sorry, Prime, it's so annoying to me because the Switch 2 is a good price. You literally get the console, you get a dock, and you get 2 controllers in box.
Yes.
I'm
literally not disagreeing with you. Okay.
Yeah, I know you're not. It's just
we literally have fact-based information that before the tariffs went up an extra 10% for Nintendo, that it costs $410 per unit to get it to retail. That $40 difference there, that's not Nintendo profits. That $40 difference is retail profit on the system sold. So we already know that, with Nintendo having to eat an extra 10%, Nintendo might be even selling the damn thing for a loss in the US right now. That's how crazy things have gotten. So no, I don't think it's a bad price when the company that's making it is either breaking even or selling it for a loss or maybe profiting $5 to $10. I don't think it's wrong to profit on the things you make. All right. So yeah, I think that there is a disconnect there from reality because we look at Japan and they're like, oh, dude, it's a different economy. It's a different world. And when Japan's yen bounces back, it's just as expensive as it is here. It is what it is. They didn't change the price of the Switch there. The Switch is also cheaper than it is here. Why? Because the yen tanked in value, not because they lowered the price. They didn't lower the price there. The world economy changed. And guess what? The taxes are different there. It can be cheaper to get it there. The ones that come to Japan are made in China. Did you know it's cheaper to manufacture and assemble the system in China than it is in Vietnam? You probably didn't know that because you didn't do your damn research. You know why they don't bring that system to the US? Because the taxes are so damn high on China to bring it to the US. It actually doesn't make financial sense to do it. It actually makes it more expensive than coming from Vietnam. But you guys don't do your research. You don't know any of this shit. And that's what happens with this negative stuff is they base it on surface level bullshit. They don't dive into the economics of it all. No, Switch 2 is not overpriced here in the US and because it's cheaper in Japan. It's cheaper in Japan because they're dealing with different economic situation there that you don't understand because you don't live there. And you haven't bothered to do basic fucking research about where their systems come from and how much cheaper it is for this. By the way, a lot of this is public data. It's in shipping manifests. You can literally look it up. Now you got to pay like $10
Prime
to get access to it. But anyways,
from what I can gather, it is honest assessment. Everything you just said, first off, totally agree. But from what I've gathered, there's a large majority of people that are not familiar with costs being different in different regions, and like they wouldn't even think to look it up because they're unaware that this is a thing. I mean, we've seen this on display.
Yeah.
I think I watched a live stream about this.
There's a lot of people that I think don't even realize that all the systems
remember?
in the US come from Vietnam. Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Without naming names, but yeah.
Yeah, I know. I think there's a lot of people that don't even realize the US systems all come from Vietnam and why they come from Vietnam instead of China. People don't realize why the PlayStation 5 and Xbox have gone up because all of their systems come from China to the US. So they're being hit super hard with the tariffs. So it's gotten to a point that, yeah, they take losses when they sell their systems, but the losses are so extreme that they had to raise the price. This is all playing a role, right? And there's other factors as well. Consoles are actually not dropping in price at manufacturing level anymore because of COVID. After COVID and all the declines in the economies, normally consoles get cheaper to manufacture over time overseas. That's not actually happening this time. The last 5 years, nothing's gotten cheaper to make in China. Nothing. Literally nothing's cheaper to make there. It costs the same to make a Nintendo Switch Tegra X1 chip today as it did 5 years ago. It didn't actually get cheaper. It's crazy. That's insane to think about that. Like this system, let's think of the 2015 chip. Why is it not going on? Because the world economy changed. We're not used to it because before this generation, that's not the way things were. We were in a different economy. Things got cheaper to make over time. It's not happening right now. Will it happen again someday? Probably. I don't think we're going to stay in this for the next 20 years, 50 years. You know, it's going to go back the other direction. I don't know if things will ever get cheaper per se, but at least prices will like I'll give you an example. PlayStation 6, let's say it launches at $1,000. I wouldn't be surprised if like 6 years later it's $800 because we might be in a different economy then. And things might get cheaper to make then, and they'll lower the price over time. Like we're accustomed to consoles getting cheaper over time. So the first generation, that's not the case, and it actually went the opposite way. Switch has gone up in price, right? Xbox up in price twice. Switch 2 hasn't gone up in price, but there's expectations it may go up in price next year. We'll see. We'll see. I'm hoping that Nintendo holds because I think that, you know, they're not that far away from the yen bouncing back and things turning around. I think it's on the horizon. Might be a few years, but I do think that Nintendo's going to be in a good place if they hold. If they go up, you know, that kind of continues the narrative, and we'll see if it keeps selling. We'll see if a $500 base price, a $550 bundle, or if it goes up $100. We'll see if that can keep selling, if the market will bear it. What I will say is a lot of this negativity to me isn't just based on misinformation or a lack of research. It's also based on some confirmation bias. Talked about this in a prior video. We all have it. I have it as well. The data I just brought up is my confirmation bias to let you know the system isn't too expensive. But you can come up with your reasons you think it is, such as our wages not matching inflation, and all this other stuff. You can come up with all the reasons. We have less money than ever, yada, yada, yada. The Steam Deck's cheaper, right? You can come up with whatever reasons you want. That even with the price increase to the Xbox Series S, it's still cheaper. Cool. And they, you know, Steam Deck might have comparable performance. Series S in general performs better. Cool. I get it. The volumes they're selling are much less, but you know, that's okay. What matters to me about this negativity stuff is not, I'm not even mad at the content creators. I'm not going to call them grifters because a lot of people do that. And I'm not even so sure that's the case. I think some of them just generally feel this way. They're just sharing their genuine feelings. You know, when they say things like we're pro-consumer, right? Like we're trying to, because like one thing that they do have right that hasn't been brought up yet. And I give them credit for this because people don't talk about it a lot outside of when they're mad, is the reason they care about the price of things is because, as an example, if everyone's buying Mario Kart World at $80 like crazy, it can normalize an $80 price point for other games, not just from Nintendo, but from other companies. Now, that didn't happen. Mario Kart World's mostly being bought as a bundle. $80 game. Microsoft tried it, got massive backlash and backed off it. So it didn't get normalized. At least not yet. So I think that's where people say, well, if a bunch of people buy this thing or do this thing or okay, and we already know this to be true, why do we have microtransactions like crazy in so many games and all this nickel and diming? Us consumers allowed it to happen by continuing to buy the games that do it and then spending the money on all these microtransactions. Now, I'm not saying we all did it. We all didn't contribute to that, but many people did. Enough people that it's still happening to this day. But we are seeing some of the fallout from that today. As GameBird was pointing out with Sony, we're seeing that, consumers are kind of sick of it. They're not willing to keep getting nickel and dimed on every fucking video game. In fact, if you're going to nickel and dime me, at least make it free to play.
Mm-hmm.
At least make it free to play. You want to do season passes like Fortnite? People don't bitch about that. Let it be. It's free to play. You don't get a competitive advantage. It's just all cosmetics. Cool. Let it be. It's free to play. Oh, $200 for Star Wars Outlaws? And you're going to nickel and dime me on top? Okay, yeah, we're not cool with that. So there is some pushback now because people got a little tired of it. And so now it's not working with every game. And I think you're going to start seeing this stuff get pared back a little bit more. We're already seeing it. Expedition 33 didn't nickel and dime you. Probably winning game of the year this year, right? Universal praise from everyone. Excellent game. So the market, to me, will always correct itself. It just might take a while. So if you don't like what Nintendo's doing and people spending money on it and say it sets new standards that you don't like, cool. And when it gets to a point that the market can't handle it anymore, people stop spending the money. And then the market corrects itself. Might be 10 years. I don't know. So I don't worry about it because bottom line is we don't have infinite money. So there's no infinite money glitches in life unless I guess if you're like the mega rich. You go take a shit and you made $100 million in the time it took you to get off the pot. Yeah, okay. You have the infinite money glitch. I'm not saying you didn't earn it. I'm not even mad at you about it. Maybe you inherited it. Maybe you earned it. I have no idea. You invested well, whatever the hell happened. But I think a lot of this negativity, I'm not going to sit there and say it's driven by money because the bottom line is there was a certain content creator that put out there that said us talking about this at all is us being motivated by money. So everyone's calling each other grifters on both sides. I think that's a very interesting dichotomy. And maybe someday should be studied psychologically on why both sides are doing it.
I think that you only really need to watch I don't know. I don't.
Your best buddy?
I'm so busy. I don't have the time. I barely have time to watch videos that I'm excited about, let alone all like the angry or negative stuff. But from the ones that I have seen, I feel like it only takes a couple moments or a couple minutes to know if someone's genuinely passionate about what they're talking about or bothered by something, as opposed to someone who's just making a video for the sake of making it. I don't think it's that difficult to discern what's actually coming from the person's heart,
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I don't like I'm a person that doesn't like that.
The game's close.
Yeah, the game must be really close.
It is.
Which is insane because they were down 20 plus points at one point.
Yeah, I know.
But they came back and they have the lead at the moment.
Yeah.
His Suns. It's a tight game in the fourth quarter. The Stash will do his thing over there.
Oh yeah.
I'm actually kind of curious. I'm gonna bring up the game cast for it at least. I can see what happens.
I hope you're not ahead of my game.
Well, I'm not gonna react one way or another.
Yeah.
I don't care if they win.
Okay.
So if it's ahead, it's whatever. I won't say anything. I'm gonna just talk about the topic. I gotta say that the negativity, yeah, we could talk about being dry for clicks and the algorithm and all this. I've talked about it too. I just what I hate about it is, and it's not, well, it comes from some of the content creators, but there seems to be this vitriol that because we have a difference of opinion on things, and again, the word objective gets tossed around with some of the stuff, which is totally not objective. Like Nintendo having what is it? Some sort of I forgot what policy it was. I don't know. There was some sort of policy that they had that a bunch of people were hating on, and I'm like,
the ban hammer.
This is objectively bad, and I'm like, well, no, you don't like it. I didn't like that my mom spanked me when I was a kid. Doesn't mean that it was bad. Maybe I deserved it. Like there's some nuance in this conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like Nintendo's got all these policies against piracy. Do you have all the facts? Or do you only have the one side? Like Nintendo goes after the emulators and the piracy stuff. Do you know why they do it? Do you know what they know about the situation and how it's affected their business? Like, yeah, they're a big multi-billion-dollar business, but how much bigger could they be if this stuff wasn't going on? Like Nintendo has all these metrics that we don't have because they don't have to give it to us. So it's not objectively bad. You just don't like it. And that's okay to not like it. I don't give a shit one way or another. But I feel like the discourse has gotten to the point that it's turned into vitriol, and I hate that. The amount of insults lobbed my way on the daily because I said something like I didn't like an AI image that was made, that someone did an AI image to show what Pokemon could look like, and I didn't like it. The AI image, I thought it was trash. That wasn't me saying that I thought Pokemon Legends EA looked good. That was me saying that I'd rather have it look the way it does than look like that. That's all I was saying. That has nothing to do with the fact that I think Legends EA looks good, but I'm a shill because I didn't like an AI slop image. Or I missed the point because what? It's a different graphic style. It's not even good lighting. There was nothing good in that image. It just represented a different graphic style. But this is what happens. There's all this vitriol, and it's being slung at people like me. And it's being slung at other content creators. You guys might have seen it. I know GameBird's had some negative comments pop up in his channel sometimes. Like,
oh, God.
The mudslinging. And the thing is, it's so disrespectful. They say like such like mean things that I don't know. I can't speak for the whole Nintendo fan base or like the people happy with Switch 2. But I know I'm not slinging it back. I'm not calling them names. I'm not attacking these YouTubers and calling them a whole bunch of crap. But they sure as hell will do it to me. Why? Why? I don't know. And that's what bothers me. Is more so the mudslinging that's happening. Like we're back on the playground bitching about you looked at my girl funny. Like, what the fuck are we doing? He's so happy over there. Yeah. If you guys are listening to the audio version of this later, we're good. Stash is watching the Suns game, and it's really close. They just looks like they're probably going to win, but we'll see. We'll see.
Jump into about 3.5 hours into the video version, and
you'll see Stash going wild because it is exciting when your team comes back when they were down that much. It's pretty crazy. I'll have to watch some of the highlights of it later to see what happened. I love NBA, not just the Bucks. But yeah, I think there's just a lot going on with the online vitriol, and whether it's doing it because for views, because algorithm is favoring it, whether it's because of just wanting to be right, whether it's just also fueling people that already dislike Nintendo and now they just feel like, oh, now everyone's joining my side, or it's legit fans upset. I get it. You can legitimately feel how you feel, and it is totally legit. If you think Nintendo is greedy and scummy and they don't give effort with their games and this console is half-baked, and those are valid opinions. I'm never going to tell you you're wrong about your opinions. I will present my opinions and try to back it up, but your opinions are valid for you. I'm not here to tell you otherwise. It's just frustrating. I think the word is frustrating, and I'm not frustrated about the views they get. I'm frustrated about how people who like the games or like the system are being treated by those people. That's what bothers me. It's like this massively unbalanced thing where happy with some of the stuff or all of it or whatever, hates all of it. The people who hate it, rah, 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 attack, beat them up, Why? You're not going to change our minds. You're just going to make us dislike you even more. I don't get it. See, at least when sports fans, like Packer fans and Bear fans, give each other shit, we know it ain't serious. We're just shit talking because it's fun. But when the other person's not participating, it ain't fun. Mm-hmm. That person's just getting bullied, basically. Modern day version of bullying. Now, do I give a fuck? I don't give a shit what anyone thinks about me. But I think it's sad because I watch as they attack me, and then they'll attack people who agree with me. And I'm like, come on, man. Makes me wonder if I should even make my content or post my posts. Because now people who agree with me are getting attacked. And maybe they wouldn't be if I didn't make my post or make my video. Sucks. But life moves on. You guys got any other thoughts? I'm just trying to waste time at this point because Stash is next for his topic.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem. I know the game's almost done.
Yeah.
Looks like it's going to go your way. It's not impossible to score 5 points in 10
Did
seconds.
anybody actually end up calling a timeout in the second half of the Bucks game?
I have no idea.
It was
maybe the sub people in at the end.
Yeah, right. I think it was the longest. We were like, what, 3/4 of the way through the fourth quarter. Neither team had
there was
called
like
an offense.
There was like 3 minutes left, and nobody had called the timeout in the second half.
Yeah. I think that's the longest I've ever seen a half go without somebody calling a timeout.
I think the Wizards just knew. They knew they weren't going to win that game. And the Bucks, they were never down.
Yeah.
So like they didn't care.
Yeah.
Anyways. So
oh God, what? Oh my God. Such great defense.
This is fun to just react.
Zach Levine, just Booker was straight up. Levine was trying to draw the foul. Levine just elevated over him, hit the three. So good that wasn't a 4-point play. Thank God. Right. That was a great shot. We're still up 3 though, with 17 seconds. But I didn't think he was gonna make that.
Levine is good.
Yeah. So, he's good at scoring. You can put the ball in the hoop. That's for sure. Scores in bunches.
Folks at the line. I think we're good.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's good. I'm a little bit ahead of you. I'm pretty sure it's good. Okay.
I only want to know if it's good news, obviously.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good news with like 8 seconds left. It's good news so far.
Okay. Well, I have the article pulled up here.
Yeah, they're following. Yeah, Booker's at the line.
For what we're going to talk about.
Yeah. Stash. Why don't we go over to you because I don't think you got to worry about it. I think your team's about to win.
Yeah, this is really interesting, obviously to me as well. Okay, so topic: video game journalist industry has shrunk by 25%. And I read through this article and I was going to pull out like the key points. However, this is really a pretty fine-tuned article. There's not much fluff here, so I'm just going to read it so we get the full context here. The headline is more than 1,200 video game journalists have left the media in the past 2 years and haven't returned to the industry, it's claimed. So this is according to data supplied to VGC by Press Engine, a popular PR tool used by developers and publishers to distribute codes and press releases to a global database of journalists and content creators. I've actually never heard of them. I'm gonna have to look them up after the podcast.
Yeah. I was aware of them. I could never get them to send me anything, but yeah, it's okay. I'm not a reviewer though. You are, so maybe I'll have some luck.
Yeah, try that. Okay, so according to Press Engine, more than 600 journalists who regularly covered video games at major outlets around the world have disappeared in the last 12 months. Virtually the same number of people left their positions in the 12 months before that, the firm said, and haven't taken up roles at other media companies since. According to Press Engine's database of Tier 1 publications that cover games, which is defined as major websites, both specialist and mainstream, with 7-figure plus audiences. So over 1 million viewers. And the global pool of game journalists has declined by 25% in just 2 years. They cite the vast majority of these departures were from specialist game websites like IGN, Polygon, or they put GamePot, but I believe they meant GameSpot.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, guys.
I know, right?
This is article about
Robinson. Come on, man. I know you're really good at your job. I do respect you. I've talked to you in the past. You're a good man. Come on.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you're
well, WordCorrect's not going to get it. And
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And
I could see that being a name though for a video game website.
Well,
Same here.
We're totally wrong, and it's
Yeah,
some like
right.
really popular UK website. I'm like, oh well, I didn't even know.
All right.
My bad.
Yeah. So first off, obviously those are they're big websites, but again, this is based on having 1 million viewers. So okay, this makes sense. We'll keep going. It says if amateur, part-time, or freelance writers are included, the number of departures from the games media swells to more than 4,000 people since October 2023. So again, yeah, effectively the last 24 months. It says this figure highlights a significant drop in the number of people writing about video games, either because they've chosen to change professions or been affected by the wave of redundancies that have hit most major game publications since the pandemic. All right, so, this is all kind of setting the stage, and then it gets into some more interesting details here as to what some of these experts that have been in the industry for a long time think as to, like, what's the reason for this. And of course, as you would expect, COVID's being cited and not recovering from that because all the jobs that were cut, some of these people just left entirely. Some of it took a long time. COVID happened years ago now, right?
Crazy.
Yeah, but the effects were still felt for many years after. Okay, makes sense. It says, according to Press Engine co-founder Gareth Williams, the most significant contributors to job losses in the games media are an overall shift towards covering the biggest games. We were just talking about this earlier. The biggest games, the ones that get the highest reviews. So there's a shift towards covering the biggest games. Sorry, I got to pop up. Resulting in increased competition for those who remain and harmful changes introduced by the Google search engine. Okay. I thought that was very interesting, but again, we'll dissect this in a second because I'm almost done. Now it says culmination of a number of factors has cost video game journalism some of its brightest talents. And then again, they say the COVID highs followed by a lack of diversification in content. I mean, I don't know if anyone else has reviewed Tiny Thor. That's a lack of diversification in content, 100%, because you're only reviewing the big games that everyone cares about. Google's helpful content update, and that's sarcasm, I believe. Summaries and AI have all contributed to where we are now.
Yeah.
It also mentions fan-led media might be the simplest route to consolidate revenue for publishers and secure the future for its staff, but it's only a start. And they mention in a consumer world where ad blocking is standard and games as a service and social media are communication tools where children and adults form their relationships, video games media needs to evolve and innovate. Support your favorite publications before you don't have the choice. But that RPG site was quoted on here, which I've seen them.
Yeah.
RPG site.
Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah.
I like them. So veteran journalist Alex Donaldson, who owns RPG site, and he regularly writes for major outlets, agrees that the games media's recent troubles are primarily due to Google, but also to changing reader habits, which I totally agree with that. He also argued that layoffs could have been avoided with better management of media businesses. And he said, we're now seeing an increasing number of brands ran off the road entirely through a confluence of factors, but certainly primarily led by search changes, Google AI summaries, which everyone knows when you do a Google search, you get the AI summary. It just pops up now automatically. And even user behavior changes as a portion of queries move directly to services like ChatGPT. And he goes on to say that my expectation is that games media will continue to shrink for at least the next 12 months. Any earthquake has aftershocks, and I'm currently not even convinced that we've hit the grip of the main earthquake yet. This might be the foreshocks. So he thinks it's going to get worse. For quality games media, I continue to believe that the best form of stability stability is dedicated reader bases to remove reliance on funds and a hybrid of direct reader funding and advertisements. So he kind of gets into like the nitty gritty here of like how to make some money, which is not as interesting.
Yeah, because I think
that's the gist of
VGC
it.
I think VGC is fan funded, if I remember right. So that's how they're able to survive.
So 25% is a significant number, especially because here's the thing, though. They're only factoring in, again,
million plus
the big
viewer.
players. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who else? There's so many more casualties on that.
Yeah.
That are not being accounted for.
Oh yeah, people below 1 million. It's very like, you know, you're really, as someone who used to work in traditional media, like 1 million views a month sounds great. It's really not. Even back before like ad blocker was a huge thing, you be struggling to make a few $1,000s a month off just 1 million views, which is crazy because conversely on YouTube you can make significantly more with 1 million views a month. So I think it's an interesting, as someone who's worked on both ends of this, I think it's really interesting. I also think they're counting. They're probably not counting like YouTube stuff. They're literally just traditional print media stuff. I think this is kind of fascinating. Look, I've seen even the comments in the chat and everything. You know, a lot of people don't care about some of these big outlets. Like if IGN died tomorrow, a lot of people, you know, a lot of people would care, but a lot of people in my audience wouldn't. But I also think that would be sad because the bottom line is, as much as like you could see a lot of the anti-video game journalist website, you know, rhetoric out there, reality is that you know, as much as we complain about access media, which is what a lot of people call them because they get access that we don't, well, if they go away, nobody gets access. You want interviews? You want inside stuff? You want you know, let's say do you like when I report on rumors or leaks from journalists that have actual sources and follow the journalistic integrity to get things double and triple sourced before they report on it? If that goes away, you're left with random users on Twitter or something like that being a source. Is that what we want? Is that the only kind of rumors we want out there? Random people rather than people with verified, you know, sources and actual backgrounds in this. I feel like people forget some of the value that these outlets can still have just because you don't like how they behave as like review outlets. Sometimes you just don't like the way they review games. LOL, too much water. You know, like I always bring that one up because most Nintendo fans are aware of that one, but I think most gamers are probably aware of it at this point. But there's also been other examples, like even in like Zelda fans might be aware of a certain person that used to work at GameSpot who not pot spot. I did look up. GamePod is not a website. Should be. Mm-hmm. But a certain point with Skyward Sword where he talked about how the controls are broken and don't work, and then he kept like people were telling him he's wrong. I don't know what you're talking about, and then he went on a live stream and showed him trying to shoot the bow, and he was trying to point it like the Wiimote for Twilight Princess, and everyone realized, oh, this guy skipped all the text in the tutorials. So he just doesn't know how to play the game. Okay, so that really explains the review quite a bit because this isn't a Waggle Fest game. That's not how this game works. So it was like, you know, stuff like that makes people devalue the outlets. But as much as me personally, I've never devalued the outlets for the review. I can devalue the reviewer. Like that point forward, I knew I'm never reading another review this guy ever writes because he's skipping things in the game, which by the way, I get it because the time crunch to get reviews out, as ThunderStash knows, is extreme. And he might be reviewing like 3 games at once. So I get it. And so I have respect for that. But also,
don't skip the tutorial.
Well, the guy probably figures I played a bunch of Zelda games. What's the big deal?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, yeah, but you know they shot the bow on stage at E3, right?
Right.
Like you didn't even pay attention to the media around the game. Okay, you probably weren't the right person to review the game. Like, you didn't even pay attention to the media around it, which the demos at E3 had you shooting the bow like this. Did you play Wii Sports Resort? No, probably not. Okay, because it also works that way there. Anyways, and I'm not saying that it's like, it's neat that it works that way. I think pointing's more convenient, obviously, but whatever. It's fine. I was used to it already because of Wii Sports. But you can kind of point a little bit with the beetle, but no, you gotta twist it. And anyways, I love the controls in the game. So whatever. Point is that I think people look at when that stuff happens, or when a mistake happens in a report, which we can point to a number of misreports out there. We can point to Insider Gaming, Tom Henderson. He's the reason the $90 misinformation got out there, right? He is. He's literally the source of it. He's the one that used the US dollar sign in the title and then said it in the text. And then as you kept reading, realized that this was actually the euro, not the dollar. So why did he put it in the text when he himself admits in the article it's the euro? Was he making an assumption, which is probably what he was doing, that because 90 euro, it'll be $90, even though we already had the price point and knew it wasn't 90.
Yeah, it all comes down to wanting to be first.
Yeah, he wanted to be first. He rushed it out. And
Steady was last.
I've made mistakes with my YouTube videos doing that. But did that make me dislike him more? No. I still think he's really well connected. He's been right on so much stuff and had his body of work is too good for me to take this one thing and be like, you're a piece of shit.
Absolutely.
Some people,
I don't believe in that trash.
Yeah. But for some people, that's all it takes is one mistake. And I'm like, dude, we all fuck up. It's okay. Yeah. I hate that article is still up and he's never offered a correction on it. I don't care. You know why he didn't offer a correction on it? Because he's moved on to the next 80 billion stories he's got to cover there. Like, he's moved on. He's not, he runs that whole website. They're one of the most reliable websites in the world for inside information. We're talking about stuff that hasn't been officially announced yet. Their track record at that website, Insider Gaming, is impeccable. So you know what? He fucked up. He didn't really correct it, which I think he should have at least had someone go in there and correct it. Life moves on, right?
Yeah, it does.
It's not that big a deal in the grand scheme, even though, yes, it did create this huge online narrative, and it was created because he is so reliable. No one would really think he would make that kind of mistake and then not fix it. So that article still being up still leads to that misinformation, despite the fact it's been out for 3-4 months now, and we know this isn't the case. But I'm not mad at him in particular. I'm mad that the people spread it, and I'm talking about like content creators and other news outlets, didn't do their due diligence. That I don't think I don't think there was an excuse for. Him rushing out to be first and fucking up, it happens. Not offering a correction, I think that sucks. But everyone else covering it, you could have did your research. So I do think that some of this has caused a lot of animosity. Obviously, some outlets, won't name them, but some outlets out there that have injected their politics into how they cover games. That's obviously upset people. So I think there's a lot. There's a lot of reasons that people have this animosity towards game journalists, and that's why YouTubers like me and others have been able to gain followings and stuff talking about news. But reality is, all the news I'm talking about is coming from these very places. I'm not the source for practically anything. I'm getting my news from these very places. So you know what happens if these places stop existing? We don't have the news. So these places are actually an important wheel in the cog. I don't want them to go away. But I will say this. I said it in my video today.
You're predicting a future where everything's just a shadow drop. It's like everything is a shadow drop.
Still make announcements.
Yeah, of course. I'm kidding.
Make announcements.
Yeah.
Obviously, like the interviews and all the that stuff goes away.
First looks and all that stuff. Like
looks,
early impressions.
And I won't say it goes away entirely. There's just less of it. Yep. So and then that sucks because the more of it there is, I think the better picture you can get. With the wide variance of opinions, you can get a better picture of things. Or the more interviews that, say, Eiji Aonuma does for the next Zelda game, the more information we might be able to glean instead of just having one interview. Him doing 30 gives us 30 interviews where they might mostly say the same things, but there might be this one question he answered a little differently that gave us a new nugget. That goes away if we're stuck with like one person, or it's just Nintendo doing their own internal interviews with their Ask the Developer series, right? Like, okay, well, those are all catered. They already know what they're going to say. Yeah, we learned some great stuff, but that might not be the questions the fans want to ask you. That's the questions Nintendo is willing to put out there. So I know I don't want journalism to go away or all these websites to die. Even the ones that went too political for me that I don't really visit them anymore. I still don't want them to go away entirely. I think a lot of the issues these websites had, and I've talked about this again in my video, is they didn't evolve with the times. I said this back when I was working at Zelda Informer to the guy who owned it when he bought it. This was back in summer E3 2016, and Eric was with me. We put up the one video that blew the fuck up from E3, and I had this conversation with the guy who bought Zelda Informer, and I said, I think we got to start shifting to making video content. Like, we could still do our walkthroughs on the website, we could still do the news and all. Like, let's not abandon what we're doing, but we got to start thinking about video content and growing followings on YouTube, growing followings on other platforms that existed at the time. And, eventually, obviously, now with Instagram and everything, yeah, we should be growing followings. Like, we should be making content catered to that, because what it does is diversify and also gets us in with all the trends. And some of these outlets, like IGN, they got some pretty big YouTube channels. But if you go check out the IGN channels, they are so unfocused. It's like they don't know how to use YouTube. Like they garner this massive, like, millions of followers, and like some of their videos do worse than mine because they don't fundamentally understand YouTube, because they didn't take the time to. They're not dedicated to it. YouTube's just this thing they throw it out because, hey, we make a little bit of coin. These are just videos we put on our website. I'm like, no, you need to make content specifically for your YouTube audience, and it needs to be catered in a specific way. It's really hard to have one YouTube channel that's really massive and generalized. You gotta be specific. Like the one series, they might still do it. They used to have that series at IGN where they had like a quick news recap. It was kind of like Spawn Wave, like News Wave.
Yeah, but I remember that.
You should have a channel that just did that on YouTube and did it for the YouTube audience and put all the sources down below. And yeah, the sources are all going to be links to your own website. That's fine.
The Daily Fix.
Yeah, the Daily Fix. And I think it's still going on, but they should have made that a YouTube channel, right? And they should have made sure they're on top of it with a dedicated team paying attention to what works on YouTube, not just what works on your website. But IGN didn't do that. They tried locking content for a while. They've tried paid subscriptions, all this stuff. And it's like, you didn't evolve with the times. You were trying to stem what was going on and delaying the inevitable.
They still do it.
Yeah, they
Blockbuster style.
Yeah. Go with the flow. Realize what's happening. Recognize. So that disagreement was one of many disagreements me and the guy had, and I essentially got fired. But the point is, it's been 8 years later. Oh, 8 years later, you're finally pulled out. It's a long time. Yeah. Guess who's shrinking and guess who's growing? We just heard 4,000 people losing jobs, but I'm growing. I'm growing very loud.
TMI, man.
Girthy, some might say.
Buttery smooth. Wait.
Well, look, GameBird's the one over there talking about how much he loves cream. So multiple times I've heard it this year from him. You said it on this show today.
No, I said it was a creamy experience. I didn't say I love cream.
Yeah, you love cream. You would know. Anyways,
cream soda, maybe.
Remember how words, to me, definitions, cream has a definition. Anyways. I'll just end like this because I've talked for a while. It's just, I don't want these outlets to go away. I do think this sucks. I do think it's a sign of the times. I do think that some of these outlets might have overhired during COVID when people were all at home and like literally the whole world was chronically online. Not just, a huge chunk of us are, but not the whole world. But for a period, the whole world was, because they didn't have anything to do. And it was the only way we could communicate with people. But now I think that, one, I wish these outlets well, and I hope they find a way to survive. But also, I don't think it's too late to evolve. People always ask me, is it too late to start a YouTube channel? No, it's not. ThunderStash just started one like 2 years ago. Look at them now.
Yeah.
And everyone will tell you everything you read and every video you look up, if you look up those things, search for those things, what's the cutoff age or things of that nature. If you start digging and doing some research to see if there's any factual stuff, what you will find out is that every channel and almost everything you read is going to tell you, do not do it. You cannot do it.
Yeah.
It is not in your favor. The odds are terrible, and that it's oversaturated. And there's truth in there, but
sure.
If you're gonna do it, you just got to do it and not listen to the noise.
What's not in there is because it's like based on stats. Like the stats are very low for anyone that makes it on YouTube, like extremely low. But if you notice the people that do, there's like a consistent pattern about why those people are making it and why the other people are not. Like you can increase your odds.
Yep.
So anyways, I just wanted to point that out because there's a couple examples of this. Obviously, we know about some people that left big outlets and formed, or their outlets closed, like when Game Trailers closed back in the day. Easy Allies came out of that, right? Easy Allies was formed out of that. So, when Greg Miller and stuff, they left IGN, they formed Kind of Funny Games, right? And these are really successful. They're fan funded. That's cool. That's what they decided to do. Jimquisition, right? Fan funded. So you can leave these outlets and form your own thing, which has been proven to be highly successful. But how about transitioning an outlet entirely instead of leaving it? Give you one example that did it brilliantly. Digital Foundry. Did you guys know that they used to just be a print thing on Eurogamer? They didn't have video content, or they would just have little clips to show what they're talking about, but they weren't like a dedicated YouTube channel. Now they're completely independent from IGN and have a massively successful YouTube channel. They transitioned. They knew video content was the future of what they were doing while they were still making the articles on the website. They didn't stop making those articles. They just expanded to video and when they did video, they started making some things that were just for YouTube. So they would have an article where they examine a game. They would make a video about that, of course. But then they would do things like DF Direct, Digital Foundry Direct. That was a YouTube-only thing that was not on the website. They started catering to the YouTube audience. So that's just an example of a major thing that was traditional transitioned. And now they're more successful than they've ever been. And now they're independent and don't have to rely on big business to keep them alive. So I'm just saying that Digital Foundry should be a steady case for much of the industry. And I'm not saying like Video Game Chronicle needs to go. Like they have videos as well, and their stuff on YouTube isn't doing very well. Again, my personal opinion is I just don't think the people doing it that run VGC know how to properly grow on YouTube and know what they're doing. And that's okay, because when you come from the traditional side and you don't have this experience, it's a very different. Writing editorials and doing interviews and doing written reviews is a lot different than on-camera personality. It's a lot different. You think, guys, when you see me amped up and energetic on here, do you think that's how I was when I wrote about the latest interview from Aonuma on Zelda Informer? Did you think I was in there all caps? Oh my God. Like, no, because that's not the right medium for that.
It's a wonderful image, though.
Can you imagine? I'm sitting right there. Oh my God, you gotta be fucking kidding me. But like that kind of stuff works in a video format because people can see your energy. And the one thing I will say is you don't have to be energetic like that to be successful, right? Like Digital Foundry is not that way at all. And they're successful. There's many different ways to be successful. You don't have to be like that. But what you learn is you have to know how to talk to a camera. You have to know how to talk to other people. You have to know how to talk to an audience. And you have to be genuine. And it's because in the video space, people will see right through that fake bullshit. Now, you can be genuine and be a conspiracy theorist, but you better genuinely believe those conspiracy theories. Because if you're just saying it to say it, people will know. That's why when I was talking about like the negative stuff before too, like the negative YouTubers, I think some of them are being genuine. That's why it works.
Yeah.
Like if they weren't, people would see right through it. So Whether you think they're grifting or it doesn't matter. They're genuine about what they're saying. So I do think that that's the case here with the traditional media. I think they need to transition. I'm not saying they all need to go video. Obviously, Video Game Chronicle, despite their YouTube not doing well, they found a way to keep a traditional print alive. They went fan funded, and it's working for them. They have enough people to support them to keep their website going. That's good. I'm happy for them. Digital Foundry made a transition over to YouTube. Happy for them. What I'm saying is these outlets focus on stemming the tide instead of recognizing it and changing course. And I feel like that's something that Video Game Chronicles article was Andy Robinson was trying to point out towards the end, talking about how, hey, you can go with like a fan-funded model. You can go like there are ways to go about this. But the problem with these major outlets, like IGN, Eurogamer, they're owned by a huge, massive corporation. These major outlets, unfortunately, there's just too much corporate red tape. A lot of times to make these decisions. I was obviously 1000% correct about transitioning to making videos on YouTube. 1000% correct. My YouTube channel kicks the living shit out of Zelda Dungeons YouTube channel. They have more subscribers. I get millions and millions and millions of views a year, and they're lucky to crack 100,000 views a year. They don't know what they're doing. They didn't listen, and that's fine. They could have had it all, but I couldn't make the decision on my own because I had a boss, and my boss didn't think I was right. And that's what happens when you have corporate red tape. I'm not saying he's corporate, but it was someone above me who just says no, and I can't do it. So, yeah, I think for some of the mega websites, it's going to be hard. I think like IGN is an example. Like if they ever get to a point where things aren't going very well, I think, maybe you can't get away from the mega corporation. Then, yeah, maybe you do what Kind of Funny did and you spin off from it. I mean, IGN's in trouble if Pierce Snyder ever spins off from it. One of the co-founders of IGN. If he ever spins off to make something new, he is getting blocked hardcore by corporate and he's done with that shit.
Yeah, I would presume.
Yeah, if he ever leaves the format, I think he'll retire at IGN, which he's totally fine. But I'm just saying, if you ever see him leave IGN with a bunch of people and spin off and form something new, it was corporate red tape stopping them. And that sucks because some of that's like with Kotaku, the political stuff, but it's not even just that. You got mad at Kotaku. Well, you're sharing all these things that aren't gaming related. Yeah, you think that was their fucking decision? You think when Stefan Totillo was running Kotaku, he wanted to run non-gaming content on a gaming website? Fuck no. Those were those corporate overlords forcing that bullshit. Think you wanted food reviews? Fuck, you want to fucking review food? Fuck, no. I mean, it's not even gaming food.
I mean, to be fair, if it's like what wings go best with this game?
No, it was always
yeah.
Like,
food and game pairings.
We made a triple stuffed Oreo. We better see how good the triple stuffed Oreo is. But who gives a fuck?
Answer is none because you get sauce in your goddamn controller.
You know who gives a fuck? Make a food review channel. That's a reference to. You have to see the food review guy. Like he's got the driest voice, but man, dude,
I think I saw him. I think I saw him like maybe half a year ago.
Yeah, he's been doing it for years, like a decade or whatever. He puts the suit on, very dry, but he just reviews literally any new menu item on anywhere. Oh, I got the new quadruple beef Arby's. They have the meats. Looks like a little too much meats.
Okay, I think it's the same guy then.
Yeah.
Highly entertaining.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it. I'm like,
he never smiles. He literally never smiles. The entire video, every video, never cracks a smile. He practically doesn't like anything. But when he does like it, he's like, it's better than the last stuff that was really bad. But it's still not good.
Nice. Nice.
Like, okay. He doesn't use a score. He doesn't give us like scores or anything. He's hilarious. But yeah, that's where that content should be. Huge market. You can't review, you can review food without making a video, but in the modern age, people got to see it. Mm-hmm. They got to see your reaction when you eat it. You know, like you can't, it's really hard to review food in just a written format. I know we do it all the time with like reviews of restaurants and stuff, but yeah. Anyways, I've talked enough. Whoever wants to go next.
Yeah. Go for it, Eric.
No, I got really nothing to add.
Yeah.
It's I think part of it is part of, like you were kind of touching on. Sorry, GameBird. I'll be done real quick.
No, take your time.
Part of it is, I think, kind of what we're seeing with the gaming industry here too. It's all consolidation, and then shit happens, and then they got to close studios. You know, and part of this could be, you know, consolidation, and then they start treating their employees like, you know, crap, and instead of shutting down the media site, people just go, okay, I'm done with this. I'm done being treated like crap. I'm done. You know, and then they either go out and spin off on their own and do something else, or they just completely leave the industry. I also think, you know, feedback nowadays, as we said in the last one, is now absolutely asinine. You know, there's death threats for a lot of different things that there should never, ever be a death threat for. And some of these people are probably just burnt out from all that garbage too. And so I don't blame them for wanting to leave for their mental health. But, you know, I think that's kind of where most of the stuff is coming from, is possibly even mental health. You know, it's just they want to save themselves from reading the shit reviews the shit comments every day and things like that. And, you know, so that's kind of where I'm at with that. It sucks.
Before GameBird goes, I just want to say that food channel is the report of the week. That's the name of the channel. It's got like 2.9 million subs.
Oh, nice. Yeah, this one's a hard. I feel like it's hard to for me to kind of pinpoint the root cause of this, because I do feel like it's really multifaceted. As someone who's like not like deeply researched the topic, I just know so much has changed. You know, a lot of people just find more independent success, like going off and doing their own thing on YouTube, and not having, you know, suits kind of dictating their work. And, you know, they get to cover things that they're really passionate about. They get to review games that they're really passionate about. I think diversification is a big part of it. You know, it was mentioned earlier, both Nate and ThunderStash, about like only covering the biggest, like the Grand Theft Autos and the Skyrims and stuff. You know, there's so many like niche titles that really deserve the spotlight that don't get it, maybe until like launch day, and it just turns out to be like this absolute banger, and then suddenly everyone's racing to cover it at the last minute. I also think like you know, not to knock you know, people, but I also think there's an issue with attention spans. A lot of time people base their opinions. A lot of people don't even read articles anymore. They read headlines, and then the headline is the news.
Yep.
It's not just video games. It's with everything. The headline's the story, and headlines exist to be clickable, like clickbaity in a sense. So oftentimes you have an extreme headline that's not actually indicative of what the article explains. You see this in YouTube videos as well, but as for, you know, we're focused right now on like these big media sites. I don't know. You get a piece. You get a piece of the picture, but not the full picture. I think another issue with a lot of games media is number scores. I don't think number scores are very helpful, and at all. And if it was up to me, we would do away with them completely. I don't think. Now, obviously that changes the game for, you know, a site like Metacritic or OpenCritic that, you know, collects and averages out those, but they could replace it with, you know, they want to use AI. They could use AI to gather keywords and give an overall like favorable or unfavorable or mixed type of score, I guess. But I feel like number reviews are not helpful at all. someone sees a 7 and thinks bad game, doesn't get the overall picture. They don't get the why it's a 7 or why it's a 6 or why it's a 10, why it's a masterpiece.
Yeah.
They see 10, they think masterpiece. I want to buy this. It's a 10. It might be a game that they end up not even caring for. I mean, I could give an example of one. I love the first Red Dead Redemption. I actually am not a big fan of the second game for a specific reason. I think the story is phenomenal. The voice acting, the performances, the gameplay for me and what I enjoy is a little bit too simmy. Like there's a lot of button inputs for like simple tasks like getting on your horse and dismounting from your horse. As I had a blast, and I'm sure I'm gonna really like Crimson Desert.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yes, like like talking to an NPC. It took me a while. I was like, why can't I talk to this guy? I'm like, oh, I gotta hold L1 before I press X to talk to or I have to hold L1 and press X and circle at the same time to talk to the NPC. It was something weird like that.
Yeah.
So just because something is a 10 doesn't necessarily mean I'm gonna like it. When I did like number scores, this is actually when IGN used to do number scores way differently, and I actually valued this. They used to break it down into multiple numbers and then an average, and they'd grade each category: presentation, gameplay, music, sound design. Do you guys remember this at all?
Of
This
course.
was a long time ago.
Of course, I loved it back then.
You know what was great about that? Was that, let's say I'm a gamer and the main thing that I look for in my games is story. I want to play games with great stories.
Yeah.
If I see a game that gets a 7 out of 10 and it talks a little bit about presentation or art style, not the best, but the story is a 10 out of 10 or a 9.5 out of 10, that 7 is now an extremely desirable pick for me. Because I'm like, okay, well, this is the most important thing to me, and they nailed it with this. So I know these other things that maybe aren't as great, I'm gonna be able to look past. So I don't know. I feel like just seeing a number and then giving your thoughts on because people don't read, they go right to that end page. So I know part of it's attention spans. And I think that's why the video side of it is so good. I think people are a lot more willing to go to ThunderStash Gaming and listen to him talk about games than they are to click on an IGN review and start at the top and read the article. I think people are able to listen while they drive, while they work, while they're cleaning their room, whatever, or they want to sit down and watch. I have to assume that a lot of people don't visually watch our YouTube reviews, or a lot of people just listen.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Everyone's busy too. Like everyone's so busy. A lot of people, a lot of gamers are, in their later 20s, 30s, 40s, even people who grew up with games. I'm on a time crunch, man. I most of the videos, I take in a lot of your guys' content. I listen though. Even when I'm at home and I'm working and I've got like a Prime video on my computer or a Stash video on my computer, if I've got to go into the other room and do something, I'll turn up my volume and I'll listen while I'm in the other room, and just listen from my speakers. But yeah, I don't know. It's a hard one to pinpoint, but I do think I do think it's really multifaceted. I think that behavioral patterns are changing, attention spans are changing, number reviews aren't helpful. I think people like the headlines that don't give the full picture, but I get why they exist. It's just the whole thing is a big mess, honestly, to me. And I think it would be very advantageous for the outlets to really think about creative and unique ways to deliver their news, because I guess what's been the status quo for a while just doesn't work anymore. And it's kind of like you said, Nate, about times are constantly changing and we need to adapt. I mean, I remember when Nintendo decided, you know what, we're not going to do live presentations at E3 anymore, and we're going to do our own thing. A lot of the articles, I know Polygon was one of them. It was like, oh, this is proof that they're not confident, or they don't have anything to show, or this is spelling bad news. But it really was, a company that's not usually ahead of the curve on these sorts of trends, actually being ahead of the curve and realizing that doing these things in the digital way and having the full control of your message is going to be not only more financially viable for us, but actually create a better experience for consumers, which is most important. And look at where we are today. Everyone's followed suit, like Sony's doing it, Microsoft's doing it, indie companies are doing it. Directs are the thing of the future. So yeah, times are changing. Media, I hope they can adapt. I think the journalists and the media are important. Whether they, I don't know. I don't have the answers. I just think things need to change, and we need to adapt to the climate, I guess.
Like all that. Has everyone went? I haven't went.
Yep. Your last one. Yep.
Okay, I won't go too long. All right. So look, this is the things that are in the article. I am not going to say one thing or another. Like, I think they know what they're talking about, and I do think the things that they have said, I have no reason to think otherwise. I'm looking at it obviously from like a grander scale, bigger picture, outside looking in, what I think based on me, right? This is how I look at it based on how I've interacted with this stuff for a long time. And I can go back, to the very early 90s with magazines, EGM, Nintendo Power, GamePro, you name it, reading video game reviews. Of course, to the dawn of IGN, when it was IGN 64. I was there from the beginning with them. I was in the forums back then. We've all seen everything evolve. I used to pick up every day on the way to school. This is in middle school. I used to pick up the newspaper, like from the gas station right by school, so I could read the sports page in class. And the teacher would be talking up front, and I'd prop the newspaper open and just sit there and read it. Times have changed. Nobody gets a newspaper anymore. I used to deliver newspapers. Yeah, I mean, I'm not that old either. Like 40, but I'm not ancient, bro. These things, though, are all gone, right? Everyone consumes things differently now. Nobody sits on the toilet and reads the newspaper. You're on your phone, right? But how many people are even reading today? They're not. All they can ingest is headlines. That's it. And then they regurgitate it like they're smart. You have no idea what the context is, bro. Right? And so, as a content creator too, you think about, do I need to shorten this review? Is this too long for everybody? Can they handle this? Is their attention span just too weak? Is it not where it needs to be? Am I the one who needs to change? They're not going to change. No one's going to increase their attention span for them, right? You look at all these things, right? Do I just be me and I continue to do things the way I do it? Do I try and evolve? Do I say I'm 40 years old? F that. Some of these companies that have been around for so long, do they think in some of these terms? Like, I'd rather not do this at all if I have to possibly dumb things down. That's how a lot of them will look at it, and that's how they'll talk about it behind the scenes. They'll never say that in front of the camera, that they're dumbing down their content for today's consumer. They'll never say that, but that is what's being discussed behind the scenes. You look at all that kind of stuff, right? This is where I really feel I don't know, very strongly about it, in that I really appreciate it for a very long time. IGN. I thought they were just great for the longest time, especially being there from like the dawn of AOL. You know, like
Oh yeah.
I felt like, dude, I was there from the beginning. This is cool. And it's like, I'm working in the restaurant business, working my ass off and working my ass off, mortgage, and all I'm thinking is like, man, I would love to do a job like this so much. And as the years go on, what I noticed is that attitude that I have, right? Because a lot of people at IGN have that attitude. Like they would love, like the people who are reviewing games, you could tell that they were one day
They're
like us.
passionate.
Yeah, they were like us at one point in time. And they're like, oh man, I would love to do this for a living. And then they got to do it. And then you root for them. So like, yeah, dude, like I don't get to do it, but I'm happy you do. And I jive with you. I get you. Okay. Fast forward. And so much has changed in the world now. But I don't know who's reviewing what anymore. I don't know who these people are. They don't have like the same takes I do at all. Here's a problem that bothers me. I don't know if it bothers everybody else, but I'm big on trust, right? And can I trust the reviewer? Do they actually game? Are they actual real gamers? Or is this just a job to them? Are they passionate about it? Is this something you get to do or something you have to do? And I see too much of this is something I have to do. And I hate that. I see it in sports too. In pro sports, it's something I have to do. I don't really love this sport. Right? And it kills me. But we see this too. Like video games is one of those for me. It's one of those dream jobs, right? To be able to work in video games. In like any sense of the word. That was always a dream job. But it was always a job that was paywalled behind a college degree. Which to me, I was not interested in going into debt to go into more debt, repaying school loans, because you're not making the amount of money you need to make in order to pay it off, and then also take care of yourself and hey, maybe take care of a family and kids. Right? I got chastised at a young age, obviously out of high school, for not going to college. Everyone was worried about me. Everybody, all my friends. Didn't think I was going to make it.
Time.
They really thought I wasn't going to make it. They were very worried about me.
It was a huge thing. I feel like
pushed it so hard
growing up. Yeah, like if you showed a
like you'll be a junkie on the street if you don't go to college.
I know.
Yeah. It's wild. And
it's so crazy. No one talks like that anymore, but it legit was like that. That like, dude, what are you doing with your life? You know?
You're a loser.
You don't want to, you're gonna, if you don't go to college, you're gonna end up a complete loser on drugs.
Yeah, it was really bad. And so, you have to battle that too and stand up for yourself. Like, you can think that all you want, but like, I'm not here to sell you on why I think my trajectory is better than what I guess you think. This is my life. Ultimately, you can go carry on with yours. Right. But back to the point with these reviewers and just kind of what I see in general. Okay. Is that I don't see the passion. And one thing, look, you can only have so much experience in life. We've all said this too. A lot of people, we all experienced it when we were younger. You go apply places, they want experience. Well, how can I get experience if I can't get a job? Right? Video games, I think, is different. You're playing video games as a kid, right? You don't just decide at 18, I'm going to go review games. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have a passion for it, and that's what's got you into this field. You didn't go into it because you want to be rich. It's because you have a passion for it, and you hope everything else falls into place. And what I've seen, though, is that I don't see passion. I don't see the knowledge, to be perfectly honest, where I would like it to be in order for me to trust people to take their professional opinion on whether or not I should spend money. Okay? Like, that's really what it comes down to. If you're giving a game a 5 out of 10, that's clearly not, or you're doing the stupid shit they just do a ukulele. If you're not using your brain and you expect me to take your professional opinion when I know you're not using your brain, how can I trust you? How can I trust you to tell me how to spend my money? Okay? But here's the overarching part, is the trust factor with media in general. And I won't get into details, but look, this is nothing new with me. I have not trusted any media, mainstream media, since I was in high school. I have my reasons. I won't get into it. Nothing has changed. It's only gotten worse. And we're seeing it now filter into other forms of media, video game media. There are some companies that have really hurt the reputation of what it means to do journalism. So much so that, again, anyone can go on my YouTube and go read my about section. I make it crystal clear that I have nothing to do with journalism. I don't want any attachment to that. That's not what I am. I did not go to school for that. I would not advise to go to school for that. So why would I act like I did? I review video games, man. I am not from this field. But I'm going to presume I probably know more than you about video games. That's just who I am. You guys know that. Like, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. And it's okay if I do. And it's okay if you know more about it than me, right? But I need to trust you in order to take that opinion. So there's some reviewers at IGN that have been there a long time, for example. I value their opinion. There's I think there's surprised people that like Nintendo Life. They've been around, they game them for a while. I value it. If you came from where we came from with the NES and you've seen it all, and you take that stock when you're reviewing a game, I value that. I really do. If you take all that into consideration, like, that's important. Like, when I'm reviewing indie games, some of these games are like NES games. You know what I'm saying? Like AVGN 8-bit. It's built to play like an NES game. But if you give that to someone who didn't grow up on the NES, they're going to be like, this game sucks. The graphics suck. What is this supposed to be? Why does it look this way? It's like, no, this is the source material. This is what we're going for, actually. That's what we're shooting for here. That's a good thing. But they think it's a bad thing. And then they tell everyone this game sucks. Don't buy it. These are all the things I look at. And the last part I'll say is this. Sports, video games, sacred. Please leave them alone. Leave the politics bullshit out of it. And I mean every aspect of it. Not just what side you're on and this and that. Everything. Leave it all out. Please keep it sacred. People do this to get away from that. That's one of the reasons we do it, right? Sports, same thing. I want to hear about it. Hollywood people, I want to hear your opinion on shit. I don't know you. I don't know you from Adam and Eve. I don't care to. You know what I'm saying? Let's just keep things simple. Focus on fun. None of this is that hard, guys, right? It's video games.
In less words, Stash just said, stay in your lane.
Yes. None of this is that hard.
I remember when NVC used to be so much fun. I used to love that podcast.
Dude, I
And they
loved
had
it.
like when it was regularly like Pear and Brian Altano and Zach
And
Ryan or Jose Otero,
Otero.
or
Yeah.
even back in the day with oh man, I forget their
Matt
names. Was it
Casamassina?
Matt was great. There was also Richard and Audrey, who now I don't know if they still work for
Yeah.
Nintendo, but I know they left when they got jobs at Nintendo.
There's
But-
Boson.
Yeah, Boson. But I especially love like I was a very big fan. I loved when both Pear and Brian were on NVC regularly, especially Pear. Like the guy's just got so much knowledge and wisdom of the industry. Just
I like that guy a lot.
He has so many great takes and great perspectives, and he's genuinely someone who grew up with the industry and loves it, and the passion, the fun. Love that.
Yeah, it's who he is, dude.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm talking about. Okay. Like if that could be transferred, like if everyone else had that, okay, video game journalism as a whole would be in such a better place, right? Instead, it's content creators who are doing this because they love it. I did not do this to because I thought I was going to get rich, and I don't plan on it. If it happens, great. But doing this was about doing what I actually want to do. Because I just worked 20 years managing. You know what I mean? Like it's doing what I want to do because I really love this. And I don't see that elsewhere. And that's what bothers me.
Yeah, I mean it's just called having a passion. Sometimes that feels like it's missing in some of that coverage, which has probably led to some of the downfall. And it's interesting too because like some people have this hard time believing that that I'm passionate about talking about news. Yeah, actually, I'm very passionate about talking about video game news and giving my thoughts on it. I've been doing this shit since my playground days. Busting out the Nintendo Powers, the Game Informers, the PC gaming magazines, talking about the latest news and the upcoming games with my buddies. I legitimately am passionate about it. And I hope that comes through in my content because I feel like that's the key to the entire success of my YouTube channel is that I actually do care about this shit. I might not be always the most knowledgeable. I know I'm more knowledgeable than some people out there, but I'm not the most knowledgeable, and that's okay. The passion drives what I do. When you watch GameBird's channel and you see some of the skits and some of the, and he fucking loves that shit. Like passion has to be behind it, or it kind of falls apart. And I feel like sometimes you can see with some of the journalism that the passion might be elsewhere, not with the game. And it's okay that you have a different passion. Like if your passion's politics, cool. Follow that passion. That passion though doesn't involve video games.
Yes.
I don't look. Lots of people have a deep passion for politics and religion and talking. Go for it. I'm not gonna. Dude, that's good. You can have different passions, even if I'm not interested in it. It's okay. There are lots of people that are. Billions, arguably, that are. That's okay. Go do that then. Like, if you're in the video game industry and you lost your job and you were someone like injecting politics into your coverage, maybe you should go be a political commentator. Go do that. Chase your passion. Cool with it. And I'm not as strict as Stash about staying in your lane, but politics and religion, you guys know, like it's a huge thing at my channel. I don't care what you're politically affiliated. I don't care what your religion is. None of that matters for anything we're talking about. But the reason that I don't want that here is because I know the kind of discourse it brings with it. And we have enough discourse just talking about video games.
This is what I always say too. Like, I won't even go into that topic. I always say this because people can't even talk about video games maturely.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go there.
Yeah.
No thanks.
It's like just staying in the lane of talking about video games. Think about the headline topic for the show today. It's like just staying in the lane of talking about video games alone has enough discourse and drama. We don't need that other stuff. We're good. We're good here. Let's focus on what we're on. And yeah, there's always going to be some crossover at times. Example, what happens politically, tariffs, things are more expensive, leads to discourse. I get it. We could recognize that's a part of it and move on and just talk about the impact on our wallets and shit for video games. We don't have to focus on why, or you hate this, or you want a different regime, or none of that matters. Not for the topic we're talking about. What matters is this is what the reality is today, and this is what's impacting games. So let's talk about what we can do as consumers to maybe try to stem some of it, or fix it, or save money, or whatever, right? Download Rocket Money. There's my sponsor for the channel. So I gotta do. I am sponsored by them. Although I did start using their app in the last week, and I'm like, oh, you know what? I get why people use this. It's actually, I get it. There's actually some convenient stuff with it that might help you with your finances if you're bad with it.
You know who I wish had a YouTube channel talking about games is Reggie. I would love to watch that,
like
or even better. I would love a show like Shark Tank with like Reggie and like Kojima sitting in chairs and
with indie games or something.
Yeah, yes.
Dude, if Reggie made a YouTube channel talking about games, I don't want to talk about game development and stuff. That's not his expertise. Dude, I'd like to know about the business side more. Like in his book, he talks a lot about the business side in his book. Dude, you can make just the book alone. You can make some great YouTube videos off of that stuff.
Yep.
You know, just like Sakurai. Sakurai's a developer. He went deep into game development stuff on his YouTube channel. I'd like to see someone go into the corporate side. Give us more insight about what it's like and what goes into these decisions. And obviously for him, it's particular with Nintendo. Now, to be clear, there might be things he can't talk about. You know, like it's how it is. I'm sure he's got some NDAs and some stuff. You know, he was on the board in Japan. Okay, there's going to be some things he literally just cannot divulge or cannot answer.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is. But as we saw, if you read his book, there's a lot of stuff apparently he can talk about. So I'd like to see some videos. I think a lot of people haven't read his book. There's a lot of good stuff.
They have to read.
Well,
This goes back to people not reading reviews and stuff.
Problem. Maybe that's why journalism sites are going down, because people don't want to read. I don't know.
They don't.
But that's fine. That's the modern thing. You got to transition with the modern times, and it doesn't mean put videos on your websites. People don't want to go to your website to watch a video when there's video platforms already. They want to go to the platforms they're already watching videos on. That's where you got to bring your content, and you got to cater it for that platform. Not I made it for my website and I just uploaded it on YouTube. No, you got to cater it for the YouTube, or you got to cater it for TikTok. You got to cater it for Instagram. You got to make sure you're targeting it correctly. You can get your message across. Do your homework.
Sometimes when I go to a website like IGN, the ad will literally eclipse my screen, and like it'll give me like this much to read. The screen's like this big, but I can only like read this much because an ad's coming in from the top and the bottom. I'm like, this feels like the days of pop-ups on like, hey, well, what the hell is going on? But it's and then when you try mobilely, like on your mobile phone, and you're like scrolling, you're reading, okay, this is good, and all of a sudden, refreshing the page, and then you're back at the top, and you scroll down some more. This ain't gonna work out. We're gonna close the file now.
It's very obvious I use hardcore ad blocking because I can't browse your fucking website.
I just realized something. I want to inject this into the conversation really quick while it's on my mind. This is something I actually meant to talk about when we're talking about like the multifaceted reason why, the games media is struggling. I don't know what impact this has had on people. I can only speak for myself, but this is definitely something that's affected my use of sites. Like I actually specifically IGN, and I'm sure that the same is true for other sites, but IGN was a site that I used to growing up way back in the day, used to frequent like daily for video game news. Is I hate spoilers, story spoilers, like game secret spoilers, and it's all over the page now. Like when a game comes out day of, literally like launch day with the little article thumbnails and all that stuff. How to unlock whatever character. It's like, oh, cool.
It's because that's when they get their views. They get their views,
right? Of course, and I totally get that. But for me, it's made me less inclined to actually go on the page.
What they should have done, and they didn't think about this.
They put it in the thumbnail. They show the character.
It's fine that it's in the thumbnail because when I say it's fine that it's in the thumbnail, not that it doesn't bother you. It's that they're setting, and I know this because I used to do guides and all this stuff. They're trying to get ranked and be top search on Google, and people looking for that guide will recognize that thumbnail as what they're looking for. So they don't care if it's day one. They want it to be day one because they want to be number one in the search. So I know what they're doing, and that's fine. It is absolutely fine to do that, but it does not need to be front page on your website. It should be news. You should only get that if you go to the guide section of the website.
Yeah. Dude, spoilers ever. And that's just what, like, a character thing is just one example, but they're everywhere. You know, they do it with shows too. Like they'll be like, you know, you'll watch a new show. Maybe they'll be like, I don't know, let's say one of the superhero shows, and there's like a special cameo. They'll just like throw like that special moment the day the episode
review of this season of this episode. Oh, look, one of the major plot points. You just threw it in the me.
This is why I tell you about trailers. I just need to. I don't even need to see all of the first trailer. I just need to see enough to be sold, and then I tune out. I don't want to see trailer 2. I don't want to see trailer 3. I don't want to see the launch trailer.
Yeah, everyone's different. For me, I'm cool if it's official media. I'm cool. Because here's the bottom line: like when like the trailer thing, right? Like the 2, 3, 4 trailers that can be official, by the way, not website interviews or anything. Obviously I know if I'm going to see a movie usually off of the first trailer, unless it was like a really like weak teaser trailer that didn't really tell you anything but a title or something. You know, like they announced the Zelda movie. I know I'm going to go to it, but I am curious to see the trailer.
Like when a video game company only shows us CGI.
Yeah. See, like that,
they pass it off as a gameplay trailer. And like, it's bullshit.
Yeah. So I don't mind watching all of them all because here's what I figure. If I watch all of these trailers, say 4 trailers that comprises like 12 minutes or something, that's pretty long. Usually we have 3-minute trailers all the time, but whatever. Let's say it comprises, 12 minutes of the movie or the show. If I, in watching those trailers, then watch the movie, and that was the entire movie, it's not a good movie. Because the entirety of the movie shouldn't be able to just be put into 12 minutes. But sometimes it is. We all know it. We've seen it. We've had movies where you watch the trailers, you go to the movie, and you feel like nothing else happened but what was in the trailers. Like it feels like I already saw the movie.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why Stash probably doesn't want to watch them all, but it's like, yeah, but I don't blame you.
When you can predict everything that's going to happen next, even when you're watching something at home that you've never watched before, but you know exactly what's going to happen. Watching a trailer is very bad for like people like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This is like literally why I avoid it, like the play, because of like,
and I don't know.
I can already know what's going to happen.
Yeah. When I know what's going to happen, sometimes I don't care if I know, because the payoff can be how we got there. That's why, like, even with like video games, you guys know, like, I cover leaks and everything. And let's say a leak I covered, let's say a leak happens now for the new Zelda game. It's a story leak. I talk about it, and it turns out that that story leak is actually what happens at the end of the game. Cool. That, I maybe didn't want to know that in hindsight. Maybe I wouldn't have reported it in hindsight if I knew that was the end of the game. However, I don't care because it's the journey. For me, it's all about that journey, especially because, as an example, spoiler, guys, Tears of the Kingdom, if you haven't played, Zelda's the dragon, right? I knew that shit fucking the moment I saw the dragon. I fucking knew. That's Zelda. Saw that dragon flying in the sky when I'm on the damn intro island. Oh, what's that? Oh, that looks like the Master Sword coming out the fucking nose. That's Zelda. I just know it. That's fucking Zelda from the past. I just know it. It's Zelda. It wasn't spoiled for me. I just knew it's Zelda. Some things are predictable. It's okay because the journey to get to that point where it's officially revealed, all the memories and everything was incredible. And I loved it. I'm okay if certain things are predictable. But what's really cool, and since I am that person that can usually figure it out before the game tells me or before the movie tells me, is sometimes when they twist your nipple a little bit and it's not exactly what you expected. It makes those moments even more special.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm so glad that I didn't actually read the books for Game of Thrones before I watched the show. Because things I thought were going to happen, it didn't go the way I thought. So it made it really enjoyable.
It went the way I thought.
I
watched it with Michaela.
There were some, as an example, Ned Stark.
I ruined it for her.
Die, just based on who the actor was. I knew he was going to die.
Well, yeah.
I knew from the first book.
Every role, he's going to die. And the season, he's not making it past season 1. And it sucks because, God, he's so good at this role. He's good at every fucking role he does, but he dies.
Every role. Yeah, he's great.
He's so good at these roles that don't last. And you kind of wish they would because he's so good at the characters he plays. But but then again, that's the thing. That's also what makes that character so good, and he's so good at being the guy who dies. And it's funny, even though I knew it was going to happen, when it did, dude, I had a little tear roll down the eye as Arya was watching it. I'm like, dude, you're so fucking good at. Why are you so good at dying and making us care that you're dying, even though I knew from season 1, episode 1, you were going to die. And even when that moment came, God damn, you're so good at this role.
Well, dude, it's Boromir for you.
That is Boromir for you. Hey, he lasted a little while before he died in Lord of the Rings. A little while. He didn't die right away. Anyways. All right, let's get to the super chats and we can get the hell out of here because, dude, we got a direct in the morning. I don't know if you guys remember, we didn't even bring it up today because, what are we going to say? It's tomorrow. The Kirby Direct, guys. Hour long. I'll be live at 7 a.m. All right, Steak did 5 gifted over on the Birdman's channel.
Hey, I got something.
Brother.
What's going to happen when Sean Bean dies?
In real life?
Will it feel impactful, or will everyone at the funeral be like, well, I feel like I was ready for this? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was prepared.
Dude, at the funeral,
most people have already
dying and everything he's ever been in. Like a story over the years.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think that one day that's going to happen, and I do wonder if someone will make that joke.
Yeah, I feel like
to lighten things up, right?
I feel like Sean Bean's been prepared for this moment his whole life.
Yeah,
as have we.
Yeah, and watch how he dies be like something super dramatic, and you're like, yeah, that sounds like Sean Bean.
Like thick,
yeah, it's funny.
Giant arrows.
Wild way that he dies. He was out camping with the fellas and got in a fight with a boar. And the boar won. But it's like that's Sean Bean. That would be the way he goes out.
Right.
Mm.
It's like a movie, but it actually happened. Yeah, makes sense.
He was great in GoldenEye too, man. He's so great.
He's just a great actor. But for some reason, he has typecasted himself as the guy who's always going to die. And it's like, all right, whatever. You're good at it. Someone's got to be that guy. I didn't know it was going to be like every role. Like when it happened the first couple of times, like, okay, cool. And he gets his third role, and you're like, all right, cool, dude. I love this actor. I'm going to watch because he's in it. He died again. What? Yes, is this a thing? Yep. Every fucking role, he's going to die. It is what it is. It might be a few seasons in. It might be a couple movies in. He's going to die. Just wait.
I wonder how many roles he's died in.
Dude, I swear if it's like 90%, I'm gonna be like, that makes sense why I can't remember a single thing he's been in that he hasn't died. Someone in the chat let me know. Is there
my God.
movie?
AI overview.
Yeah.
Sean Bean has died in approximately 24 to 25 on-screen roles in films and television shows.
Yeah.
His most famous one, Game of Thrones and Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings. Yeah, those are the two that most people know. Yeah,
That is wild.
Just those two. It's literally. I mean, he's probably had more roles than that, so it's probably not hard. But it's hard for people to think of one because some of his most memorable ones were where he died.
Someone on Reddit says he's died 80 times.
Great point from Steak. He actually dies twice in GoldenEye. if you've played it or seen it. Yeah.
The first Reddit comment says GoldenEye was best. He dies twice in that film.
Yeah.
He does actually. It's great. I'm like, nope, it happened.
The director's like, this guy is great at dying. We're getting our money's worth. You died twice, sir.
We gotta do it twice this time. Mirrodin 785, how am I doing today? Pretty good, man. Pretty good. I got to do the Nintenbyte podcast. It's always a good day when I get to end with a podcast. Demonic Brawler, I have a taxi dream. If you
yeah. Wait a second. Not related to Demonic Brawler's comment. Someone that last one, someone asked how you're doing today. I've been noticing a trend, and I'm curious if it's an inside joke. People are saying, like, I see a lot on the podcast that people say, like, you seem like you're in a really bad mood tonight, or you seem grouchy tonight. I see it like weekly. Yes. Does anyone else see this? I see comments like this like every Wednesday.
Dude, I'm in a good mood.
Why is it? I know people say, why is Nate in a bad mood tonight? Like, I see that. Does anyone else see that?
I think okay. What it probably is when a topic comes up that like I disagree with the person on or whatever, or I'm reacting to a video and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm just giving my honest reaction. I'm actually in a good mood.
Yeah. No, I know that.
I'm passionate about whatever that given topic is. So I'm just giving my real opinion. Dude, I'm almost always in a good mood. I'm not saying that I've never had streams where I'm in a bad mood. It has happened. It's usually not the stream's fault. I was just in a shitty mood all day and I was faking until I make it, and I sucked at faking it that day. But dude, that's hilarious. That's a thing apparently. When I'm actually in like a fantastic mood almost every live stream.
Yeah, I've seen it where it's like completely normal and people are like, what's up with Prime? He seems really upset tonight. I'm like, what the heck? I thought it was an inside joke or something, but I was just curious.
Dude, it's the first time I've even heard of it. The Mohr Brawler, Pastor Troy doesn't count as gospel music. Oh, here we go. Okay. Moving on. The Mohr Brawler, bring back NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, NHL hits, of course. Keep the tradition going. Demonic Brawler again. You guys are gonna probably see his name a lot. Ironically, if I bought the Virtual Boy accessory, it would give me an excuse to use my Switch OLED again. Because for the last 4 months, it's basically just been collecting dust. I think you meant dust. And saving me storage. Okay. That's what you're going to use it with? I mean, if I get it, I'm going to use it with my Switch too. Then again, I will say, I don't think I'm actually going to buy the Virtual Boy. I might buy the cardboard. I know. $100 for something that's only going to be that's where it's going. My set, you see this? It's just going to go back there. I'm never going to actually use it.
Are you going to keep it sealed?
I might keep it sealed if I did buy it because I'm not going to use it. I know I'm not going to use it. But also, I do like to take things out of the box because I'm never going to resell it, so I don't care.
Yeah.
Like when you don't care, like I'm never selling it, so I just literally don't care.
I'll be playing it. It'll be one that I for sure play.
I gotta have a thumbnail where I'm holding it to my face.
Yeah.
Drill holes in the box and looking.
It was always a dream to own one. Like new as a kid.
OG one. And I have touched one and used one, but I'm like, it's not the same as it being mine. It's not the same as being mine.
I think this will be a lot better quality.
You know what? Probably because they were kind of flimsy.
Yeah.
They were kind of flimsy. I mean, that also means it's not quite the OG. It's not quite the OG.
I'm okay with it being better.
If they brought the Virtual Console back, maybe we can get the old school Pokemon games playable again. God willing, DuckTales for NES. That would be nice.
Hell yeah.
If that's the only way we get them is because of VC, because they won't put them on NSO, sure. Hell yeah. Mm-hmm. That's the cool thing about if Virtual Console did come back. Because that's where, like, if the reason is because it's a sub service that we don't get it, cool. Like, if TPC is like, we're not going to put them on there, but hey, if you ever do Virtual Console again, well, you could sell them for $20 a pop. Okay, cool. People will buy it.
Disney's weird. Like, you have these Saturday or was it the Disney Afternoon Collection?
Yep.
So Tailspin, DuckTales 1 and 2, Chip and Dale 1 and 2. Think maybe there's one more on there, Little Mermaid, maybe. I don't know, I can't remember. But you have that on PlayStation and you don't have it on Nintendo.
Yeah.
You're perfect demographic for this. They're just very weird. So, like, God willing, yes, DuckTales comes. But again, I can't tell what the logic is there. Can you guys? Why would you not release DuckTales? You own it.
Mm-hmm. We have
People
no idea.
want it. Why would you not have the game that's already out and put on Nintendo, the platform that it was on, where it had all of its success?
No idea.
Makes me mad.
Bobby said, I heard Luigi's Mansion dropped or is dropping. Yes, October 30th. Is anyone else keen to marathon all three? There'll probably be someone who does it. Someone will do it. So one of those streamers.
I don't have the time.
Yeah, one of those like streamers that all they do is play games, like on stream. Someone will do it. Someone will do a marathon of all three.
I'm sure someone will speed run it.
Hey, Paige, the original Luigi's Mansion is coming to GameCube NSO on October 30th. All right. Demonic Brother. Oh my God, ThunderStash in Fast Forward was awesome.
You had froze for a half a second there, and then all of a sudden when he came back in, it was like, whoa.
Wink to Mandel 7. Wii Virtual Console had the Turbo Graphics, Neo Geo, Commodore 64, and arcade games. Could these eventually come to NSO? Sure, possibly. I think more likely to a Virtual Console. Again, it's one of these things that it's like, you know, the cut of money probably isn't that, like when Sega Genesis is on there, I don't think those companies are getting too much money out of this arrangement. And it's always about money. But when it's an individually sold game, Nintendo takes their 30%, they get the rest. Or maybe it's a 50-50 split. I don't know. But they get a significant chunk of the money. So I think that's the thing about if Virtual Console comes back, it really enables that. Like even this. Like it enables this ability. Demonic Brawler. This is to ThunderStash. Doom can be played on a fridge.
I saw that. Yep. It's awesome. You know, I love the but can it run Doom?
You're right.
I think it's so great. And I love how people take that as a challenge. Literally do. I'm like, this is so cool. I'm glad this is a thing.
Well, I mean, back in the day, it was kind of run Crisis, you know. Now it's kind of run Doom.
Yeah.
Hey, they put it on Alarmo.
Yeah.
Demonic Brawler again. What if Virtual Console's the next Smash Fighter? You know what?
Yes.
Sure. Game & Watch got in. Rob got in. Wii Fit Trainer. Somehow get the VC logo bouncing around. I don't know. You know what? Watch. That's the new Smash Bros. It's not characters. It's logos. The Mario logo comes in. The Triforce comes in for Zelda. Just logo fighting. It's a logo fighting game. Bama Hut gifted 10 members. He also gifted another 10. Thank you for the 20 pack, buddy. Appreciate it. Reaper. Pokemon Red was $29.99 back when it came out. That was in 1998. With inflation, obviously, people really need to stop complaining about price. Look, I think the best way to complain about price is if you think it's too expensive, don't buy it. Speak with your wallet. It's not going to stop other people from buying it if they want to buy it, but I also don't think bitching online is going to make people not buy it. Like if things are whenever things are like expensive, and I see people bitch about it online, it's fine to bitch and critique and all of that, but I hope you know you're not convincing people not to buy it. Because people would already look at it and decide not to buy it if they thought it was too expensive. So you're not actually convincing anyone new. You're just catering to people that agree with you. Just it's fine, I guess. I'm bringing it up like every day. I don't really know what the point of that is. Guess I bring up some stuff every day, like people using the word objective incorrectly. So I guess, you know what? I get it. Maybe it's OCD. OCD for prices. You know, that might be a thing. You know what? I shouldn't laugh at that. That actually might be a thing. You can be OCD about, words. You can probably be OCD about prices.
Yeah.
Of course, I don't know. You know what? Let's move on. Demonic Brawl, to 100% of the game, it would take at least 80 hours. I think he's talking about Pokemon. If people think the base game isn't worth, it's less than $1 an hour, they're crazy. I will say not everyone 100% games. I would say a majority of people don't do that. It's a very small percentage that actually do that. Like you can even see this on places that have like platinum trophies. You can see the percentage of people that have done. It's very low.
The percentage of people that beat games is very low.
Yeah,
it's like 12%.
I think if you don't find Pokemon games very fun, you just don't enjoy that kind of gameplay, or the visual style is not appealing to you, and you don't like to play games with that visual style. If like things that like actually affect you, then it's not worth the money for you, But like
catching them all, right?
Yeah.
Like that's literally the slogan. It's the hook. It has been forever.
It used to be. They dropped it actually a long time ago,
but still, like the goal is to fill up your Pokédex. Has that not changed? Do you still want to fill your Pokédex?
Absolutely.
Did I miss something? Okay, so that's catching them all still. They just dropped the song, the slogan, whatever. But
it's because there's so many Pokemon. It's little.
That's what you gotta do though to 100% the game. So like what I'm saying is, if you're buying it, are you just buying it to roll credits as quickly as possible? Because these games aren't hard. That doesn't sound like a great time.
Well, I don't. So
play
I don't.
The game
want
as it's designed is fun to get most of the Pokemon, right?
Yeah, I don't 100% Pokemon games. I just play to the end. I just don't rush through it. I just enjoy. I just play.
You get what you get, right?
Yeah, it's like DK Bonanza. I'm not gonna 100% it, but I'm enjoying when I play it. I just play the way I want. And if I was reviewing, sure, I'd probably be rushing a little bit. Get to the end and then try to see if I can get close to 100%ing, but before embargo. But I don't know. It's just that's not the way I like to play games. Yeah, I like to be. I like to just play it at my pace. Guys, I've had ZA since launch and I've only got like 4 hours in. It's cool.
It's really not complicated. If you don't like Pokemon games, if you've played a Pokemon game or multiple Pokemon games and you didn't enjoy it, you didn't have fun, wasn't your cup of tea, I don't know that there's anything in ZA that's gonna completely change that for you. However, if you've played every Pokemon game and you've liked them all, or if you've liked most of them or a handful of them even, I think this game's worth a shot because it's been a lot of fun. And if you've already found those experiences fun, you're probably going to find this one fun too. Like it's really simple. It's not complicated.
No,
it's not.
Yeah. Pokemon fan, re-up the membership. Thank you so much. Demonic Brawler. I feel like if everyone would go back and start a new PSV playthrough on Switch 2, it might actually change y'all's opinion. It's actually not so bad. Okay. General AMC, how would y'all rate Nate's Mr. Penis for this show? God damn it. We almost made it through the whole show. Great show. All right. Well, how would you rate it? Jesus Christ.
About 4 inches. No.
You got lured into saying that one, man.
Wait a second.
Well, they said your penis, so
yeah, you got tricked into reading that.
Yeah,
that's fine. Dude, you know why I got tricked into reading it?
Yeah.
One, it's a member chat. They didn't even pay like money, to specifically put this in there. But what I will say is, they knew I probably wasn't going to get to that till 1 a.m. Like I did not even realize it until you said 4 inches. What happened?
Yeah, we're going late on this one.
Right.
So I didn't even realize it.
Yeah.
So he knew it was going to be a late read.
Oh yeah.
Bird.
Hell yeah.
Word. Just had to throw the birds out there. Demonic Brawler. They should do voice acting like DK and Zelda, probably for Pokemon. Yeah. Yeah.
For Pokemon.
Yeah, yeah. At least that.
Digimon does voice acting.
Yeah,
for the Digimon.
Here we go.
And it was good. I'm like, this is cool.
Here we go. Digimon, digital monsters. Let's bring it back. Digimon versus Pokemon. Who's ready for Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection?
Hell yeah, baby.
You know, that's tough, right? Because, yeah, we're ready. We're ready for the physical, but the physical ain't ready for us until December 12th, right?
Yeah.
But
I'm
the
really excited
digital's
for all the
coming out
behind the
the
scenes
30th.
stuff.
I'm very excited for that. I respect that body of work. I really do. We've been there, right? All of us since the beginning. Yeah, I still remember having to talk my mom into allowing us to rent this. And look, like my mom, super Catholic. Okay. Again, I don't mind mentioning this, but to get her to do something like that took ultimate salesmanship. You know what I mean? Like if I had PowerPoint back in the day, I'd probably have to bust that out if they even had it. But who was it? I talked about this before. It was on C-SPAN. Politician that he made Mortal Kombat.
Oh yeah.
Sound like the worst thing ever. I'm gonna see his name. It wasn't Jack Thompson. It was dude, it was so bad when parents saw this. Like it's like game over, bro. You're not getting this.
I mean, if you describe it in certain ways, you can make it sound really bad.
He did a very good job
of in detail
describing Lieberman.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh my God. You know, he was talking about the fatalities in detail.
Oh yeah.
Pulling their spines out and ripping their hearts, but the way he was, you know,
it was so
his pacing
visceral.
and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like he was. I mean, he was on stage, and he was trying so hard to ban it, and it sucked. You know.
Yeah. 5 more gifted from Steak 8912.
Nice.
GameBird.
Thank you, brother.
Daniel Alvarez. Xbox Prime or PlayStation Prime? Nintendo Prime's the name. In case you forever forget. I don't know if this is going to play, but I'm Nintendo Prime, bitch.
I don't know if I played or not, but yeah.
Jimzo. Just $1.
Why not?
Thank you. Jorge. You think it's possible that we can see 128 gigabyte cartridge? Some have mentioned just using Switch 1 carts to fit bigger Switch 2 games. I don't see a clear, reasonable solution for big games and game key cards. Well, they're not going to go to Switch 1 cards. I'll tell you that.
If they do 128 gigabyte carts, I only want one thing. You guys know what that is?
Wave race? No.
Wave race.
No. I want Mario 128 finally.
Oh,
yeah.
And I don't care if they said it was a tech demo. And I don't care about what I saw with Mario rolling those blocks, trying to say that's Mario 128. I want the sequel to Mario 64. Make it happen on cart.
Yes.
Yeah, and while you're at it, bring back video game magazines that come with demo discs and include some demo carts in there, please.
Yes, please.
Please.
Those were the best.
Okay.
Checking the newsstand for any magazine that has a demo disc.
Yep.
You'll never
see
see
a disc with like 4 demos on it. Yes.
Yeah.
You'll never see a negative. Those greedy Nintendo hating clickbaiters get sponsored by BetterHelp.
It's true.
Oh, Lord.
It's a good point.
That is a good one.
Daniel Alvarez. Slop tubers avoid debating their criticism to prevent viewers from seeing them being wrong and continue making money. I don't take them seriously. It is interesting how like a lot of us on this side are willing to have conversations with some of the bigger ones. I mean, the conversation with the AVS, I did one, GameBird did one, but he's like really small. Like the bigger ones, it'd be really cool to have like a conversation. I'm not trying to do gotchas. I want to talk. We have a difference of opinion. I think it would be a really good conversation, a healthy conversation. But yeah,
I think a conversation's better than a debate. I mean, that's what I did with the AVS. You know, people could decide who they agree with more, but it was very non-confrontational. You know, whoever resonates with you, that's fine. But I don't know. I think obviously a lot of this kind of content that's popping out lacks the nuance and the discussion. It's so like, I don't know, intense.
Okay. Yeah. And it's one of those things that it would be nice, like even if it's like a friendly debate, which could be more like a conversation. They're just not interested. I don't know if that's the reason, because they don't want to look foolish, but I could end up looking foolish. It happens. I've been wrecked in debates before. It's okay. You know, it's just supposed to be a healthy conversation, fun, at least, bare minimum. Plucky 69. That's why I drank the beer earlier. Thank you so much. Streaking. Demonic Brawler. For those that don't know, Shigeru Miyamoto did not make Mario Italian. That is true. That was an interpretation that Americans came up with, and Nintendo of America ran with it. Orphan Zane. When a game is $70, I base my purchase on all aspects of the game: the graphics, the voice acting, content, and gameplay loop. How is ZA worth that much? Well, here's the thing. You're asking a question, right? You're asking a question that's based on your parameters. And I can't apply your parameters to me because my parameters aren't the same.
Well, it's a $60 game with a $10 upgrade if you want the upgrade.
It's technically a $60 game.
Yeah.
You don't have to get the Switch 2 version. But like as an example, like you said, $70. You know, the graphics, the voice acting. A game doesn't have to have voice acting for me to think it's worth $70. Just like you're trying to apply like your standards and your preferences. Yeah, it's kind of like a gotcha question. You know, I don't think you were trying. Like you might have been asking earnestly for us to argue like why it's worth 70. I'm not going to tell you it's worth 70. I haven't played enough of the game to even know if it's worth 70.
Right.
Like, you know, I said, you know, before Mario Kart World, like when people were chastising it for being $80 because the argument was always no game is worth 80. Well, I'm like, well, I don't know that. I have to play it. I played it. I can tell you I don't think Mario Kart World is worth $80, but I had to play it to know.
Oh boy.
I don't know till I play. You know?
I can tell it's late. I'm laughing my ass off because all of a sudden I'm looking back behind me and on the TV, and all of a sudden I just see this thing flying around. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Then I look over, you're playing with the remote, and their mouse is going back through on the
mouse.
TV.
I know. I was wondering when you could do it. I've been seeing it on my screen this whole time. I'm like, when's Eric going to notice I've been fucking with it this whole time?
Just now.
Give us a new Road Rash, Burnout, and Midnight Club.
Yes.
Whoa, Midnight Club. I forgot about that one. I used to play that. The Midnight Club Street Racing on PS2.
There we go. Almost done, guys. We got Venny coming in here. Somehow Nintendo reveals by accident, then by intention. By intention these days. Yeah, dude, there was actually two bosses. I didn't show the second one. They got revealed from different ads from Nintendo. Yeah, we accidentally slipped that one out there.
Whoops.
Happens. What are you gonna do? I mean, I put it on Twitter. I just wanted to test if Nintendo's gonna DMCA my tweets on it. So I'm testing to see if I can put it in a YouTube video. This is what I'm doing. They can't strike me on Twitter, but they can strike me on YouTube. So I'm gonna see if they take down my videos on Twitter. So I know if I can put them in a video tomorrow.
Hopefully, I don't take this one down.
No, they won't. They won't. It's because it's buried in such a long show. They're
fair enough.
Yeah, they won't do it. Okay, I did that one. Uncario Prime, my man. When you're going to actually spoil a plot point or something, please give at least 5 seconds, not just spoiler alert, blah, blah. Well, I said spoiler alert, Tears of the Kingdom. You can just tap mute or walk away or throw your phone. Throw your phone. That's someone so scared. They just fucking. Here's the thing. Here's why
he's listening on his computer, but throws his phone.
Here's why I didn't give more than 5 seconds. The game's 2 years old. I'm sorry. It's expired. You've had 2 years. 2 years to get to that spoiler. I'm good. There has to be an expiration date on when you could just talk about the game.
But there's never an expiration date on yelling spoilers.
What I'm saying is I didn't even have to say spoiler. I was kind of doing it tongue in cheek because it's been long enough.
Yeah.
It's been long enough. This isn't like it's been a week or a month. Years. We're talking years since the game came out. Got plenty of time to buy a Switch Lite and beat the fuck out of that game. Now, if it was like the Metroid one, I think there was plenty of time to realize that you were about to get spoiled on a boss if you didn't want to see it. That was not 5 seconds. ZA is pretty fun. Just the cutscenes look extremely off and uncanny without the voice acting. Yeah, I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They're pretty well animated, but the lack of VA is weird. The thing I also thought was weird was it's not just that they feel uncanny without voice acting, which I agree.
Mm-hmm.
It's that they're so well animated that the rest of the game not being animated like that feels weird.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's funny that I was just thinking about reading this comment is that I feel like when Game Freak adds voice acting, if and when they add it, it's probably gonna hurt the game because I do see Game Freak cheaping out on the voice acting. So it's like
even if they didn't, let's just say they didn't cheap out. The people are gonna bitch about it anyway.
Oh yeah, because
they will anyways.
You're gonna be like,
you better give me the Japanese voice actors instead. And I sit there. It's funny too. Like when I hear people say that, like I prefer to listen to the Japanese voice actors. They're so much better. And I'm like, that's cool. I mean, that's an interesting opinion, even though you don't understand what they're saying, but you're reading the subtitles. It's fine. Some games that I see people say that with, I go and I just check out like a Japanese forum to see what they think about it. And they're like bitching about how terrible the voice acting is in the game. And I'm just like, do you realize that you're not even listening to good Japanese voice acting?
In other words, they just like the way Japanese sounds.
They just like the way the Japanese sound. How would you even know if it's good Japanese voice acting?
If you don't speak the language, you definitely wouldn't know. You just like
you could be listening to terrible voice acting, but you just don't know. See, ignorance is bliss.
They could be telling you to go eat shit, and you just never know.
I'm just saying that, like it's kind of funny, like the cultural differences and like the voice barriers, because you literally just might not know at all that the voice acting in Japan is actually bad because you just don't care. And I'm curious. Now I'm actually curious when I read that forum the one time. I should have kept reading to see if anyone said that, yeah, because of that, I intentionally turned on English voice acting. See if it's the other way around. Or they turn on Spanish or whatever random language.
They turn on Spanish. Spanish turns on French.
They like the way French sounds.
Yeah.
So they just turn it on.
Just a giant circle of people turning on different.
Anyways, all right. That's gonna do it for episode 23 of season 3. Reminder to go subscribe to FVLAM and Sunbro Nation. Shout out to them for being here. Very good points they had today.
Mm-hmm.
Some of my favorite guests to have on because they almost feel like they're part of the crew every time.
Mm-hmm.
If we were ever a 6-man show, kind of feel like those would be the ones we want. But look, they in here now because they can't handle a full-length episode is what it is. They're better than HMK though. They last more than 40 minutes.
Right.
Well, to HMK's credit, I think he went an hour and a half last time.
Yep.
So you gotta give him credit.
Yeah.
His goal, he said, is every time he comes on to stay on just a little bit longer. So that means someday, 5 years from now, he'll finally be on a full episode.
Right.
Anyways, GameBird, what do you got going on? And where can they find your ass?
Guys, you know where to find me. You find me right here on YouTube if you're looking. You can find me at GameBird Classic. You could also find me on Twitter at _Birdmaster. Just dropped a video yesterday on Pokemon ZA. A little bit more in-depth thoughts than I went into today. So if you guys are still curious about my thoughts on that, go check it out. Missed last week, but now that I'm not doing the vlog, my goal is at least one video a week. So I've already kind of outlined a number of ideas of things I might do next. Really want to get a skit out too. I know it's been a little while, so I'm feeling that creative bug. I have a few ideas kind of swirling around, so just stay tuned. Also probably another live stream. I did my first live stream I think a few weeks back now. I did like half of the Lego Game Boy. I'm going to finish that I've been saving it for you guys, so I'll drop an announcement at least the morning of when I'm gonna do that. So should be fun.
I'll get to raid the Birdman again.
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah! Hell yeah!
Live is actually a lot of fun. I gotta say, and when you have a busy schedule and stuff, like it was like liberating to know that like, oh, I could just hit record and just start chatting with the community and build this Lego, and it was just really nice as someone who has a tight schedule. So I don't know, my goal, I've been trying to brainstorm, obviously, given my schedule, work, and family, it's been very challenging to stay consistent on the platform, but I love making content. So like my promise is, despite the inconsistency, I'm always going to be bringing stuff to you guys. The goal I want to set for myself is to try and do one video and one live stream a week. That's kind of my goal. So yeah, anyways,
Awesome.
I'll get better, guys.
Spice Lord.
Yeah. Find me here and on our Clips channel.
The growing
Clips
channel, by
slowly,
the way.
but surely.
Oh, natural. Going halfway decent over there if you guys aren't paying attention.
Almost 2K.
Almost.
Who? What?
I thought I heard something. I had an Excel file covering the screen.
Oh, I was giving you a little ASMR intro, but
Okay, this is where I have my list of games that I'm working on. So I had covering. You guys are over here. All right. So yeah, you guys find me on YouTube at ThunderStash Gaming, and then yesterday I posted my review for Angry Video Game Nerd 8-bit. Check that out. It's on all consoles. It's on PC. Crazy game. And again, this is like an NES game. That's why it's called 8-bit, because again, that is from the NES era. Check that out. That comes out tomorrow. And then Once Upon a Katamari, posted my review for that this morning. That also comes out tomorrow. And then I have a review coming out tonight, actually in 30 minutes at midnight, because that's when it can go up. So let's figure I'll just post it at midnight, whatever. I'll still be up. Oh, but then I have a bunch of reviews I can't talk about. I wish I could.
I want to tease it, but
I do. But just keep an eye out for the channel. Again, a lot of reviews coming. And the good news is that I don't have any other travel planned for the rest of the year. So I can really get into a nice groove. I do have a wedding in November, but it's a, no responsibilities wedding. I get to pop in, go in, leave. It won't be crazy. But yeah, outside of that, dude, I'm just going to be working like crazy to get all these reviews out to you guys. What?
Oh, God.
What are we seeing?
Oh, God. A tall show. Put a peach in a bird, and then GameBird come back. Tall show. What the hell's that bird doing to that peach? Tall show goes, the eagle found dead ass.
Well, I mean, to be fair,
yeah.
I did ask her earlier when I was going to GameBird. It was talking about what are we going to see the ass or whatever, and like GameBird totally didn't get it and just kept talking. So now the ass joke went to the chat, and the reality is you can see the ass every single week right here on the Nintenbyte Podcast because it's part of the intro.
It's been a lot of ass lately.
Maybe next week there'll be a bird up that ass in the intro. We'll see.
Has been.
There has been.
No, a lot of ass jokes.
A lot of ass jokes on this one.
Dude, yeah, someone commented on my Pokemon video. Pokemon games are ass, so why does everyone care so much? Yeah. And I was like, well, it's because a lot of people are really into ass.
Yeah.
That was the greatest fucking response.
Greatest response of all time to a comment. I love it.
It's very good. It's very true.
Yeah, it's a fact. You're just speaking facts over here. All right, guys.
Holy light up a bird's with ass.
I'm Nintendo Prime. What's up? You can catch me pretty much Nintendo Prime on every platform. I'm mostly a YouTuber, but you can catch me over on X, talking smack, getting called a shill every day. I am a professional Nintendo shill, as my subtitle says today in the video version of the show. I'm also a masturbator and a master debater, and I'm also just a clickbaiter. So all the baits, that's what I'm all about around here. I talk about Nintendo news every single day. We do live streams as well, talking about a lot of stuff on that. Usually just bullshit and answering questions, hanging out, having fun. Occasionally play a game, occasionally do some weird shit. Okay. The weird shit's pretty much every stream, but it is what it is. I'm a weird guy. You can catch this podcast also everywhere that audio podcasts are heard. I'm pretty good about getting the audio version up. I have confirmed it's so far going to Apple every single time. We've had some issues with that in the past, but it seems to be working again. So yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. We'll be back same time next week.
Can I say something?
No.
I just thought about it. I'd like to compliment you on your set. It is very festive. I saw it last week too. Like I see it and I think about it, but someone's talking, and so I don't say anything, obviously, because that would be rude. But I see it. I'm like, this is really good. Like, I like that. I like it, man.
Yeah, it's funny. It was like the easiest thing ever. Well, okay, so Yulia bought me the Jack Skellington back there. She did that like weeks ago. I don't know if she did it for the set. She just knew I liked Nightmare Before Christmas, and I didn't really have any merch or anything from it. But so for the holidays, every year I usually decorate. So I'll decorate for here. I'll try to do something for fall/Thanksgiving next month. We'll see. And then we also go kind of ham on the Christmas stuff because it's just so easy to decorate for. It's funny. I went to the dollar store. I spent $12, and that's what my set turned into for $12.
Hell yeah!
Wow.
It also helps that like my set, one, these are lights that are here all the time. I can just change the color, and two, this is a TV. I can put anything I want on it. So it helps. Half the set is like I can just make it anything I want at any time. But literally, like this is a ghost lawn blow up thing that was like $2 from the dollar store. There's the skeleton one right next to it, another $2. All the spider webs were like $1 each.
Do you ever
I already had Mr. Pumpkin. Now Mr. Pumpkin's special.
I can't resist punching blow-ups.
Yeah. Well, I'm probably gonna punch him because they don't need to survive for next year. They were $2. I'll probably punch him when Halloween's over.
Yeah. Nice.
But
or worse.
Mr. Pumpkin back here, this giant guy, I won him at the local fair. I made 3 shots in a row on the rigged basketball hoops.
Oh, nice.
And that's why we call him Mr. P.
Nah,
Sure.
Nah, you're talking to him. He's got a name tag and everything. You see that? That's a name tag. It says Mr. Pumpkin on it.
I can't
to be fair, it's covering up a hole that leaks out his insides. I mean,
Oh, really?
Fair stuffed animals don't last very well. Who knew? Who knew? They're cheaply made and cost 50 cents from China.
You're right.
Yeah, who knew? And I had to make 3 in a row of those impossible. They're not impossible. They're bent rims. This is back when my parents, Eric knows this. The only reason I was so good at shooting on it is because it literally, we had a basketball hoop with my parents. It kept falling down and it got bent over time to the point the ball would barely fit in. So I was shooting on that for ages. So I got really good at shooting on the bent rim.
That's great.
It's a legit skill. It's like, because like the carnies do it. You're like, oh, you can't make it. Then you watch him shoot and he makes it right away, and you're like, what the fuck, hey, dude? That carny has done that shot 10 million times.
Just like fucking chat.
Dude, the chat's going wild right now. We're late night.
The one that's on the screen.
Well, yeah, I understand the one that's on the screen.
Great.
Okay. All right.
On that note,
I need to find my ass to the bed because I got to be up in 5 hours and 15 minutes to get ready, get my kids off to school, and come and do a live stream, guys. That's right. We got a direct tomorrow. So see you guys then. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will say one more thing. Next week is our Halloween episode.
Mhm.
We don't really have anything particular planned outside of costumes. So we'll all be dressing up. And I believe our special guest, Sky Sword Alyssa, because the Geek Apprentice, unfortunately, had to dip out for personal reasons, but she will be back on. Well, I say we'll be back on. I guess she's not on next week, but she will be coming on the 12th for Age of Imprisonment impressions. But Sky Sword Alyssa, I know for a fact, is getting in costume as well. So it'll be a full costumed up show.
Cool. It'd be cool to see Zelda.
Yeah, that's probably what she's gonna do. Right. I'm like 99% sure she's gonna dress up as Zelda or Saria or something from Zelda. It's gonna be something.
Maybe
from
she'll
Zelda.
be Zelda. Maybe she'll be cell shaded.
There we go. Dude, that'd be hilarious. What if she did come in cell shaded and she made like not an AI background, but her whole background was cell shaded from Wind Waker.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And then she's cell shaded. She even puts on like the makeup that makes her look. I'll be like, dude, that's insane. Now don't talk because the lips don't
heavy
move.
Pastels.
Anyway,
she should do the 2-part costume. The first half of the show, she's Tetra. Second half of the show, she's Zelda.
Yeah, she says, "Be right back. Gotta go to the bathroom." Yeah. She comes back in a different costume.
Right.
Cool.
Oh man, it'd be like me being Child Link, and then I say, hold on, and then I pull the Master Sword from back there, and I turn around, and now I'm Adult Link.
Yeah.
I wish I could like source a Yo-Noid costume.
I could.
Oh, that would be cool.
I could. One of my kids looked like me when I was younger.
Yeah.
I should have him come on the show at the beginning as a joke, pull the Master Sword, fade to black, come back, and it's me as an adult.
Yeah.
That would be sick. I'm not doing Link this year, guys, but a year that I do that before my kids get too old, I should do it.
You had a great costume, Nate, for the ball, the ball dance that you did with Yulia.
That's literally what I'm wearing. Yeah,
Nice.
that's what I'm wearing next week.
That's a great costume.
Thanks. Yeah. It was a themed ball, so like you had to dress up like that. I'm a man. I threw that, dude. I got that shit off Amazon. I figured out that costume in like 5 seconds. It took Yulia. We had to buy 4 different dresses and all. Dude, women, man, they're so decisive when they're dressing up with this stuff. Like for me, dude, I literally like, nope, that'll work. Let me just order it all quick just to make sure it fits. It fits. Cool. I'm good. It was the only thing I had to buy. I did have to buy a second crown. The first crown I bought didn't fit, but whatever. Gave it to my kids. So screw it. I'll buy one that's adjustable. It said it was certain measurements.
Jesus.
So I know what my measurements are for fitted hats. So it said it was certain measurements, and I went a little bigger because it's not a fitted hat, it's metal, but it wasn't even close. I'm like, dude, your measurements are so off. And then I measured it at home. I'm like, dude, your measurements, this thing's like 3 sizes smaller than you said it was. Whatever, kids, you take it. I'm gonna buy one that's adjustable, which means it's a cheap piece of shit, but looks good. Looks good.
Fair enough.
Dude, my mic cover is always delicious. Have you never had purple ice cream? Missing out.
What?
All right, guys.
Wait, what? Purple ice cream?
Look it up. Look it up.
What flavor is
Look
this?
it up and look it up.
Was
All
it
right,
like
guys.
grape ice cream?
You can find out on your own, man.
Or
look it up.
no, is it cotton candy? I've seen the what is it flavor? The unicorn flavor is purple.
Oh boy.
Or is it blueberry? Like blueberry cheesecake or something?
Oh boy. Right.
You're talking about all things. Everything you brought up is the color blue.
Nope. My
Right.
brain went a completely different direction.
Yeah, I know where your brain went.
Yep. Nope.
Yeah,
grape's not blue. Grape's purple,
Get
bro.
out of here.
I said
Show
grape.
them
first.
Grape is purple. Who said grape is blue? Who said that?
Apparently, Nate said all the things I said are blue.
Grapes can be
purple.
green. Grapes can be green.
Purple.
Grapes can be green.
Yeah, but I'm referring to
When
purple.
you